Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers, the penultimate episode of Shadowbringers. We are scarily close to Endwalker, especially because of the whole massive long gap where I couldn't stream for a long ass time thing. I've been in Shadowbringers for significantly longer than any other expansion. Even just in terms of, number of episodes, it is almost at the level of how many Stormblood was. It's only a couple behind overall. It's only slightly less streams than that was. But obviously I've been in it for a lot longer because of everything. And also, Shadowbringers had more of an impact on me than Stormblood. Which is saying a lot because Stormblood also was a lot. So as we approach this, the very, 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 very end of Shadowbringers, the third of 3 finales that it will have, we have one final foray into side quest content before patch 5.5 starts. It is the end of Bozja! Possibly, hopefully. If you're watching this on the YouTubes, it will happen in this video. I don't know if you can tell already, based on the sound of my voice, but I am, quote marks, sick? Am I sick? Am I experiencing, intense hay fever allergies? With, the colds snap and shift into autumn? I don't know. My nose is fucked, though. So, we're gonna do Bozja today. The plan is to do, the final raid and finish the storyline at the very least. Assuming, doing the raid is the very end of the story and there's nothing afterwards, which I would assume so, because otherwise they're just gonna be like, oh, get another, 5 levels of metal, I guess, and then you can do the final cutscene, which would be lame. And we've already had our BA equivalent, it was the Dalbrum, so we shouldn't have anything other new duties after this. Or if we do, then people have really fucked me over. But I don't think they have. So that's, the plan. We also just have, so many fucking field notes to read. There's a lot of field record stuff to do. I've been getting a couple more. I'm still missing quite a lot. I'm still missing quite a lot from Zadnor. I don't have everything. But I've also not been in Zadnor that much. Especially compared to the Southern Front. But there's also ones that we, get from the story. Over here. There's these ones that I got for doing quests. So I assume some of these ones over here we will also get for doing quests. I've not read all of these on my own time. We tried to read a couple of them, in the Delabrum stream, and it didn't really work. So I'll probably read some of those. I also don't know if I'm going to read literally all of them, because, fucking Christ, some of these, in and of themselves, are novels. But at the bare minimum, we're going to go through at least the important ones. But, so, I've not read, all of these. I've read very few of them. Because I read a couple of them and then realized that, oh shit, important stories happening. One that I glanced at quickly was the second Misio one. Was it the second one? Was it the second Misio one? Yeah, second Misio one here. This is an interview. Because it has question and answer, and it's like a covert operative, and then it's an interview, which I assume is after she gets captured, and stuff like that. So, I'm gonna assume some of these are pretty fucking important. Obviously, some of them are just explaining, oh, Darbog is one of, the people, who is, you fight. He's, the one in the Gabriels and in the Vigilias for the mechs and everything like that. A man who we found out during Zadnor, skirmishes, has been cloned multiple times. So there is that. Which, we even have stuff like this. Where, I have the Darbog field note. I have a Darbog field note for Zadnor. Darbog these nuts. But I also, need to finish more quests to even read the fucking thing. So I feel like that's meant to be spoilers of something that will happen later. So there is also that. And obviously, I don't have every field record. Fucking Trinity Avowed keeps ignoring me in Delabrum. There is also just ones for the duels. I've gotten some of them. I got the Lion one for, I got that from Castrum as opposed to the Lion Duel. And I got another one, I believe. I thought I got 2 dual ones for the first one. I thought I got 2. I thought I got 2, but maybe that... Who else do you fight in Zone 1? Oh, it's Darbog. It's the Darbog. It's Gabriel. I think this is like you fight. I'm just like you fight Lion, you fight Sardovar. Who's the other duel in the Southern Front? It's Darbog. It's Darbog. He's piloting the Gabriel. Yeah. So like I got the Darbog and I got the Lion, even though I haven't done the duels, but I don't have the Sardovar. And then I'm not even certain. I can't even remember what all the duels in the last zone were. There was the Hypertuned. Actually, the Hypertuned may have been Darbog. But there was that, but there's also like a Lion's also. Oh, Menenius. Yeah, we did see that. There's also Menenius. I don't know if I saw those off stream or if I saw those on stream. But yeah, I know. Yeah, it's the Hypertuned Darbog. We saw that on stream. Then there's Menenius and Lion. I've done a little bit of Zadna off stream. I did see more duels, but I can't remember if we saw all the duels on the stream. But it's another Lion duel, and then Menenius is straight up there. That one I think I saw on stream. But, yeah. So I won't be able to read all of them. We'll read the important ones. Duels in Zadna spawn very rarely just because fewer CEs spawn. I've definitely noticed that. I have definitely noticed how fucking few CEs spawn in Zadna. Let us head to Bozja. Let us head to Gungos and discuss various things. Ah, my nose is fucked! I'm sorry. This is gonna be... The plan is also, possibly, if this keeps happening, and my nose is extra fucked today, that we just beat the dungeon, which I'm going to assume is the Dalriada airship. We're gonna do that. Fuck. Okay. I might get banned from Twitch again, but yeah. Lion collected all the boss fights up trash. Yeah, Lion just really loves fighting. Lion just really loves fighting. But yes, let's go into... Yeah, sorry. The plan is, if you're watching this on YouTube, this will all be part of one video. In terms of the stream audience, the plan today is to do the raid and finish the storyline. All of that reading may not happen today, because again, I'm fucked, sick-wise. I can feel as I talk more, it gets worse. So I may not have the ability to do all of that today, but we'll see how it goes. But yes, if we go over to Gungos, look, there's a green tick on the map. Ah, joy of joys. And by joy of joys, I mean fuck me of fuck me's. Oh my god, this fucking relic step. This fucking relic, I didn't think it would be so bad. I did not think this would be as bad as it was when we learned about it on stream, when we were working on it on stream. I didn't think it would be as bad as it was, and honestly, if I lived in a better time zone, it wouldn't be. But oh my god, living in the time zone that I am in, this has been a nightmare. Pardon me, give me 1 sec. Sorry, my nose is bad. So when we did this on stream, I'm just like 15 CEs per area, 30 skirmishes per area. It's a lot, but it's definitely possible, right? It's not like, it's like, we got like halfway, a little bit more than halfway through like the first and the third zones. And then we had like and we got barely any in this one. Fortunately, this is the one-time step. So here's the problem. Zadnor solo sucks so much more than the Southern Front. Significantly more than the Southern Front. Skirmishers spawn on their own a lot less. And there's also a lot of skirmishers that spawn that are just not worth doing solo. In the second zone, we saw this one on stream, I believe. Pagaga. You know, our lovable, Lala nemesis that we have. Pagaga spawns with her 2 birds, chuckle fucking dick shit, in the second zone. In the grassy area. Doing that skirmish solo is so fucking slow. It takes forever. Oh my god. It's straight up faster to queue for a raid and get into the raid. So this has been my approach of how I've been doing this arduous step. The CE steps, like the CEs for each area, the springs, the Beyond the Writ books, the lurid memories of the dying. I have straight up said for these ones, fuck it, I'm queuing into raids. Zadnor has been basically solo every time I've jumped into it at my time zone, when I can actually play, as in, like, after stream. Bozja was usually pretty fucking quiet then as well, but it wasn't dead every single time. Zadnor is dead every single time I log into it. Now, is that because we're in, like, post 7.21 and, like, the new Ishgard thing has happened? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how popular that is. I don't know how many, like, people would be doing that instead of working on old Bozja relics. I don't know. But, like, trying to get CEs to spawn when you're the only person in the zone, fuck it, straight up queuing for a raid is faster. And if it's not faster, then at the very least, you wait for the queue time and you can do whatever you want instead of having to, like, kill trash mobs for, like, half an hour to get the CE to spawn. So it's at least mentally not as, like, everything. The skirmishes have been okay enough spawning solo that I have been doing the skirmish steps in Zadnor. Basically, if you're in a zone on your own and you're not actively spawning skirmishes, it seems to be kind of hard locked to one skirmish at a time per zone. With like maybe a 2-minute downtime between. So if you get a skirmish in a zone that isn't one of the ones that takes like 15 minutes to do solo, like Pagaga, the other ones are like 2 to 3 minutes. The other ones are about 2 to 3 minutes each. So it's like totally possible to do the skirmish ones there. The CE ones, I just had to say fuck it. I queued up for raids for that. But also the raid roulettes, oh my god. Oh my god. I've been queuing into raids, being like, I'm gonna queue up for the final step of like, the second stage of like every tier for fucking like the Stormblood Omega raids. I've had queues that have been longer than 60 minutes. Crafts was helping me one day. So I went in as healer and she went in as, I went in as tank because I've been doing all this Gunbreaker. It's really buffed my, like, thank you Gunbreaker achievements. It's been kind of lovely in that regard. It's only upside. I've been going in as Gunbreaker as tank, and then Crafts has been queuing in with me. She's been going as healer. So it's like one tank, one healer. We still had queues of, like, plus 25 minutes to get one raid done. I don't know if it's just because I've chosen, I've gotten to this particular step at the worst timing. Combining that with also just, I live in a time zone where most of the time when I play, it's, like, not that busy, but fuck me. Most days I have, like, when I've been on my own, I've been queuing into raids, just kind of non-stop, and hoping I get, like, 5 done a day. And that has been my goal to get all of these done. But I have them all done. I got this stage of the relic done. It is there. This is a stage where everything was working against me, basically, in terms of time zones and when I could play, and around the other content's been released. But also, if you're wondering, yes, if I go to search for item, yes, I do have a spare one for all of them, kept for permanent, like, sentimental value in one of my routines. Just like the last one stage that we had, of doing, like, Stormblood Fates / like, Stormblood Alliance raids. Yes. I do have one permanently saved for that. Whew. So there is that. So now we're ready to hand that in. Hopefully there's only one more step after this. The Law's Order is at the final stage. It's already glowing, and the Blades only has one step because, like, the replica is how you get it without a glow. It always comes with a glow naturally. So there's only one step after this. Why are you Minor Fist? Why are you Minor Fist? What? Iron Matey. What are you? Wow. The effort you went to. The depressed noises. You are rotating a lot. You went to a lot of effort to get that. The only thing is that you didn't spend money on the mugshot, but fucking holy shit, the gloves are so close. Why am I spinning? I thought you were doing that deliberately. You even got their hair pretty fucking close. I assume Viera's gonna have the same Hancock haircut, but you got the hair ridiculously close for not having the same one. Hairstyle's not on Viera, but you got one very similar. But yeah, you've got, I was about to say, where are the horse font earrings? And I'm looking in the spot where the ears normally are, but there are ears up there. Yep, you got the horse font earrings, you got the red bill scarf, you got that. You got pretty close on the gloves. Did you already have these boots, or did you actually queue up for near raids to get the boots? Because I feel like you would already want these because they're just a nice pair of knee-high boots, which is very rare for tank. So you probably already had. Don't ask. The one thing I will say is I believe the pants. You dyed the pants. You dyed the pants. That's what it is. Oh my god, my nose is so bad. Holy shit, it's getting worse. Yeah, the pant, that's like the one detail that is like a little different. Did you actually, you also have like, you actually did like pure black. Yeah, you actually did jet black for the top. Impressive. I can't believe you got gloves that fucking close. My pants are not dyed. No, my pants aren't dyed because the only thing the dye changes is the color of the stitching. And the stitching's naturally gold. Yeah, that's the only... Yeah, the pants don't actually change color when you dye them. It's just the color of the stitching. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I get it because if I take off my shoes... If I take off my shoes, you can see why. Unequip the shoes. It's because there's gold at the bottom. So that part dies as well, but yeah. Yeah, the idea... Yeah, I don't have that, so it's a gold stitch, so it matches the gold everything else. I have the glove set because I use the skirt a lot. I'm honestly shocked you got gloves this close. Like, because I understand not wanting to spend money on the shop for the bit, because these are Monk Shop arms. But you got ridiculously close with the arms. That is the most impressive part. That is very impressive that you got that close. What arms are they? Are they art? Peacock gloves. Oh. Oh. Okay. Not even close to what I thought. They're Mock Shop too? Oh. Oh, so you use the skirt for this and then Mock Shop. Okay. Well, I consider myself impressed. I've not had anyone cosplay my character in-game yet. And you've done a good job of it. Also, I do see a pie over here with this relic is so good. Like I know it's like a simple bit of wood with the crystal, but honestly that and the way the vines come around it, I don't know. I like the white mage stuff that still has the conjurer vibes to it. Like keeping the conjurer plant as like nature aspect to it, especially because white mage Shadowbringers onwards really leans away from nature and leans heavily into light. I do appreciate a white mage that keeps the conjurer nature aesthetic to it. Give me a sec. My nose is really bad. We should probably get a move on before I die. Anyway, Averil, I appreciate, I respect it. You are now in the perfect opportunity to help Minifest fulfill her self-obsessed fantasies by being dressed like this and having your titties out. So, thank you. You have done Minifest a great service this day. Especially trying to go for a druid style while keeping the white mage colors. I mean, that works super well for this. White mage colors there, but you still got like a lot of the green, like the green accoutrements there and everything like that. The little crown of like roses and everything. It's done very well. Oh my god, my nose. Oh shit. Okay, this is oh, okay. You know, I thought I was gonna be okay for at least like an hour or two. We're 40 minutes in, including preamble, and I'm just like, oh no, Roko has died. Oh no. And I'm feeling bad. This stuff feels like my tits are about to bounce and punch me in the eye. Especially with the size of yours. Why do you think I gave Minifest breast reduction surgery? This top is one of the main reasons that I gave her breast reduction surgery. Because the top is so over the top. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Okay. I am straight up, I am not well enough to stream. What I'm learning is that I am not well enough to stream. This is actively a mistake. Oh my god. Psycho, the House of Splendor's representative overseeing this transaction, has agreed with the reagent. Has arrived with the reagent. May I assume you have the requested parts? Compact axle, a tiny but robust metallic spindle coveted by the goblins at Ilshire, for reasons beyond your comprehension or ability to care. And compact spring, a delicate metallic coil that was miraculously found undamaged after its previous owner was beaten to submission. Sorry. It's Leah, actually. There, the girls from the picture are actually in the quest. Yes, everything appears to be in order. As agreed, here is the reagent, and we get Idlesheen music when they show up. Wait, I know you. Well, all of you at any rate. Good of you to have been taking time away from your forge just to make a delivery. Think nothing of it. Having carried out my fair share of weapon repairs and alterations, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious to see what I might be used for. Unfortunately, it took me longer to get here than I expected, so I better get back to my other commissions. When you're finished here, perhaps we can discuss your work over drinks at Idle. Ahem! Regana, fuck off. Ah yes, before I leave, there was a proposal I wish to make. Wholesale contracts for subsequent shipments of reagent. As a fellow artisan, I'm sure you can appreciate the convenience of a surplus stock. What's more, such a contract would eliminate much of the clerical work and requesting more from our goblin colleagues. This is a one-time step. What are you doing to me? We will eventually have need of more reagent, but enough to warrant a wholesale contract? Just think of it as a friendly agreement between artisans. It's a one-time step. We don't need more. Sorry, alas, the answer's no. Rather bore me on head that agreed any more deals with the House of Splendors of all bloody places. You must forgive Geralt. He is not usually so forthright in these negotiations. That said, I cannot help but suspect Mistress Rowena has some ulterior motive in allowing such a contract to be signed on her behalf. Well, you're free to believe what you will. With or without this contract, so long as the goblins get their parts, we can continue to do business. My invitation to Idle still stands, by the way. Hope you consider it when your work here is finished. My nose is dying. If she would still come with Geralt and Idle after his little outburst, perhaps her offer truly was in good faith. Regana, what are you up to? Regana, what are you up to? I don't trust her. I don't trust her one bit. I trust her as much as I can breathe through my nose. I should not have streamed today. How the craziest used book find the other day, first edition of the Vampire Lestat. How old would that be? Oh, you return! Guys, attended to agree with the shipment of ally not longer. I'm assuming you found the ample, sorry, what was the, ample, sorry. Ugh. Ample inspiration for your memoirs. Late 80s? Jesus. Impressive. A day in the life. Battles of the Realm. Oh my god. Ah! Sorry. I really shouldn't have streamed today. But oh well, in for a penny, in for a pound. A hero's recollections of battles supposedly fought in the name of freedom. In actuality, said battles were largely motivated by a burning desire to obtain a slightly better weapon through a rather lengthy and complex sequence of transactions. Beyond the rift, a hero's recollections of foes felt on another plane of existence. The tales contained within are so fantastical that one would be forgiven for thinking they were merely figments of said hero's imagination. But perhaps they were. The more I talk, the more my nose gets worse. I didn't realize talking was going to make it so much worse. Oh my god. Will I even be? I may not even be able to. I'm worried I'm not going to be able to do the fucking rig today, honestly. 29:30. Everything's accounted for. Here's your alloy as promised. Alright, chat. Left or right? Or blonde or blue? Which do you choose? To be pegged by, obviously. A pleasure to do business with you. Though, may I ask why the House of Splendor sent 2 representatives for this transaction? Considering the difficulties slightly involved in penning these memoirs, we thought it best to leave nothing to chance in this particular shipment. In any case, 60 volumes and anything is rather a lot, so we decided to share the load. Purple. Regana, she's fucking us in the ass with what she's asking us to do anyways. Though there was one other reason we both elected to come. Look what else does. Okay, well then, which one takes the front, which one takes the back is the question then at that point. Those chiseled muscles, that rugged jawline. You must be Geralt, the world-renowned blacksmith. I've heard many a tale of the wonders born from your forge. Okay, this is now like 3 women who are hitting on Geralt. There is something up. I am Master Smith, whose striking good looks are matched only by his incomparable business acumen. In fact, we wish to make you a proposition. An exclusive contract for wholesale shipments of our alloy. If anyone can realize the potential of this king amongst metals, it would be the illustrious Gerald Blackthorn. That's his last name? Ghana! Well, as I see so far, I recognize to be talent for what it is. And you're absolutely right. I could find a use for more of this here alloy. Maybe a new line of kettles, or... Deep Geralt lore. Sure you want more dealings with the Reyna's lot? Take this deal and you can write your own bloody memoirs. But you know damn well who acts in power to keep me strong suit. I would have Rowena found out I'm the one who worked them. Fine, that's what you want to be about. I guess we'll have to decline the offer. Serena has you wrapped around her finger, does she? What a pity. I hope you might be interested in a little something on the side, but it seems she's got you all to herself. I can't say we didn't try. Perhaps you should keep to the straight and narrow? And perhaps you should be running along. Regana, what are you up to? As you wish. We're back in with the Resistance had need of our services. Till then, Regana. Regana! What are you up to? Again, I now trust you as much as I can breathe through my nose. I feel horrible. I feel fucking horrendous. I didn't realize how much talking was going to instantly make it significantly worse. Like, after I hand in this quest before we enter Zadnor, I'm going to need to take a break. I'm not even kidding. I didn't realize talking would, like, turn my nose from slightly stuffy to completely and utterly, it doesn't function anymore. In such a short time. I didn't realize this. Welcome back, Bleeders of Blitzwood. Regana's colleagues arrived not long ago with the magic scrolls. I trust you're able to find suitable assortments of memories. Bleak memory of the dying. The bleak memory of a departed soul, forever trapped in crystal. And a lurid memory, forever trapped in crystal. Oh my god. Now we have Moderna music. See, she's in Moderna, the other two are in Ralga's Reach. And then the other one's in Idleshit, so actually like the music appropriate for each of them. Pop on Discord, one of us can read the dialogue for you. Yes, these will do nicely. Here are your scrolls. Well, hopefully in combat I won't be as ready as much, I'll just be reacting. And with this, we're yet another step closer to achieving what even our forebears can only dream of. You have my sincerest gratitude. Think nothing of it. Thanks to you, I'm more likely to make my quota for this month's sales. We got through a bit of a rough spot lately, and that was even before Regana's proposition. I like how each one of these winners is learning more and more and more about Regana being a bitch. Proposition. Ah, sorry, I forgot I said anything. If I'm not mistaken, the burly gentleman over there is the Aussie's finest blacksmith. Geralt Blackthorn, correct? Regana! Excuse me, would you be interested in negotiating larger shipments of magic scrolls? Wholesale, perhaps? I'm ready your talents. Could use the surplus to make a hefty profit selling them to Resistance. Maybe even pay off outstanding debts. What do you say? As tempting as it sounds, I'm not too keen on doing any more work than I have to at present, even if I end up regretting it later. I'm not about to ask Minifest here or the Resistance to empty their coffers to solve me troubles. If I may interject, we have no intention of arming all our soldiers with these Resistance weapons. We simply do not have the resources required to exchange for a large number of scrolls. My apologies, but we cannot in good conscience commit to supplementary agreements. I see. Well, if you should have a change of heart, you may call on me at any time. Yes, of course. Thank you. To be honest, I was expecting your proposition to be a touch more aggressive. A great many of the house's attendants are rather forward, if not overbearing, in their negotiations. I'll not deny it. I can be as well if I deem it necessary, but now it's not such an occasion. Alright, the rest of your business proceeds as planned. It's pity they didn't take you up on your offer, but your help is greatly appreciated all the same. I was right to call on you. It's so bad. Through your various dealings with the House of Splinters, you have acquired all the materials needed to refine your resistance weapon. Speak with Geralt to proceed to the next phase in his plan. Yay! That step is done. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Alright, here we go. Another one time. A done deal. With Regardless attendance gone, Geralt is excited to finally fire up the forge. I assume this is just a quest to like unlock the next step of like the actual refining, and this is just a quest to be like, hey, you finished the one-time steps. Oh my god, my nose is so fucked. Oh my god. I really didn't think talking. I was wondering, I was just like, maybe I could have streamed the last couple of days and I didn't need to take time off. And then I'm doing it today. I'm just like, nope, I can't even stream today and I'm doing it. Whoops. Good on you for gathering all them supplies, lass. Of nearly everything we need to get started. Hers are not the only efforts to be commended, Master Geralt. Your diligence in researching how to best make use of all these materials was genuinely surprising. Making sense of more ancient texts about Bozja and the Holy Blade over your head something fierce, if I'm to be honest. If it makes me a better smith, though, I can't really complain. But more importantly, there's only one ingredient left what we need. Crystals of raw emotion. Raw emotions. Very different to the last ones that we had in memories. And when the weapon's finished, that just leaves taking it over to Regana's notes, add the finishing touches. Ain't that right, Regana? We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. And still we have nothing to show for it. They've left me no choice. The contracts must be renegotiated. Regana? Yes? Oh, the elegant node. Still the contracts must be recognized. Still it came to this. Raid grinding. Oh, the elegant node. Of course, after analyzing the recently discovered crystals, the Artworks engineers had no trouble making the necessary adjustments. Blip blip. Ready to begin parameter regulation sequence. But first, a word from our sponsors, our Heroinas House of Splinters. See, everything's as it should be. Now, excuse me, there is some business I would attend to before we begin. Call me when everything's ready, would you? Blip blip blip. Hey, you were the worst dinosaur blip waiter, not the Asians. Isn't it me, or does she seem a bit distracted like? Now that you mention it, she was acting rather strangely when her associates were present. Well, two of you see to work on resistance weapon. I will look into this business, preoccupying Regana. Right then. I'll see to get everything ready here. Time for you to get out there and grab some of them, but no need to be fancy about it. They are what they are, raw emotions. If you need anything, be sure to talk with Zoltron. You're not even trying anymore, are you? Ugh, very well. Let us be about our task then, shall we? I love Zoltron. They made the elegant node play YouTube sponsor segments. Biggest abuse of ancient tech so far. Oh no! Oh no, the elegant nerd! No! Don't tell people about BetterHelp! Oh no! We are on the precipice of an achievement that matches, if not surpasses, the feats performed by our forebears. All that remains is a suitable number of these raw emotions to finish refining the resistance weapon. And by the time you return, I hope you have learned more of Regana's. I hope to have learned more. And by the time you return, I hope to have learned more of Regana's plans. Safe travels, ladies and gentlemen. Resistance weapon quest is available. Our final step. Let's go. Irresistible. This better be the final step. I'd be very confused if it wasn't. It really is building up to be the last thing. Real emotion for Final Fantasy X-2. Sounds like a song name. It's the final step. Yay! All the finishing touches can be added to the resistance weapon and make it look completely different. Zoltana has one last task for you. The variety of crystals was first discovered on the plateaus of Zadnam. Much like the memories of the dying, we believe these crystals manifested from pitched battle with the enemy where emotions ran high. For a warrior of your prowess, I can only assume this means you must... Oh wait, I'm now realizing we're unlocking this step before we actually do the raid. We're unlocking this step before we do a raid. It's the Final Fantasy contrary to what other people may tell you. I feel like there's a lot of songs that are the Final Fantasy song. Say, when people talk about Final Fantasy X and talk about the Final Fantasy song from Final Fantasy X, the song that I usually hear people talk about is Tizanakhan, which I'm probably mispronouncing. That's the one I always hear people talk about. Prove your prowess. The only shooting means you must seek out perilous battles with the most deadly foes of such emotions. We've learned 15 of these crystallized emotions should suffice. Yeah. Yeah, unlike Castrum and Delibrum, you can do this step before... You can actually unlock this step before doing that. Go fuck Xanakant. I'm here for cunty pop songs. Okay. Raw emotions can be attained by undertaking the duty... What? Huh? Also Delibrum? Why? and Dariana! Spoilers. Spoilers, the obvious thing that the final zone raid is going to be is the same as in the first zone where, hey, they make a big deal of Castrum like a Satori. Hey, they make a big deal about the Dariana. Go and do the Dariana. They probably don't expect people to finish this step before they get to rank 25 and do the final raid. But Delibrum as well? Why? Why also Delibrum? I'm guessing so Dion remains relevant, there's just a whole set that's just Delibrum, so... You already need to do that step like 80 odd times to do it for every weapon. So they just also just be like, I'll also just count the ones this as well, I guess. Oh my god, my nose is fucked! It's so bad. Another way begging you to queue Delibrum. Maybe more people would queue Delibrum if they made the wait time less than 10 minutes. You know, you're putting in an application when you're entering check resume and work experience fields are required fields. Here, please enter your resume. Okay, now please enter all the details from your resume in this separate form. Why? May also be obtained by completing any... Oh, so okay, so this step is free. I'd be surprised as how many emotions one on a Dal gives out. Okay, so we also get it from level 70 dungeons. And heaven, okay. This final step feels like a victory lap more than anything. It feels like they made the one-time step so obnoxious that they were just like, okay, well, this final step's gonna be a victory lap. There are so many ways to do it. Okay. Why is there so many options for this step? That's the final one. 3 from Dariana, 2 from Delibrum, 1 from level 70 dungeon, 1 from Heaven on High, and 15 total. So it's gonna be very easy to do. Okay. You know, if I wasn't sick and I could do a lot today, we might even be able to finish that today if we weren't reading field notes. But before we head into the zone, I'm going to take a break, go for a walk with some better air, and see if that clears up my nose. Because I don't want to go into Zadnor with my nose feeling like this. Because I can barely talk. Because my nose is so fucked. You can probably hear the difference in my voice as the stream's going on. I'll be back. I didn't realize it would be this bad. I do apologize. But also, I want my fucking relics. So fuck you, I wasn't gonna wait. But I will be back. And we're back. Let us quickly dive into Zadnor. I still gotta do the quest. I haven't actually... We specifically saved doing the final quest. 1, cliffhanger to see if Makoto dies or not. 2, I wanted to, like... The dramatic lead up to the Dariana. I wanted to, like, actually include that as part of the stream, unlike last time. So, let me just quickly make sure I have a Bloodsucker. Was I gonna Bloodsucker? We, taking one of those. I have a Ponta Power. I have Cure 4. Is there anything else that I want? But there's so many options here, and there's so much cool stuff. But it really does feel like that as a tank. There's not a ton of it I can use. I can use banners. I can also use banners. Well, there's like the one attacking ability that I really get as a tank, which is just a cone with that, or a death. I can use Assassinate, which that'll be nice to have going back to Castrum. Assassinate will be nice going back into Castrum. That'll make things easier though. But yeah, it's like there's a lot of options here. I just don't know which ones I'd want to use. Other than just like, I guess I run tanks, so I guess the idea is I should run buffs. for other people. Like, I could go in with a bravery, try to buff everyone with a bravery instead. Yeah, I'll grab some shit. I'll just grab some shit. Concepts. Bard's Warrior of Light who's got Warrior of Light fame, but their music career is kind of stuck in the Kia Asylum. And they're trying to promote their orchestra and roles at every opportunity. What I'm saying is, what if the Warrior of Light was Ava Max? Warrior of Light, incredible bard, incredible on the battlefield, but their music is dog shit. Oh, did you want to all, like, party with me? I assume we're going to be put into the same thing anyways. I assume, I can't imagine we're going to get separated. I can't imagine Zadnor is so popular right now. That is multiple instances. But, if you don't know who Ava Max is, that's the joke. Well, a CE popped. I can't read what that is. There will be blood shed. Man in the mirror nods his head. Where is that? Where is that? Oh, it's over here. There would be blood. Well, we're immediately here and we're immediately getting distracted. We're immediately getting distracted by CEs. That's just how. There's not even a point for me to do a CE. I literally don't even get anything for doing a CE right now except for possibly field notes. But I'm gonna do it because they're fun. I gotta, like, finish the questline before I can do anything with my metal to, like, turn it in for currencies. I don't have any relic steps. This means there's no reason to go into Zadnor for a relic, which I feel like is dumb. It does speed up the dungeon timer. But what if it speeds it up too much? And in the middle of me doing all of the quests to unlock the Dariada, it pops. Ah, Pazuzu! For your mage attachment, it's called down Hambi, Ring of Ruin. To respond to resistance from the plateaus of Zadnor. I was about to say plateaus. From the plateaus of Zadnor. Otherworldly being demands a tribute of blood and its thirst is insatiable. Pazuzu, I do like how we just have Minor Fist in the party cosplayer. This is... I love that there's just a Minor Fist cosplayer now. People have been fucking with me by giving me Femgraha, Vieira, Minor Fist. See, the thing is, I see that, I'm just like, yeah, Minor Fist totally still would have worked as a Vieira. But then I'm just like, would have I even had, like, the pirate idea if I wasn't playing as that? I feel naked without the brown hair. Feel like every other character in this franchise, Averil. Embrace the gray hair. Become a scion of the Seventh Dawn. Embrace your gray-haired future. I can't remember what Cloud of Locus is, but I'm going to Heart of Light it just to make sure. Oh! Well, you know, it's evolved. The evolves matter. It's not like I'm going to try the duel if this unlocks a duel anyways. Yeah, so Cloud is out playing his hands on this. And then play evadeds. And something else will happen, I'm sure. Dreadwind! Demness is playing on Raidwide. What does he got for us? Kamisado! That's a tank buster, I believe. Yes, because it is the thing that is in Dunske. Here comes all stand in the Yosha we ask the cast. They now over those who would process. Fly to the Malefic. Oh, it's the wings. You can see the wings. Oh, it also explodes on the middle. Yes. It also explodes in the hitbox, so also be warned. I love it. That's just... It's nice to be able to, like, play a job that's, like, on stream and part of MSQ and shit that's actually, like, oh yeah, I remember how to play, I know how to play this job mostly, like, without having to pay a billion, like, nanometers of attention. That's not how words work. So for our boss fights are big ouches. I'm excited. I'm excited for that. There's still a lot of, world fates that I gotta actually get, though. There's a lot of achievements that I don't have for my world fates. See, because once I'm caught up on, like MSQ and shit. Fly, to the side. I saw him as, it's somewhere on this side. Oh, God. Okay, it's over this side, stand over this way, okay. Everything's going to hell. We're doing fine, we're doing fine. Yeah, one thing about, like, when I'm caught up, because we'll have a lot of like, there'll be a lot of downtime between, like, big new patch things, a lot of stuff going on. There'll be a lot of big things between. Plague is in. And then they're like, hey, there we go. Seriously? How many CEs did you spawn in a row? Bruh. Alright. Well, okay. While that's going, someone named Riversong in chat. Someone is a fan of Doctor Who. Configure shit's easy. That's why I love it. I can remember the rotation of it without having to actually constantly double check it. It's beautiful. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, because we're gonna have so much downtime where I don't have to like stream every week to catch up. I do plan on doing like extra videos for 14 that aren't like part of like the numbered LP series. Stuff like again, high-end raid stuff I'd like to do that for, and then like achievement hunting stuff. Stuff that is basically anything that falls under the category of it's a grind instead of doing new content. Like I don't count like doing new NPCs for Triple Triad for me is still just like I'm doing a new content, even if it's just like the same NPCs that I've seen. It's still like a new thing. So I can see that. But like fighting NPCs over and over and over again to get their cards, that's like achievement. A bit different. March of the Bloody Queen. The look of steely resolve in Basiljan's eyes, just the hour of battle draws nigh. I might miss the CE, but if I don't do the quest, then I might miss the big one, so let's do the quest. Again, CE's drop nothing from me right now, but as I possibly feel notes. Bleedus and Bladesman, we've finished preparations for a full-scale assault. We'll keep him heroes occupied while Sid executes his plan to disable the Delriada. Our work on the 8th wave amplifier is complete. The crystal focus has been mounted aboard the Lassar. That said, it's hard to gauge the range of the pulse it will generate. In the event things don't go to plan, have your men ready to disperse. You have nothing to worry about, Sid. The amplifier will work. I have seen it. I also saw myself dying, but don't worry about that. Well, I think in a nutshell, mainly melee DPS feeling, but having many have rotation and skill issue me because I can't memorize them. Yeah, guess what? That's also why I don't play. I think it's like playing DPS, any of the DPSs really. I feel like most of your skill expression comes down from how well you can do your rotations. Whereas with tank and healer, your damage output is like only a much smaller part of like your overall skill at your job. Like obviously if you're playing healer, that your ability to heal your party members, get them through dire straits, be able to optimize how much you can heal compared to how much damage you can output is a big part of your skills of the game as well. For tanking, there's like positioning of the bosses, timing your mitigations and everything like that. Working out like when to move the boss, when to keep the boss still, like how to most effectively place the boss so it's easier for other people to do mechanics. There's a lot more stuff that you're doing that isn't just making sure you press your buttons right. So I find, because I'm playing healer more, like ever since we did the healer stream, I'm definitely playing healer more and more. If I'm queuing into roulettes with other FC people or just on my own to have fun, I'm basically always tank or healer now. I very rarely play DPS actually. Just like going into roulettes and stuff like that. And that's a big part of it. It's just like, I find the extra parts that aren't pressing your buttons, the skill that it takes to get good at those parts, I find those more fun than just how well can I perform the rotation. Which is also why some of the DPS that appeal to me are the ones where that's less of a focus. Stuff like what's it called, Black Mage and Pictomancer. I find appreciation in those jobs because being good at those is also more than just how well can you press the correct buttons in the correct order, because it's about timing and positioning cast times and stuff like that. Sometimes one exception because I found it's just use your CDs, use your combos, don't overcap things. So. There's technically nuance in that job now because of the way Tendo works. In terms of like optimizing that, but no. Well, I'm not making it to the CA now. Oh well. Mind it first, it's been far too long. I pity our meeting under such dire circumstances. But never fear, Sid Makoto will be in good hands aboard the Lassar. The amplifier has been loaded onto the ship and the engine has been insulated against the blast. That's not all. The Mark IV dam is ready to go, and I've just found the place to put it. Our plan for the upcoming battle is twofold. First and foremost, we must draw the enemy's attention on the ground, affording the crew of the Lassar the opportunity to disable the warship. This will throw their forces into disarray, granting us the opportunity to press forward and, God's willing, remove the head of their detachment here in Bozja. We speak, of course, of their commander Menenius Sazalanatus. It'll be no easy endeavor, however, for we must also contend with the likes of Lion Ram Helsos and his entourage of beasts. Nevertheless, we mustn't lose heart. Remain vigilant, remember your training, and I have faith that they will be ours. For Bozja! Find them around a fire boss. Oh, hell yeah. For Bozja! Yeah! I do appreciate how often we get a for insert nation name. I appreciate how often we get it. And now I can also name this episode that. It'll be like the 4th or 5th time that I've named an episode for blank. Yeah, but okay, Mel's been gone for 3 minutes, so we're gone for a bit. Oh, I gotta speak to Leah. I was gonna say, where am I teleporting to? I just speak to Leah. 4 Bozjas! We are the Bozja 4. Well, I guess we better get to work, eh? First things first, setting up the dam. Location is right there. Oh my god. Trouble is, there are a few final adjustments that have been made on site, meaning I'll have to come along. You can handle the Imperials that show up, right? I'll do this so you can join, but I'm doing my own thing. I'll even say that not end in a field of corpses once. Good luck with that one. I appreciate the dwarven body piece on someone that tall. Have it literally called for insert nation here. I'm assuming the final checkpoint? Yeah. Oh, it's like literally right next to it. Alright, so Hromir, sorry, was it? Hermavir. The tank was a very good leader. Hell yeah. Jesus Christ, this shit. Again, it really looks like it puts the Agrish to shame with the sheer size of the fucking thing. You can see a shirtless about Row Warrior follow them. I'll be honest. I have found it so incredibly consistent. Male rows in Bozja are fucking legends. Every single time, without fail, basically. I have come across a male row in Bozja. They are a goddamn king. It has been so consistent. You sense a hostile presence. Also, shout out to the times that I see, what's it called? Male Hrothgars leaning into, like, Bozja roleplay while in Bozja. Also, shout out to them. He's a Zangief cosplayer. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh my god. So this is what it's like to do an expansion on content. This is what it's like. Is this how y'all live? Always trust the MLS Zangief. Is this how you all live? Like a brand new expansion comes out and you go through it and you have to like actually fight the enemies and it's like take a decent amount of time to kill them when they pop up as part of your quest, and like when you run through a zone you have to actually avoid enemies. How do you live like this? Oh, that's a Dynamite one. I've done that before. Yeah, it's one of the cave. We've done the Dynamite one. I think we did it twice. I think we did it 2 or 3 times last time. Again, I don't get anything to see right now. Go true girls make dirt. Do not make do with the dynamite, please. Holy shit! She has pretty eyes! Beautiful eyes! We made this animation once, and by the fucking gods, we're gonna do as much out of it. Avoid enemies is a little generous. I can't imagine going through an expansion for the first time and treating every area like it's fucking Eureka where you're trying to avoid enemies. I did that in ARR for a little bit. Everything's set, Chief. Send the coordinates now. We're there as soon as we can. Rodok, Makoto, it's time to head out. You get all that, Basil-Jean? We will hold their attention for as long as we can. Godspeed. Oh no! The warship! Is it moving? Oh my god! It's fully armed and operational! Oh no! Damn it. Are we too late? Sir, look! Lassar! Lassar, gods, please let his plan work. Nice dodge! So, Dariana's scary. Dariana's scary? What in the seven hells was that? Gonna be the Elegant weapon is operational? So, the target is too small to score a direct hit. They won't be so lucky a second time. Fire again! Yes, sir! Energy levels at 45%. Bad news, I'm afraid. The Empire has been damaged and we've lost the coordinates of the dam. Of all the rotten luck. Yeah, I saw this working. How the fuck are we fixing it? Oh, Lion's down here! Lion's just contending with a small contingent. Okay, contend may have been the wrong word, but you know. Did you catch that, Leah? We lost the coordinates. Quickly, send up a flare. Understood, Chief. Flare! There! Oh shit! March! SOS flag, quick! Olivia! Rosso! Jesus! Rockets everywhere! Alright, time to protect them. Yeah, Rustic! Rustic making the Gunbreakers look badass! Bloggy with the little gun. That did save our life before. I probably shouldn't insult the little gun. Now! Activate the dam! Come on, Lucia! Come on, you can do it! Yeah! Aether! Come on, don't fail me now. Oh! Hey, Lion, guess what? Blue lights! Yeah, okay, again, contend was the wrong word. He wiped the floor with them. Yeah! Get fuck their ship! The engines! They've shut down! Prepare for emergency landing! What? Aha, what good's your airship when you can't get it into the air? Good! Haha, now it's just a ship. And there goes everything else crashing down. Really is just like Praetorium. Oh shit. So we saw this happen. We've got to be the one ready for this, right? Like, if anyone could fix it. Fran! Holy shit! Fran, what the fuck? Oh my god! Holy shit! Yeah, focus on her ass! Let's go! Take us down! No! I really thought because we had the echo as well, we would have had to, like, been the one to help her because we're the only one who knew, like, how it was gonna go down, but nah, fuck it! Sexy Bunny Girls is gonna show up with her entire ass out and save the day! Take us down now! Right! FF12 cunty bike. Bike perfectly designed to make sure the passenger in the backseat can stare at her ass. Your Charlotte companion is safe, though I cannot say the same for you at the present. It behoove you to retreat. What? Who is this? Fran, General the Damascus Resistance. We may save the pleasantries for when you return to Camp for Journalists. Yo! Fran! Right, Janomas has told me about you. Alright, heading back now. Oh my god, goodness. Yo, what's up? Once again, Dalmasca coming in fucking clutch. At saving specifically Makoto. Bwagi, I'm now realizing, Bwagi did the same thing. Bwagi did the same thing. The red mage fate is so ass. Why? Because it ends instantly? Because Lorvo survives for maybe 6 seconds, even to the NPCs, so no one can actually do it. I agree. Soon all will be over. Oh, Father. Would that you could have lived to see this day. The mask numero uno, come out the window! The Allagon's penchant for creating unspeakable horrors never ceases to amaze me. Thank the gods we have you here to help us. Not for you, I doubt the Resistance would have the wherewithal to continue fighting the good fights. I mean, they've also gotten help from, like, the entire Eastern Alliance, which is, you know, the point of the Alliance, so it works out well, but... I apologize, it actually is speak Portuguese. But enough of my pessimism. Is there something you wish to talk about? Later. Not important right now. Sorry. Ah! The time has come, Bladers and Blackman, and so have I. To put an end to the 4th Legion's schemes and reclaim Bozja's freedom once and for all. Failure is not an option. I said the others is hanging out over there. No, I guess I'll show up in the cutscene. Basiljan! Cannot wait for the Dauriad to spawn in the middle of us doing cutscenes. So excited for it. A plan worked, Bladers and Blackman. The Dauriada was forced to make an abrupt landing after the Amplifier released its pulse. Just as Sid predicted. So we have to solve it pretty quickly before it's fixed. We don't all emerge from the encounter unscathed, however. Lydia was badly wounded. We have done what we can for her, but she needs proper medical attention. She gets shot by missiles, that is, yeah. As the mascot of all this questline was mana from the gods. I've already spoken with Lord Hian and his Trivirgins are ready and awaiting her help in Doma. Can I trouble for you for use of Lilasa? Yes, I'd be glad to help. I would accompany her to Doma as well, if that's alright. This wouldn't have happened if not for me. You may have glimpsed the future, but you didn't see everything. There was no way of knowing for certain what would happen to any of us. Using the Amplifier was my plan, but we all knew the risks involved, including Lilia. This is a war we're fighting, after all. This is hardly the time to discuss such matters. We have a long journey ahead of us, and I dare say your healing magics will be of great comfort to her until we reach Doma. Makoto went on a suicide mission and she survived. She's gotta look pretty silly. While we tend to our wounded comrade, let us deliver the final blow to the enemy. With the Dalriada disabled and reinforcements newly arrived from Dalmasca, we never have a fine opportunity to strike. That was obviously maybe in luck. Oh my god. We'll offer whatever assistance we can if it means defeating the 4th Imperial Legion. Though we can offer little in the way of material, I've brought several vehicles which I believe will prove helpful in this final endeavor. Oh. General friend, you have our gratitude. I will see they are put to good use. Do we have more bikes? It is time we make ready. The coming battle will decide the fate of Bozja. But as we have seen, our enemy is willing to employ any means at their disposal, no matter how reckless or deplorable. We have reason to believe they have obtained the deadly new weapon. We must be prepared to adopt a strategy as the situation warrants. Ladies and Blackwin, we count on your assistance one last time. We will free Bozja. Together! For Bozja! And there you have it. Time and again she has fought at our side and we have overcome many a foe. Now we stride into battle once more and by the grace of the gods, victory will be ours. For Bozja! Oh my god. It is true the Imperial's presence in the sky is greatly diminished, but Menenius has yet to reveal this Alagon weapon of his. That is to say nothing of Lion and his beasts. Our victory will not easily be won, but I have faith that, together, we will prevail in the end. Herzegovina! I'm not sure who and or where that is, but Herzegovina! Unlocked? Oh god. How many cutscenes? Oh no. If I miss it by a couple seconds, we have to wait like an hour for it. I'm gonna be mad. I shouldn't have done this. Seas. For God's sake, boy! What did I tell you about bowing out with a bit of grace? It's over, Menenius. We've lost. Even so, the relic must not fall into the hands of the Bosnians. I will have jettisoned it from the Dalriada to the ruins whence it came. Once our troops have been evacuated, I'll engage the ship's self-destruct sequence and seal the entrance, keeping the route beyond the reach of those savages. Meanwhile, you're going to take the rest of our detachment back to the massacre and crush the resistance. Then, and only then, I need to return here and reclaim Gabranth's weapon. Am I understood? So it's the coward's way out, is it? Not man enough to face him after your resounding failure. It was I, Gabranth, who entrusted with the Dalriada, and with his final hope of claiming these lands as his own. If that hope is to die here, then I would perish with it. I have not put my life to offer to make amends for all we have lost. Look, Menenius, everyone's bound to have a spot of bad luck eventually, even you. Now isn't the time for drastic measures. As much as I enjoy seeing an arrogant, fork-tongued prig such as yourself go down a fiery ball of ruin, no Gabranth still has a part for you to play. You want to go bury the relic? Fine, I'll even help you. When we're done, we go and speak with him together and explain what happened, alright? Your stubbornness never ceases to confound me. Good. That's what it takes to get through to you. I'll be as stubborn as I like. You would call me the arrogant one. God, they fuck so much. Yeah, Allegan monstrosity, alright. Fucking hell. We just dealt with the weapons! Like, fuck me! I'm not getting into it. I'm not getting into it. There's too many fucking cutscenes. That's Save the Queen. What's Save the Queen doing? Excuse me. I'm going as fast as I fucking can. Yes, yeah. Save the Queen going to her? It teleported her? I'm confused. Access? Yes. We can access it. There we go. 2 minutes. We have plenty of time. Oh, they're actually in. Oh, we're actually in it. Oh, okay. Okay. We're there. We're there. We're registered. We're in it. Okay. Okay. It starts in 2 minutes. I should have everything. Great decide. That is true. That is true. All right, let's go. Diva sideways? Why Save the Queen teleport Missia? What is gonna happen during this? I'm so confused. The Dalriada. I mean, we actually unlocked it and then immediately got into it, so at least there's that. Ooh, that's what all that is. It's a big pathway inside. Hey, it is more of the bikes. Which one's Minderfist? I can't tell. Previous 3 minutes on the register, then you get 2 minutes to go in. Okay. Yo, hello. How many have we got now? We have 9 people in here. Up or down? Which? Okay. Take a bike or take a hike? I want one of the bikes. Can I get a bike? Oh, someone is looking for a group. Invite a party. There we go. Yo! Invite a party. All right. Oh, are we? Can we bike? That sounds fun. Which one do you vote for a first choice? I see Zangief. I see Zangief. I see Zangief. Down. Okay. Is down bike or what do we do? I should have everything. I gotta actually equip my up onto power though. Down is walk. Okay. Do we have any hope below? Oh my god. So much dialogue. If we don't have any hope along the ship's gangplank, we must send a small unit of soldiers slip past their defenses. I should think no more than 8 lest they draw attention. We'll do what we can to keep them distracted. Meanwhile, attachment must take the star chasers and go inside. So who's going where? I mean, I want to take a bike. Bike sounds cool. Whee! Yeah! Yeah! 1/3 goes on bike, 2/3 go on ramp. Okay. Whee! Bike! Okay, so the other people fight outside and we like sneak in. Okay. Okay. I do have heals. I do have heals. So I can heal. Holy shit, Sadova! Yeah, yell, I'd hope so. I'd hope they can hear yell. Actually, they may not because it's there. If you're yelling, then no. So I have to be shout. Those boots don't have heals though. Stay down because I'm the healer. That's fair. Again, I have heals. I have heals for us. While we fight Shadowbringers. Oh. We have another! Hello! Hello! I don't know if you... There we go, alright, sure. Hello! Yeah, that's why he's not here. Alright. Is bottom ready? Bottom should have 5, so like they've still got more than us. Yeah, that's why he's on a duel, because he's fucking here. I'm okay fighting Shadowbringers. The bottom seemed like a helldiver. Pull away, here we go! Whee! Pot the power! It was you who thought to sneak inside. Oh, that suits me just fine. Pyrokinesis, I can't interrupt that one. We have Zangief for good. Stab, 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 stab. Time is mind to command! Mind to control! I've not done the duel. I don't know what time eruption is. Oh, it's just this. It's just this. Okay. Yeah, you're like, so you're learning abilities from the Lakavi in the fucking evil stories. Holy shit. Impressive, Shadowbringers. I'm afraid time is not on your side, friend, for it bends to my will. Reverse time eruption. Ah. Let's do the reverse time warp again. Will this be like the beginning of, what's it called? Castrum? Where we're gonna time it? Seems you do truly live up to your reputation. But you must not be one yet. I'll offer my soul to the fires and must become flames made flesh. I mustn't succumb to the flames, not yet. I'll not sully his memory by giving up now. Oh shit! This is where I must die. I'll not do so alone. Bashk, I pray you are watching this. Okay, so this is Shadowbringers' end is here. He dies to turn into this. Well, Lala's on his ass, and Ella's on my floor. Legatus Bus taught me well, as you will now see. I pour on onto my blade, kissed by the flames of Manathueo! Manathueo? Oh! Hey! Hey, oh, also explosions on it. I was about to say, I remember when we did the fucking extreme. For, Varus. I remember that. Double cast. Good luck, you're about to die. Realized a slight issue of everyone was targeted by, targeted AoEs while one person had a Bashk, I have failed you. While one person had a stack marker. Leave one alive or they'll keep spawning. Yeah, do we wipe and there's too many of them here eventually? On birds. On Prancer. Yeah, there we go. That works. Guys, I'm just AoE. Fortunately, I'm Bloodsucker, so I don't even really need some mitigation. Ha ha ha! Oh no, I wasted a card. Well, we had 3 people up and then an extra joined us. Don't believe there's a wipe timer here. I I'm regenerating health faster than he attacks. The most confused Imperial soldier there has ever been. That time just risk getting overwhelmed by ads. I don't think we're at that risk currently, at least. I think we'll be okay. So do they just find a Helldiver at the bottom? I'm also seeing them talk about birds. You only step up here without you, buddy. There's a bonus chest for both parties doing fast kills. Okay. I think we could convince him to join the resistance. Oh no, you ran away! Which way are we going? This way. Try to remember, which way do we go? Oh, what are we going through? Waves, different waves of enemies? Okay. Boss gauntlet down below. Okay. I'm okay with seeing Side of War again. I'm okay with seeing Side of War's ending. I'm happy with that. Ah, so we let, okay, that's what, okay, so we sneak up top to let the elevator to let, okay, that's what it is. We had to sneak in to make sure everyone else could board. Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I'm okay seeing where he actually ends. I'm okay going through that to see that, oh, this is where Sart of War met his end. We saw the fucking, you fight him so many times in Southern Front. Goes where the Helldivers, elemental dragon things and birds. Okay. Oh shit! It's another weapon. Like the scorpion weapon thing. Fourth Legion Scorpion! Attack with the tails up! Don't burst. Orgabrab! Bozja cuz! So fighting a scorpion tank right before you're about to fight a boss is also very much. Oh, yo! Yo! Yeah! Hell yeah. Oh shit! Okay, let's go back to back on these. Yo! Hell yeah. Reinforce must press on one. We also need one unit down the left and right corridors. Oh, there's like a lot of split ups here. Forgotten fragments and mithril coins. You've come far, rebels, but no farther. Last unravel the mysteries of Aura Sight. I require an audience for my next great work. Ah, pardon me. Oh shit! So this is Grizzlebert. Oh my god! Surprised, are we? Scream for me! I would hear every whimper, every cry! Malevolent energies permeate the floor. Burgeoning dread. Do we want to become it? Not yet. That feels like a oh. Oh. Avoid it? Or a mega death where you want to hit it? Hard to serve. See that? Everyone's like, which one's it gonna be? Which one's it gonna be? Oh, I forgot I had font of power. Forgot I had my font of power. Fleshy Necromass. It'll turn us into monsters as well. On your guard! Oh. Oh, so we become puddings. So him stomping us doesn't actually hurt us, I guess? How do I unpudding? I wait, okay. Another taxi zone that went unused in the Evilist routes. Yeah, it's actually a new one, I like this. Necrotic Billow in front. Nope, player target. Oh god, a lot of player targeted. You can follow us, it's chasing player targeted. Oh god. Ambient pulsation. Oh my god, stop targeting me! Do I want to be one of these? No, probably not. No, okay. I did not see the spawn order at all. I did not see the spawn order for that, so I was just like, I'm gonna die no matter where I am. But, tank privilege. Might of Malice. Oh my god, my nose. I think Might of Malice is a tank buster. Fleshy Necromass. See, I want to try to like turn into it as close to, yeah. Bow. I was gonna say, you want to try and turn into it like as close as you can to like let it. If you turn into it late, then you gotta like wait after the attack goes before you turn back to your attack. Burgeoning Dread. That was the Force March. Which if I just aim here will be fine. Ambient pulsation. Okay, pay attention to the spawning of this. Okay. Okay, here's safe. We go from here to there. There we go. There we go. Might of Malice. Tank buster, I presume. Yes, it was. I have a feeling Zangief probably won't let me main tank here, which is fine. When you got content like this, it's hard for me to just be like, oh, main tank in my first time through. Because just random people you're doing it with. The RSI, how could you? Oh, I got a platinum coin and some, becoming some sagacities. Which I think are also Castro ones. They're the yellow ones, so they should be also, yeah, they're Castro ones as well. I can but wonder what horrors await us. For a blessing attachment to continue to hold fast against the enemy, let us press on with it. Attack! Yo! I recognize you! Yeah, some of the characters here are actually like the people. Yeah, let's go. Oh yeah. Hey, it's about me tomorrow! There they are. Party's pair of warriors and a pair of gunbreakers. Hell yeah. So, alright. We go down sides. Curious is means to be linked between these two corridors. Okay. You said no doubt we must do so from both sides. That was my case. We can be finicky. Fine, I pick a corridor. I pick this side. This person here seems to know what they're... Oh my god. Okay, lasers. Dodge lasers! Dodge lasers. Dodge next lasers! Lasers are persistent. Alright. Stay sharp, everyone. Alright, okay. Okay, my guy's just running. Oh god! What the fuck? Okay. What is happening here? Okay, I need to be... Okay, I see you mess... What are you doing? What are you saying? What do you say LL? What does that mean? I would like to remind the people here, I have not done this. I do not know what the mechanics are. I feel like I'm being expected to safe sides. Okay. So, like, in order? Or how... Okay. LR. Okay. I feel like I'm being expected to know the mechanics of this before we get into it. Because no one's explaining anything, but they're doing callouts like I shouldn't. I would like to remind people, I have not done this before. I don't know why I have to remind people of that, but I would like to take this moment to remind people, I have not done this raid yet. Okay, it failed and then it worked. I'm not sure why. Okay. Did we have to do it at the same time? Rubicatus! So the sign of the Salagon relic. Third call out to the whole raid. Yeah, but I still don't... Like, I've got no explanation of what the callouts are. I'm just seeing letters, and I was like, I don't know what letters are. What letters? Well, we were saying the middle setting on the platform that stops the damage for middle people, see which side the lasers appear. Okay. Did we have enough people for that? We've only got 9 people. Was there enough people to stand in there to do that? Oh, I thought the door was opening. No. Dodge. Oh shit! Yellow gun relic. You've arrived at last. Oh god. Oh god. Liberators come to cut off the head of the snake. How brave, yet foolish. Holy shit. The Bozjan resistance enter! My god. Magic cross ray. Don't give me. Don't give me things I gotta dodge or I'm meant to do that. Silent letter corresponds to your letter, so if it's I on the left side says on the right. Okay, okay. Like, seeing mechanics for the first time, and I gotta try and work them out, like, that's fine. Because that's like, you know, the game's pretty good at that at this point. Marching forward? Is it gonna, how far forward? Is it gonna march with it or leap with it? Okay, basically, like, equals, yeah. Equal side, okay. Like, seeing mechanics and trying to work it out the first time, I'm fine with that. It's like callouts and stuff where I'm just like, callouts are like a player-based thing that like players know what they're doing. Trying to react to player callouts is something I can't really do because I don't know what the community like has like set as a thing. Fall back, Menenius, I can take it from here. Oh, bird! That one too! Maybe I'm planning to keep her all to yourself. We still have a score to settle from the castrum. Yo! That's a silly number of boss fights, my guy. Summon us both, however. Darwin the Younger! Straight up, yeah, called Darwin. Oh, it's oh, we don't even separate like last time. Darwin, you feed some feather into feed some aether into toy of his. We still need him for this. Melee's, oh, Melee's and Menenius, okay. Wait. I don't see any, they're gonna explode. Are we far enough away from those? Okay. Menenius and sounding on them. So I'm just gonna go over here. Boom, 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 step, 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 step. That's right, if one dies, we just kill the other after. That's how I was taught. Good line around Menenius and follow my lead. You insist. Oh, they share health. Oh, because they're feeding Aether. I see a point. Oh, okay. You are just spinning. Okay. Okay, I saw one of these. I didn't see what the other ones were. I didn't see the obey command. Will be. Oh, you. Okay, so you just keep going. So crosses, I assume. No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. Okay. So what's it? I didn't see these at all. Yeah, I'm getting roasted a little bit. It's fine. I wasn't expecting to go back. I gotta look at my cost bars. I can actually see them. My resistance things are covering them up right now. Swooping Frenzy, that's just you leaping, I believe. Yup, there it is. Oh dear God. Pentagons. I love them doing this where it's like, oh, Lion joins in for the fight. and you separate to fight that. I love how they're doing this, but they're now amping it up and just being like, no, you fight Lion at the same time in the same arena. I love that escalation compared to Castro. I fucking love that it's just the two together. So you're, okay, so you're doing a tank buster over there. Oh, they're both two tank busters at the same time. Okay, that was also a TB. Oh yeah, so Darwin loses health to refuel Saudion's health. Lion, to me, hurry! What's your turn, boy? You don't need to rush. Now, where were we? Wildfire Wings. Is that the... That's this again. Yep, okay. Spiral Scourge. Okay, so you do your spinny shit. I love how he's just spinning. Like, look at him go. Look at him fucking go. Is there a pattern to how Menenius spins there, or does he just go? I think he just goes. Like, I thought he was going around the outside, and then he went through the middle. We've come too far for it to end this way. Are they really just gonna both die, and then we fight the weapon? Like the fucking Alagon weapon thing? You see, spinning's a cool trick. You fought well, Warrior of Lights, but I have no intention of allowing you to leave this ship. Oh no! The Alagon weapon! It stopped me from pressing a button! Impossible. Not even the ultimate weapon could have broken those bonds. This really is the conclusion to the weapon saga. Oh shit. Jump! Bye, bitches! Holy shit! Well, we're beneath the Dariana now, it seems. The Diablo Armaments, Alagon Harrier. Holy shit! Hey, you got field notes, nice. Ooh, new music as well. I like how we jumped off and we made it safe to the side. And now we're just gonna jump back down. Platinum card! Turn it up! Wait, I got a button. Whee! I'm here! I'm here! Yeah, let's go! Control system failure. Warning, I return to myself at the last! No, no, Etheric explosion. Groovy hell music. Flames from the bowels of the void shall lick at your heels. The void? The Alagon had a void weapon? This is an Alagon void weapon. Advanced death ray. Etheric explosion. Boom! Alright, winning us out and fucked up shit. Diabolic get. Is this? Is this Diabolos again? Oh my god, it is! Diabolos, go away! I don't know why you're standing here. Like, we got stuck into the door. Oh, it was doing a line AoE. Oh, okay. Oh! Oh! Oh, okay. It uses oh, okay. It's the thing from Omnipore, but it does it the other way. It's using it. So you want to avoid it. Okay. Why is it Diabolos again? How many times do you have to teach me this weapon, old man? Oh, fucking Christ. Are you telling me the final raid that I have to do to get my ultimate weapon is the third fight against the motherfucker who's named after the server that we're in? Oh my god. Shadowbringers really was made for me specifically. Hearken to me, wayward souls of the black, make it known your misery. The thing is this Diabolos itself? Like somehow repossessing it like this? Or is this something made based on Diabolos and like Diabolos's mind isn't in this? That's the real question here. Because it starts with I've returned to myself. Did Diabolos people feel fresh souls? I must have them. Must have them all! Because I feel like if it was Diabolos itself, there'd be lines about, we fight again! But it might just be based on Diabolos, so as like the mentality and the powers of Diabolos. Rather than being, like, Diabolos risen again. Light Pseudo Pillow. Because didn't we kill Diabolos pretty definitively in Sky Pirates? Like, we used the marquee weapon that, like, exterminates Void Sent permanently rather than just sending them back to the Void? Could be cloned out like the Oversoul's creations. That, if this is like another Allergun weapon that the Garleans are working on, that is absolutely possible. It could be like an Oversoul, Overmind kind of thing, but of a fucking Void Sent. So wild to see a Minifest cosplayer running around. I love it. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, okay, that's ultimate weapon shit. You wanna blow them up before they touch each other. Before they link up. If you let the homies link up, they cause devastation. Got it. Diabolic Gate. I love that it uses the doors that way. Guy's so badass. So you can see, so it goes into the... Okay, so it goes there, and then it will go to there, which will go into the Gobu door, which is there. Yeah, so that will lead that way. That goes to the Gobu door. Gobu door will go over to here. Gobu door will go over to... Oh god! Oh god, oh god. I'm not getting out of the way that time. Nope! Oh my god, okay. Yeah, you don't like, you don't have time to get out of the way of that properly. So you really do have to work out the pattern early. Because you don't have time to get out of the way if you don't know, like if you go to the wrong side. Something is wrong with my body. Corruption attack spectral data. Readying emergency system purge. I will not. Retinas reach critical mass. Rebooting system. So it's like also, oh god, acceleration bomb. Fuck. I didn't realize that was my acceleration bomb until a little too late. It's exploding! Techmaster, oh, yeah, there we go! Hey! And there's a progress on our emotions. I can't believe the final boss on Bozja was fucking Diabolos again! Oh my god! How is the final boss on Bozja Diabolos again? That's so badass. Out of nowhere, and what the fuck, but holy shit. Dariana fun. Dariana fun. It feels a lot more climactic than any of the last two ones. Like the fact that there's Sod of War there, the fact that you fight fucking Lion and Menenius at the same time. There's this one giant ass weapon that shows up. Hey, Field Notes on Diablo armor. Oh, nice. Thanks man said it, you showed up and down. Dariana fucks. I've also Melting was worried it wouldn't see the desperation mechanic where it just starts targeting everyone all the time. Is this... Where does this go? Why is there 2 exits? I got Diablo armor though. I did get penalized for that. Manifest Unleash the counter weapon upon the Doriana. Land the fierce charge resistance to a full-scale counter assault. I don't want to go in that in case, like, I have to go through this to, like, exit properly. I'm gonna go this way. Sorry, my nose is still fucked up. There's no way I can continue streaming for, like, reading all of the notes. Exclusive style area, which also has that. Ah, okay. Another CE. Do you... I'm gonna leave the party. I'm gonna leave the party so you can do the CE, because I'm gonna have cutscenes. That monstrosity ready since 2023. I like the idea that people prep for certain moments this far in advance. But Crafts was preparing the comfortable weapon upon the Doriana to lead a counter assault. Look closely, the boss one saw this expression next, so you can see each part burst off from a part of him sloughing off. Oh my god. Me being sick definitely made it harder to pay attention to stuff during that. But that's how it be. That's how it be, unfortunately. Alright. I assume cutscenes to, like, celebrate our victory. I hear CE sounds. I hear CE sounds. I'll have to check Discord after cutscene. Music is still ominous, I'm scared. Bleeders and Blackwind! Thank goodness you are unharmed. What is this place? Lion! Menenius! Grab them! Everyone, fall back now! I think Diabolos is a little bit pissed off. I think it's a little pissed off. Holy shit. Menenius, you fool! So supposed to add like this? Okay, so it's broken free. It's broken free? I feel like that's not a good thing. Oh god! This is the Alagad relic? By the gods, it'll destroy us all! In the name of Queen Gunhilda, I will not allow you to harm these children of Bozja! Like once before in history, save the Queen to protect the people of Bozja from ultimate cataclysmic destruction. Bozja! Queen Gunhilda! Holy shit! There's nothing left. Queen Gunhilda. She saved us. Monsieur. No. Leave me be. Please, Monsieur, you must hold on. I promise you we will rebuild Bozja, and I want you to see it for yourself. For what purpose? Remorse? Repentance? Do not misunderstand, Bozja. I care not for forgiveness. Today, I fulfilled my duty to the Queen. Nothing more. I am a Bozjan, yes, but also an Imperial. A traitor. Justice must be served. The people demand it. Fulfill your duty, as I have mine. Please. Like, the minor fist answer is this one. The minor fist answer is this one, but it's still like a tough decision to make. Like, especially at this stage, it's just like... Minor fist is aware that people can be redeemed and stuff like that. But it is also just like, she's probably going to die no matter what. So like, is doing like, is doing this more for Minifest doing this for herself? Or is this one doing this more for Misia herself? Could all fuck you, Olivia Sin style was my pick, but I feel the other option too. Well, my thing is more so just like, I imagine she can't survive no matter what. Like, the healer already said that they can't heal her. So it's like, for me, it's more so just like, Manifest would absolutely, like, if Misia could live, absolutely this one, there's no question about it. But, like, if Misia is doomed to die, is doing this first one putting her out of her pain? And is that, like, going through with that a way of, like, showing her forgiveness by just being like, because of what you've done, I will grant you this, so you don't have to suffer. Like, if she's doomed to die no matter what. If she could live, then it's the second one, definitely. But I would think overall it would be this. Because it's also just like, she needs to be killed because the people demand it. And it's just like, that is also not how we do things. We kill people if we absolutely need to stop them from doing bad things, but past that, I mean, this is what we said earlier. This is what we said earlier. Like, they literally asked us earlier, what would you have with Misia? And it's just like, we don't need to kill Misia to satisfy the people for justice. The true villains are Menenius and Lion and Gabranth. We need to deal with them. I think overall it's this way. Okay, he's gonna do it. Okay. Please, Bladus and Blitzwind, we grant her this final mercy. Yeah, it's that thing again. It's about the mercy of it. That, because it's out of mercy, because she's about to die, it does change it. That does make it a lot more complicated. But I can also understand Bozja being the one to do it because he's the leader. So it's like, the guilt of doing it is on him. Goodbye, Misia. May the Queen bless you and keep you. It's a very consistent thing this game does. Fran serving face to the background as music dies is kind of funny. It's a thing they have done consistently in this game. When you liberate a place, Dharma, Alamigo, Bozja, the exact moment of the liberation is never happy. They always make sure that the exact moment that it happens is never a celebratory one. The celebrations come later. It's either Doma's liberated, Gosetsu, well, dies. It's you liberate Alamigo, but Xenos kills himself as opposed to facing justice, and everything that the Warrior of Light would go through facing someone like Xenos and what it does in their head, and even like liberating Bozja is that. I mean, even like, you don't liberate Ishgard, but in the process of like freeing Ishgard from war, it is still a process of several characters died to get to that point. Even the moment you defeat Thordan, Estinian is immediately possessed after the fact. And stuff like that. And even when you, like, rescue Estinian later on, it is still like Kreisvelga has to put down their own brother. And stuff like that. It is very much, is a very consistent that it's just like, these efforts of improving the world are worth the price. But a price is being paid. There is a price to pay for it. Pardon me. Ah, my nose. Out of all the streams to have a busted up nose, it had to be this one. Hey, to be fair, it's probably better that happens on this one than like fucking 5.3 or 5.5. Probably better my nose is fucked up now than like an MSQ thing. Just why did this happen during Blue Mage or some shit? There's a mighty fine Bozjan soldier. There's a mighty fine proud soldier of Bozja. Lost Bubble should be classified as a fucking pollutant 1/200 in his damn spell. It's the only thing that comes from, like, the fucking Forgotten Fragment it has. And you get so many of them. Like, one CE drops fucking 40 of them. It's so stupid. At long last, victory is ours. There are still remnants of the 4th Legion to contend with, but I believe it is safe to say that the war for Bozja is over. Many of our brothers and sisters were lost on our path to freedom, but I take heart to know that their sacrifices were not in vain. That our dream of a new Bozja will finally come true. Bashaljan has returned to Gungos, and I've no doubt he'd be glad for your company. Amicia? We thought it best if her remains were not to return to Gungos. To some, she was not more than a hated enemy, and even in death she would be an object of their scorn. But rest assured, I will see to it personally that she is given a proper burial. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. This is why the whole stream's happening today. Like, after we wrap up the story, I'm ending it. We'll come back midweek to, like, read field notes. Might also give me an opportunity to try and farm field notes, now that I don't have to farm relic for raid pieces. Position's a violent moment of revolution as necessary, but less a part of the struggle in a way not many stories do. I think it's just like, again, it's the exact moment of liberation is always undercut. Like, there's the celebration after the fact, but the exact moment that it happens, they always very, very deliberately undercut it. Sons of Valor are so expensive. I don't think there's anything I can buy, so I'm assuming that's a poster metal thing. You look good as Minifist, I gotta say. You rock the Minifist look well. You do it well. You've done it well. Everyone should dress like this. I also like how you actually made sure to have the relic. I mean, to be fair, it's the first step of the relic, so you needed 1,000 poetics for the bit, but still. It feels very weird. I imagine it would feel weird running around dressed as someone else's character. I feel naked without a cunty bob. Yeah, but this hairstyle is still cunty on Vieira. This hairstyle is still cunty. And look how much your tits are hanging out. Like, how do you not feel sexy with that much tittage hanging out? Anyways, let us go back to Gungos. Ow. That one actually hurt. And see how much more we can do before my nose starts dying. See, here's the libations. Here's the libations. There they are. Everyone cheering on celebrating. Squirting contest. And now the next part, building a nation. So. Blade is some Bloodhood. Words can scarcely convey my gratitude for all you have done for the people of Bozja. Got a lot of paperwork here. Though the fight for Bozja is over, our work is far from done. When faced with the 4th Legion, the Bosnian resistance stood as a united, cohesive unit. But now I foresee disputes between its various factions as they seek to pursue their individual aims. For that reason, I wish to first create a council of leaders, that I might discuss and establish laws to govern our people. Very similar to Lisa's plan in Alamigo. I've already begun drafting documents that one may serve as our constitution. It remains to be seen if they will meet with the others' approval. You see, I've chosen to base a number of my writings on the principles of the 4th Legion. Don't mind if it's any step and stake, people. Cross my videos past the last thing entered into Google search bar. Sorry that I'm ruining the Bozja finale with a fucked up nose. But I didn't want to wait, because I'm impatient. Got my phone to work? Hell yeah. With all due respect, sir, I do not think it wise to simply admit to borrowing from the imperial doctrine of all things. The people would be up in arms. They deserve to know the truth, Marsak. And I have my reasons for choosing such an approach. While many of us dedicate ourselves to the resistance, there are those who would rather live in peace, even if that means submitting to imperial rule. Some, like Bozja, saw the Empire's ways as preferable to our own. To discard everything that came as a result of the occupation would cause more harm than good. There are many things introduced by the Imperials from which we stand to benefit, and would be foolish to dismiss them simply because they came from the enemy. Make no mistake, the Bozja I intend to build will be free of discrimination and poverty. A nation of the people, by the people, and for the people. As such, it will require the understanding and cooperation of all. A great deal of blood has been shed that we might come this far, and I pray we never forget, though we may never again have to endure such a tragedy. Well, I have one of every confidence that you will lead Bozja to a bright and prosperous future. While Amigo and Dome are able to thrive, I see no reason why Bozja can't do the same. Ian? Ah, that's it. I was half expecting Ian to show back up. Sid! Makoto, welcome back. And here I thought you might actually take a moment to enjoy your hard-earned victory. Such steadfast dedication to rebuilding Bozja is proof enough that the people are in good hands. Did Ligia not return with you? Has she yet to recover? It was touch and go at first, extracting the traveler from her stomach, but she is doing much better now. Should have seen her protesting when we insisted she stay behind to rest. She made a... The only one who died was the Femru. Game, what have you got against Femrus? Minifist! I was worried sick about you! You were the one in the hospital bed. Let's not just not do a car system this time, yeah? I like how they talk about it like we're borrowing from the enemy, and what they're borrowing from the enemy is not having a caste system. Right when you needed me most, I let my guard down, so I couldn't be there with you to the ends. We had missiles fired at us, it's fine. Never mind that, how are your wounds? I never felt better. As a matter of fact, I was about to gather my things and head back to... my stomach. Garvold has a really bad caste system. No, yeah, but Gabranth is different. Gabranth has woke Garlemald. His fascism is more woke than the others, so, you know, it's different. Just ask Yumbu. They can swear by it. Sounds like the Trivergent's taking good care of you, Ligia. And I trust you won't be giving them any trouble. Be a shame if I had to send Jesse to keep an eye on you. Girl boss Garlemald. Jesse? I think I'd prefer the shrapnel. Oh, deadly stomach wounds. Oh, I shouldn't be laughing. Ow, ow, ow. Geralt! Geralt is shit-faced! Sup, clone? D&D's been moved to this time. Why does everyone have D&D on the day that I can stream long? I know multiple people now in chat who have that. What the? Why are you all standing back like a bunch of prissy old maids? Yo, what? Yeah. I'm gonna have a bite too. 3. Wherever your path may lead, it seems fortune seems to smile upon you. Not only have you led the resistance to rat the 4th Legion, by some miracle, weapon they unearthed from these lands was also vanquished. On behalf of the people of Dalmasca, you have my sincerest thanks. Of course, the war is not truly over until we have dealt with Gabran. He is no doubt planning his next move, and I intend to be prepared for our next encounter with the Imperials. When that time comes, I dare say we would benefit from your assistance. Okay, question. What move does Gabranth have left? What move does Gabranth have left? Sword of War, Menenius, Lion, Grizzlebird, Albellier, Abdbellier. Like, every single one of his commanding officers are dead to dead as shit dead. Well, probably not Lion, because we didn't see Lion die. And the 4th Legion, I imagine, is mostly gone because the airship blew the fuck up. What plan will Gabranth have at this point? He's not going to be able to go back to Garlemald and get more soldiers. They're civil warring right now. / whatever the fuck is happening with the Telophony. What plan does Gabranth have left? Until the next time. Perhaps in Dalmasca. They're really teasing us that we're going to Dalmasca. We can't show the handshake because you might be a Lala and we don't know how to model it so the hand goes down. I have to talk to Makoto. She wasn't expecting to survive. We are not going to Dalmasca. Sid, how are you feeling after your insane adventures in... Oh. How's Sid feeling after how much stuff he's gotten up to in the side content of Shadowbringers? Like, we did the weapons last week. That's how he's feeling. Fair. Fair. I mean, it's gotta be, again, it's a big moment for Sid, because, like, Bozja was destroyed by his father. So being able to liberate it, big deal. Another nation freed, followed the footsteps of Doma and Alamigo. I didn't realize, thanks in part to one troubled soul, whom I shall never forget for all my days. In the eyes of the people, she will forever remain a criminal, a traitor. Yet it was she who delivered us from certain destruction. Her crimes were said to be unforgivable, but what of ours? Was it not our callousness, our animus, that fueled her hatred? I squandered every opportunity to guide her, ignored her every unspoken plea for help. Her loss is a scar on my heart that will never heal. A ceaseless reminder of my inadequacy and shame. Okay, I imagine this is dialogue probably by Balshazan then, more so than anything. That sounds more like Balshazan dialogue more than anything else. Okay, I can't have the gay deal if my family love interest did a villainy and died. Is that Makoto thinking there? Like, that, like, it definitely implies that it's Makoto, but I don't know, it also feels like pure white dye inside of boxes. Hello. Can actually get money. I guess it's like it's meant to be Makoto, but it does also sound like it's just like not being able to reach out to her and help her is like that also failure. I guess also like Bozja is like trying to rectify that by like taking the parts of like what Garlemald was like what the fourth was doing in Bozja that like Misia preferred over the ways old. No echo, no nothing. Then it is as I thought. The last of the blade's residual aether is spent. The queen is no more. We could have foreseen that Misia would carry on Queen Gunhilda's duty, protecting her people to the very last. David down for real this time. Did she believe her final act could affect change in the world? Or perhaps did she at last find the means to do so within herself? An arduous task in either case. A pity we will never know. Aww. Part of the foray. The Lady of Blades, save the Queen, was returned to us. Devoid of the Queen's grace, perhaps, but not of her hopes for a brighter tomorrow, nor Misia's for a better Bozja. Indeed, the hope shall live on, in me, in Marsak, in all of our people. The lives lost for our freedom will not have done so in vain, this I swear. Bozja will rise again, a land of peace and prosperity for all to come. It sounds like Bozja. Yeah, from the Chronicles of the Boston Revolution. Bozja's oh gosh. So that we're looking for those who walked before to lead those who walk after. Gonna miss Shadowbringers! I'm gonna miss Shadowbringers so much! This expansion has been tailor-made for me from top to fucking bottom! You're the entirety of this fan base. I gotta miss it! If you look at Makoto and the others, they've all returned to their homes. I expect you two will be leaving us before long. Though if I may be frank, I believe I speak for many when I say we are reluctant to see you go. Or it's possible that I'll see you stay and help us in the rebuilding of Bozja. But understand there are other worldly matters that require your attention. We shall forever be in your debt, Pleiades. Wherever duty demands you go, know that you will always have allies here in Bozja. Farewell. Field notes. Sid, Fran, Hian, and Noah. Wow. I guess we never fight him in Bozja, so where else would we get field notes on Noah? I guess that's fair. Hey. Hey. Oh, more cutscene. Meanwhile, at Val9 in Dalmasca. Lion did survive! We didn't see him die, so therefore he survived. But he brought back Menenius' helmet. That dude is super dead. Running a fill to the Crystal Tower, people. Thank you, Lion. You are dismissed. That's all? Menenius is dead and that's all you have to say? Meanwhile, in Gunblade. What would you have me say then? You at least acknowledge one of your most loyal followers gave his life for the sake of your ambitions. Menenius understood such sacrifice was inevitable, and by all accounts he did not waver when faced with his demise. Such strength is needed if we are to succeed. Time is short, Lion. My time is short. Sally finally caught up with you. Damn shame. As the soldiers begin to believe failure may go without consequence, I would have you sent to the jails in Menenius' stead. I trust does not pose a problem for you. Fine. So what's caught up with him? No, not Aulus! Holy shit, it's Sicinius! Holy shit, it's actually Sicinius! We hear him so much, we're not actually seeing him. He just looks like Aulus. Okay. Look at us, look around, sir. We have recovered the relic of Menenius unearthed in the Bozja ruins. It's the purple hair. 2 weapons. Is that the relic, not the fucking armament? We've recovered Omega Tier 2 weapons. Return of the Queen. Save the Queen. Chapter the 4th. And then the writer for this got fired at the end? What? Certain field record entries have been updated under collection in the duty section of the main menu. New gear can be purchased from Resistance Slam Clan. I can't control this! This new gear can be purchased in exchange for Bozjan Platinum coins. Ah, stuff like that there. Carry on, carry on. No joke, this is legit what happens? What? Guys, I don't remember anything coming from this. That really felt like an open-ended, hey, shit's about to go down. Queen's Elect. March of the Bloody Queen. Yeah, that very much felt like, hey, evil is... Pardon me. Hey, you know, look at Manifest. So. Very much felt like, hey, Evilist was open, it wasn't exactly open-ended. But let's leave this one open-ended for the next time. And then the writer got fired. They'll die on their way back to their home planet. Oh man, it's fucked. At long last, we have done it. Bozja, our home, is free of the 4th Legion. I've not the words to tell you how thankful I am for everything you have done. Where possible. I'd ask you to remain here in Bozja to assist our efforts to rebuild. I understand full well the infeasibility of such a request. The path before us now is a long one, but it's one that shall be paved with peace and prosperity for all. There's nothing else I must return to my duties. Oh my god, my nose. Oh my god. Yeah, same dialogue as before. There's people are saying stuff, but that is not shit we're gonna read today. We're not reading that today. We'll come back for that. Either is like some stuff, not much. So that does leave Pagaga and Lion just out and about with Beastmasters coming up. People have had theories that probably won't be anything. I mean, if they expect people to do Evilis and then Bozja to unlock a new job, that is not happening. Hey, we got a second triple try though. People will actually riot if they have to do all of this to unlock Beastmaster. People will actually die. A ruined opportunity. Oh, platinum coins. We get platinum coins here. The adventurer not afraid to go deep behind enemy lines. People can eat my dick. Play the video game. In other video games, playing the video game to unlock other parts of it is not weird, but apparently it's weird in 14 to go. Blade is like a cameo or something of anything, but still. As I live and breathe, Blade is a Blackwood. It's an honor, man. My name is Merlzern. They don't told you your name's hard to pronounce. Researcher and curator of ancient Bozjan artifacts. I've been working to recreate the attire and arms of our ancestors. By you, I believe we both stand to benefit from a little mutual cooperation. Oh, you gotta go back to Zadnor as well, yeah. Doing content and unlock things in my Final Fantasy. Great person rest. I break the battlefield to explore ruins I could find for relics. Circumstances have changed in recent days. Some just drawn the fourth legion attention to the ruins, and they've been searching, excavating for something. Whatever it is, I cannot continue my work so long as they linger about the place. But you spend your fair share behind enemy lines, if you not. Be ever so grateful you can bring back any relics you find in your next foray. We've got a few of these artifacts, I'm quite confident I can recreate the arms of our ancestors. I promise to make it worth your while. Once per week. Oh, okay. So this is Castrum or Dariana. Okay. Go to the places and then do the CEs. Okay. Oh, you have to do... Okay, so... Okay, it's a weekly for both. Okay. Manifest or Rugged. I thought I was having a hard time. Pronunciation was just assumed. Manifest is easier to pronounce. I might as well accept this while I'm here. Now that I also get raw emotions from fucking Delabrom, I'm more incentivized to do. I also don't think I've done enough Delabrom to get all the weapons I need. All the steps that I need. Yeah, Castrum and Dariana. Okay. So you do both of those in a week, you get some bonuses, yeah. Relic Farm, yay! Alright, so let's go to Zadnor. I'm not going to continue for super long, because my nose is super fucked up. Like, it's really bad. I'm struggling to talk, if I'm being completely honest. So, we're going to check out whatever's unlocked. Like my tank glam, I made it in a day. It's actually really good. It's really good. That top is nice, and the boots go super well with it. I'll be honest, I didn't even like mentally. Where are the gloves? Are the gloves in the top the same set, or are they different sets? Let's. Evilist Holy Knight. Wow! I gotta say. Actually, the most impressive part. The fact that the color and like the style of the metal really look basically the same as the top. Well done. Well done. Making different metals look like they belong together in a set can be really hard in this game. Some metals just have a particular sheen to them that makes it really obvious they come from different armor sets. Metal on the maiming top variant is hell to try and match up. Yeah. Yeah. Some metals are just really hard to line up with other things. My, what's it called? My Dragoon armor has that problem of, I like it, but it's very obvious that the metals all come from different, arm sets. I'm okay with it, but it's like, it's very obvious. Anyway, supplier! Oh, blade gear. Okay. Oh, okay. So the mithrils are just turning into that. It's like the silvers to the golds. Silvers to gold is just that. And this is where you get early to rise, which is 30 platinums and 5 golds. Okay. Most I'm looking forward to the episode where we visit the first fighter raining guy who used the rainbow crystal to unlock the power of homosexual reproduction. These are all from Final Fantasy XII characters. Okay. Is there any particular piece that... Ooh, that's not what I expect Fending Gear to look like. Huh, okay. That is not what I was expecting a Fending top to look like at all. That very far from... Wow, okay. Evil is very much has a very particular style to it. There's a very particular style to Evilish gear. Maybe shorts are also cute. Oh, I've seen people wear this. I have seen people wear this, yes. Yeah. Absolutely not Manifest style at all, but it is nice for a caster. You can absolutely make that work on a caster. And make it look good. Those are pretty nice gauntlets, I gotta say, for tank and maiming. They're pretty good. Really depend on how you pair it up with other pieces, but I could see it working. Bizarre. Bizarre, bizarre. Ooh, they're pretty. I like those. I like how frilled out they are, that's pretty. Okay, it looks very Evolution. 12 character design was goated. I feel like all of this armor is stuff that makes probably more sense in like the worlds and the art style of 12. It's one of those things where 14 has its own aesthetic that when you bring in something one-to-one from another game, it does kind of clash with the rest of the game. Not awfully, not in a horrible way. But it's like when you see all the characters standing around for NPCs who look like 14 NPCs, and you're standing there wearing like FF12 gear, you do look different. Like you definitely stand out if you wear gear from another game. Ooh, I really like those. Ooh, I wonder if I could. Ooh. I gotta wonder if that would work in anything. How does it dye red? How? Possibly red mage. Those might be red mage pants. I'll have to like have a look. This could red mage pant. This could definitely red mage pant. Possibly. Only time they made this work was the FF14 Hunt Currency Armor and Endwalker. That's, Radiant and, Moonwood, right? Which, I'll be honest, I don't really use much of either of those. Oh, so they made it work on every job. Okay. Moonwood is for stuff. Okay. They're sets that I've only seen the bits interspersally when I just get them every now and then, so I'm not really like seeing them as sets, so I can't really think of what they look like. It's just like I get it from a retainer, I try it on as an individual piece and see what it is, and I've not really used any. I've got like Moonwood boots on my machinist, which I really like. But that's about it. But I don't know what they look like as sets because I'm only getting them from my retainer, so I'm not seeing them like one bit after the other. What did you say, the aiming? Aiming shorts. I will disagree with you on that one. I will disagree with you on this. I think these look dumb. I don't get what it's going for. Like, it coming down and doing straps around the legs. Again, it's one of those things where if you put it together with the rest of the set, it would make sense together. Imagine it with a thigh-high boot. Imagine it on slender legs like a Vieira. As opposed to Themro thighs. Oh, shit. Can you actually, thinking about it. Oh, I'm gonna die soon. Can you haste this up? Check the shoes your own peril. Can you haste this gear up? You can get haste Law's Order. No? Okay. I'm dying! We have to stop soon. No augmented, okay. Yeah, you don't turn in augmented Law's Order to do something to get augmented blades. Okay, fair. Just for glam. That's fine. That's fine. This is one hell of a glam endgame to get to. Anyways. Why? I'm so not well enough to stream. Holy shit. I'm really sure that these models were made in the PS2 era. Why are these those, like, Dutch shoes that are made out of wood, but made out of metal instead? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that works. That works in a specific glam, though I don't know if the shoes are aware of how feet are shaped. There's something about the foot of this that makes it feel like that they don't know how feet are shaped. Why does it look like that? Why do the feet look like that? Like, this is fine. This is actually, I really like this. Like, just what you see on screen right now, if we were characters in Fire Emblem Awakening, like, this would be great. If we could walk around just sunk into the ground a little bit, this would be really good. This is a really good boot. I love the armor on the front that gives it a little bit of that. I like all of that. Why the feet that shape, though? Why? I can't do it. I've ever chosen, maybe that explains it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's just like, I'm looking at it, I'm just like, it looks fine. Why is Crafts like so weird? Why are the feet that? Why is that the shape of the foot? I was confused at first why you were just like, the casting shoes are so bad. I saw this and I'm just like, I don't get it. That's actually pretty good. I feel like that would be your style, except for like maybe some little detailing of it, like the weird amount of laces that it has. Like, why are you against the— Oh! Oh, the feet! Oh yeah. Why? It is— Having boots to turn the toes. I didn't actually zoom in on this so that... That— Ow. These are those ballerina slippers that are designed to like crush your toes together and flatten them down. These are ballerina slippers. What is going on? Chinese foot binding, that's what I mean! What the hell? I'm dying. I'm dying! I'm dying of death. Oh, Jesus Christ. I really thought I was being a pussy this entire week. Not streaming, just being like, no, I should be streaming, I should be fine. I should be okay to stream, it's not that bad. Before you die, follow me, I will. I do see a blue. I do see a double D that I gotta die. Ugh. I really thought I was like, just being like, oh, I should have been streaming this week, and I feel that bad. I didn't realize how much the actual effort of streaming would make me get worse. Like, when I had a walk earlier, I felt so good. Then I came back within 10 minutes, I felt like shit again. Oh my god. Oh, so this is an unlock. Okay. Not an actual quest, it's an unlock because it doesn't fade to black. Bleeders and Blackwind, might I have a word? Your valiant efforts on the battlefield continue to prove an ideal to which all of our soldiers aspire. After conferring with my superiors, they ask that you be made privy to the Resistance's highest accolades. Oh. Their decorations awarded only to our most valiant soldiers, blessed to grant their wearers protection from those who would bring ruin to Bozja. I'm gonna call my shift in the heavens with fate mines. I'm hopefully done with that for the time being. Few are those who possess the medal to qualify for evaluation, but we believe you, Bleeders and Blackwind, may be worthy of this most prestigious of honors. Players who are rewarded... Players who are awarded Resistance honors will be granted increased attributes when undertaking duties in Save the Queen content. A large amount of metal must be amassed to be rewarded Resistance honors. Furthermore, it should be known that no rewards other than an increase to attributes will be granted. So there is a system of leveling in Bozja to increase your stats, like Eureka. It's just post-story exclusive. Okay. Huh. I assume this can't be a major difference though, right? I assume the increase to stats isn't going to be like the equivalent of leveling in Eureka. In terms of like how big of a jump it is. $20k medal per bunch of honors. Are they like usable? I'm sorry. It's very gradual, but it does make a difference. I'm okay with that. I just didn't want to. I just wanted it to be like, oh, you do this, and it'll be like 6 times as powerful as before. And it's just like, I kind of like that Bozja doesn't have like a rigorous leveling system. But I guess like there's nothing I've done before outside of like soloing Pagaga where it felt like I needed to be stronger. So it's more just like, oh, you beat the story, you're now here grinding, get some extra bonuses to make it a little quicker. It's more so the equivalence of like doing Bardessian Arsenal enough to get haste. It's more so like that. Which I guess you can also do here. If you do, like, Castrum enough, you can get haste. If you do Delbrum Savage, you can get more haste. Very good. We shall be observing your exploits in the field with great interest, ladies and gentlemen. When you believe yourself ready to receive of our honors, come and speak with me, and I will evaluate your performance accordingly. Resistance honors unlocked. 3 types of honors, each with increases various character attributes. So resistance honors. So receive resistance honors. This is what the little icons next to our names is. Oh, okay. I've seen those. I believe when I asked about it, I was told, don't worry, kid. I believe that's what I was told. You must first amass sufficient metal and speak with the Resistance Council to receive proofs of metals. These may then be exchanged for honors of your choosing. So the Resistance Council at any time to learn more about Resistance honors. Ray of Fortitude increases max HP 5% per stack. Ray of Valor, damage dealt 3% per stack. Ray of Succor, healing potency 10% per stack. How many stacks can you have of each? Also, are these like permanent? Or are these like consumables? Is this like a permanent unlock? 10 of each. Okay. So 50% at max HP, 30% extra damage, 100% extra healing. They're permanent. Okay. 10 of each, get an achievement and title if you get them all. Okay. I think that works. I think as like a post-game... I think as like a post-content dump, that works. Because if you're still in here after beating the story, it shows that you're in here for the grind. So making the grind a little bit faster, I think that works. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How may I help you? Sorry that I'm constantly muting, but it's either that or yeah, all day. Proof of metal exchange. You wish to receive proofs of metal? Let us have a look at your combat records. Oh, okay. 20 million metal to receive 3 proofs of metal. So 3 proofs. That was like 30 that you've got there that you said. 30 stacks. What's 30 times 20? It's basically 30 lots of like what I've already done. But also, this is why people stay in the 3rd zone. Okay. So people stay in the 3rd zone to just farm metal permanently. Because that's what drops the best metal. You're getting like 100+ K per skirmish and like 0.5 mil per CE. Okay. A reward well earned, I must say. Price for DPS ones goes up as you progress. Currently for me it was 4. Oh, like how many proofs you need? Oh. Oh. 30 proofs to get thing to 10, so 90. Oh, it's way more than I thought. Okay, never mind. Significantly more than I thought. When you made your decision, speak with me again, then we might discuss which honors you wish to receive. Okay, so we can exchange. Oh, so it tells you which one is which. Okay. Okay, it straight up tells you. Here's your Fortitude, here's your Valor, here's your Succor. Okay. Okay. So is 30 proofs for all 3 of them? Yeah, because you said 90 total. So all of them increase as you go up. Getting stacks for all of them increases. Okay. Succor, I hardly know her. Thought process here. Damage, right? See, here's my thought process. What's something I want to do in Bozja at some point? Not soon, but like not a million miles away. Duels. If I want to do Bozja duels, the only one of these that helps, really, is Valor. Duels are like, I don't know how much damage the autos will do to you over a duel, but I'm playing as tank. I don't have, if worrying about autos killing you from a duel is a problem, it's a problem for jobs that aren't tank. I'm a tank, it'll be fine. If autos are going to kill a tank, then they're going to murder anyone else. But if they murder someone else, they may not murder a tank. It should be fine. And Succor, once again, I'm a tank. I'm not going to be taking much damage from that, from autos. And if I fail a mechanic, I'm fucking dead. So I would feel because I know duels are a goal, suck her. Girl cock. until she comes. There we go. What? Who said that? So, because I know that duels is something that I want to focus on, again, not until I beat, like, 6.0 Endwalker, at least, at the earliest. But, I would say, if I want to do duels, this is the thing that will help the most. And also, just playing solo, killing shit faster means shit dies faster. Like, with the way that I've been playing, because I'm playing as Gunbreaker, and I've got my Bloodsucker, and I've usually got on my Cure 4, taking damage and healing are usually not an issue. It's just how long it takes shit to die. I'm taking damage. I might honestly hard focus damage until it's maxed out before any others. An interesting thing to accept the second weekly, you need a certain amount of metal on you to accept, so if you have enough metal to trade in, make sure you have to accept the quest beforehand. Oh, okay. I'm taking this, though. This is the requisite number of proofs on behalf of the Resistance. It is my honor and privilege to award you this Resistance honor. Hey! I get a Ray of Valor. May I offer the courage and protection needed to overcome all who would oppose you, and serve to enhearten those who might fight at your side. So can I get another? Okay, so I can, okay, it still only costs one, but they're gonna start increasing. But I can get a second Valor. Hey! Can I get a third one now, or will that require more? So now the next one requires 2. Okay. So if both of the next 2 require 2, I can get 2 more and then have none left for that. Unless it costs 2 and then 3 to fuck me over. Okay, so we now have the proper metal dump. So if I go over to here... Okay, it doesn't actually tell you in-game how much it is, but this should be what? How much was Valor? I forget. Okay, so I'm at 6% extra damage. I might as well have it. I might as well. There's no reason to not have it. Okay. How are things going on the field? Anything happening? Oh, Dariada's going. Dariada's going, so I guess I've missed that. And I was about to say, is that Pagaga? No, it's not. That's the ice guy, though. Fuck the ice guy. Anything else in particular? Oh, we've got appraisers. They have to appraise us like they should with our revelations. Elixirs and full cures. Ooh. Elixir, and elixir. I got a lot of elixirs. So I was right. You do randomly, yeah, you also just get, yeah, lost on magic and skill of power. Yeah, Dariada also drops fucking, Castrum fragments. Want to do Heavensward Fates? Not particularly. Need to have a minimum 2 mil metal to accept. Okay, so always accept your weekly before you do a metal trade-in. Sounds like a good plan. But also, you don't want to cap on metal, so you've got like a 5 million leeway. So I have my coins. The coins are only useful for that stuff, right? Oh, is there anything new here, actually? Is there anything new for Bozja and Clusters? No new ones there. Dot, Parasol, the emotes, Windcall has always been there. Wind-Up Gun Hilda we've been waiting for. Trinity Seeker, Trinity Event. Diablo Card, of course. Diablo Card is here. Blood on the Winds. Discord Imperial. Queen's Rest. Ah! Furniture item that looks like Save the Queen. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Is that the only thing that's new here other than that? I think it's that and Diablo. But... Unless this one is. Discord Imperial, is that new? Can't remember if we had that. Can't remember if we got that beginning design or if we got that earlier. But there is this at the very least. And also the card. But this one's always been here. This one is one we did. Delbrum, I believe. So, yeah. Couple things for our relics there. Commander. So, can I have a proof of my medal? Oh! Field notes. I have field notes. Yeah! So I can get Mithril coins for my field notes. Okay. Because I have some of these that are left over. So there we go. I can get more Mithril coins. Mariel! Blade is below and is an honor. That were my brothers and sisters in the arms that survived to see the Bozja free, the 4th Legion. My apologies. We've not been formally introduced. I am Mariel, the the last of Gunhilda's blades. And so long as I live, I swear my honor as a blade of the queen. He shall not forget the sacrifices made to grant Bozja her freedom. The name my fallen comrades will live on. And the Imperials would dare sully their honor by turning them against us, turning them into monsters. It is more than my heart can bear. For a blessing on my fellow blades yet remained whole of body, and we were able to take him into custody. If it was understood correctly, a cure for tempering has been discovered, yes? This is Lorvo, I believe. Then it's only a matter of time before his mind is restored. We can begin to rebuild Gunhilda's blades in earnest. It is the least we can do to honor our fallen. But for you, I very much doubt I'd even be here to carry on the traditions of Gunhilda's blades. On behalf of the blades who came before and those who will come after, I thank you. Aww. Aww. Yeah. You see Mariel trying to free Lorvo across multiple of those. This is like why it's Oxbind 5.4, because cure for tempering. 107 7 front boxes, 55 Xandor will open or one finish the relics. How am I at more? How do I have more lockboxes? Have I just been that lucky getting them? Or have I done more progress on my earlier steps because of all of this shit? Maybe, yeah. Because I haven't been doing regular Bozja stuff. I've been working on like trying to do earlier stuff. Again, I need a weapon at every stage, so there has been that. Oh, this leaf here. Is there anything that I should see now while I'm dying? This is not the end of the Bozja finale episode. I will come back during the week when I am not sick and dying. And we will go through field notes. We will go through our field notes. There is a lot here to do. I will try to collect more field notes until we do that stream as well. Obviously, I won't be able to get them all, or at least I'd be very, very lucky to get them all because of all of the dual ones. But you can get that other ways, but also it's very unlikely. But yeah, we'll go through all of these. The ones that are like given to us by quest, we'll definitely read. And then if there's other ones that are also important, we'll also go through those. I don't know how long it will take to read them all. There's a lot of words here, but there's no way I can do that while I'm like this. Fucking no way. I'm talking to Cielos. His quest is just he's just saying that I've got a quest because I've got the weekly for Delabrum and Zadnor. And it's on the front. Yeah, his thing is just, hey, go do your weeklies. 15 more DL runs and 17 DL runs if I did my math right. Yeah, I guess those don't give that many lockboxes. You've made a lot more progress on that. Have you tried to ask him how his day is going? Unfortunately, the how are you option isn't actually showing up here to make me sad. It makes me sad. I'm not allowed to actually ask just how his day is going. But, yeah. If we're all good, because I'm not, we will pause for there. I will come back later in the week when I'm not dying, and we will continue this. Again, like, we're at a point in the... We're at a point where we have finished so much fucking side content in 14 that there isn't, like, a ton of us for us to get Healthy Fire's body. It's just my nose. That's fun. So it's like, it's really just my nose that's fucked up. But hey, thank you for buying my general purpose dark green dice for less than 100 gil each. I think game boxes because hostages. That is true, yeah. Yeah. Saving hostages gets you a lot there. Also a lot of fragments. But yeah, because we've like finished every bit of side content, outside of like what we're doing here for Bozja, we're really at a point where every stream for 14 now is just going to be, let's do our main objective for the day. Oh, we're done. There's nothing else to do. So yeah, we'll come back. It'll be part of the same episode. We'll read the field records. Honestly, I'll try my best to make sure we can actually finish the relic that day as well. If I only need 15 of those raw emotions, that's like 4 more Dalriada runs. I can also do Delabrum for it, and I can do level 70 dungeons. It seems to be by far the easiest step for whatever bizarre reason. you've got so many options that I can work on multiple things at once. It's kind of weird. But yeah, so I'll probably also, like, finish the relic. That'll be, like, the end of the episode. We will read our field notes, and we'll finish the relic, and we'll finally have the blades resolve. And everything like that we'll do there. You can legit finish the final step in an hour. It's crazy. We could do it now. It's just I will die. I could do it now, but I really don't think I should continue streaming. I really don't. Can you hear it? Can you hear how much my nose is fucked? Because I can. Get a last night before I finish the relic fitting. It's from the Gundam bus. Field notes are going to be the pain in the ass thing. Like, some of those just do not want to drop. Again, I've done so many Delabrums at this point, I've still not gotten Trinity about. It's really annoying. I'll probably try and focus on doing... Oh, that's because I was going to say I'll focus on doing Delabrum instead of Dalriada for, like, finishing this step. But there's going to be field notes in the Dalriada as well on the bosses that you fight there. But yeah, anyways, I'm out of here. I will return when I recover so I can talk a lot without my nose dying, because we have a lot of dialogue, well, not dialogue, we have a lot of written words to read, so I'll come back for that soon. And we're back. It is, what, 2 days later? Yunsa. We're about 2 days later after when we did the Dalriada and we finished the story. I feel a lot better. Apparently the day that I, like, did the first half of this episode was the last of the bad days that I had being sick. Yesterday was mostly fine. It was a little bit, but, like, wasn't quite 100% there, but it was mostly fine. And today seems all good. My nose doesn't seem to have an issue. My throat's still, like, a little recovery. It's still a little bit heh, but I think it's basically fine. My nose is itchy and scratchy. my nose itches, like the front skin there itches from using tissues. I don't have any of the good fancy tissues that are meant to, like, not irritate your nose. I've only got cheap bullshit that irritates your nose. But I feel much better now. In fact, I think I feel better enough today that I can read and talk for extended periods of time, because we have a field record to go through. Now, the fact that it's only about 2 days later, I wanted to do this as early as possible, because, you know, I was just like, well, I want to get back into streaming. I didn't, like, stream for, like, 3 days because of feeling sick, and I clearly pushed myself too far and shouldn't have streamed when I did this. But I'm just like, I feel good. I want to get back into it immediately. I don't want to waste time because I want to get to other streams as well. So it's only about 2 days later. So because it's only about 2 days later, I don't have a ton of extra field records. I've not... I said I was going to try and focus on getting some more. I've tried that. I think I've got maybe one extra, if that, compared to what we had before. There's a lot there that is still there. We still have the issue in Zadnor, where when the times that I play, the Bosnian Southern Front at least has some people. The times that I can play, Zadnor is dead. No one exists there. And if anyone does exist, they're in the third zone farming metal. So trying to spawn skirmishes and seas in the other zones for the field records is going to be much harder in Zadnor compared to the other places, is what I have noticed. I have noticed, though, that if you want to do Zadnor solo for metal farming, it's completely possible. It's actually not even that bad. If you're the only person in the zone, you can go to Zone 3, the Northern Plateau. It's because they're all, like, all the areas in Zadnor are just called, like, Southern, Western, and Northern Plateaus. They don't have names like Old Bozja, the Alarmic Climb, and stuff like that. It's weird. There's a little difference that I noticed in Zadnor. But if you go into the third zone of Zadnor, you can just, like, kind of go from one skirmish to another without really stopping. If you wait, like, 5 minutes after the instance starts. It really is just, you go and you do one, you go and you do another, and, like, you only have to wait, like, 20 seconds between each one for another one to spawn. And if you're the only person there, most of them won't be just killed before you get there. There's still the one against Lovo, the Red Mage, where Muriel, his apprentice, is fighting him. And honestly, even if you're the only person in the instance, there's still a chance of, like, that skirmish nearly being over by the time you get there because she's just so powerful. Lovo kind of sucks. He gets his shit pushed in. But and also none of the skirmishes, at least that I've run into in the third zone, have the Pagaga issue. To be fair, I've also not run into Pagaga in the third zone yet. But Pagaga in the second zone is a pain in the ass solo. But everything that I've done so far in the third zone is super possible solo if you're running a tank and you just like have Bloodsucker on. And that's just kind of the solution to most of Bozja, if I'm perfectly honest. Be a tank and have Bloodsucker. It really makes it a lot easier. So there is that. So farming metal is like super possible. Oh, you're not getting your CEs. And you're not getting your Dariadas, so you're not getting the big injections. I have done another Dariada since the stream. I did do another one. We had 4 people. Turns out when you do 4 people and you go down those laser hallways, because you've only got 4 people, no one can like turn off the electricity floor. So you kind of just have to like zap your feet the entire time as you're running past there. So there's that. I also didn't get to see the other path because I was the only tank, so I had to go fight Shadowbringers solo. So I did Shadowbringers again. So I've done another Dariada since then. You get like 3 million metal for that, and your CEs give you like 500,000, or I think a bit more than that in the third zone. So you're getting like a bit over 250k metal. So like cash in like one set of honors. I think I worked it out. It's like 75 skirmishes. But you bounce between them non-stop. It's as fast as like Heavens with Fates in terms of how quickly you can go between them. It's not like Shadowbringers Fates, where sometimes you just get to a zone and you've just killed every Fate in the zone and there's nothing left for you to do. But that doesn't happen. Stop going on! I've only done Cash from Lycus and Dariada once, only for finishing the Bozja storyline. I'll be honest, I love all of the raids for Bozja. I love. Like, if you ask me what my favorite Alliance raid series is in the game, I'm gonna say Bozja. I'm going to be a smartass. I'm going to say Bozja, and the thing is, I'm gonna be correct. The 3 of them combined are basically an Alliance raid series. And they're all really fun. They're all really fun. Have you read anything? Yeah, I read, not today. We tried to do some reading in the Delibram stream. Because we were just like, oh, queue times are going to be so long, we're just going to start reading. I got like nowhere done. So the plan today is to just start reading, and I think I've got 42 out of 50, right? So I've got quite a few. I'm only missing 8, and a lot of those are going to be the duels. A lot of those are going to be the duels, and of course Trinity of Vax. I will never get this drop ever. So I think I just go through and we just read them all. We'll see how long that takes. Hopefully no longer than like 4 hours. Whereas talking would be a lot, even if I'm feeling better. But I think we're just gonna go through that. There's I've read like a couple of these on there, and I had a glance in between streams, like not the last one, like earlier, of just like what some of them were like, and like how I saw like the second Misia one is like a fucking interview after she's been captured, clearly, stuff like that. So yeah, I think we're just gonna go through them all and just see what happens. If we're at the point where we have 8 left and a lot of them are going to be from the duels, then that will just be a case of whenever I do the Bozja duels, then we just read the last ones as we do that. Only Bozja I do is Delibram Originate for relic grinding. Delibram is, Delibram's weird in the sense that I think Delibram has my favorite fights out of all of the raids for Bozja, but Delibram is also the one that changes the least. So there's kind of, and also like basically it's just nothing but boss fights, whereas Dariada and Castrum have their own unique sections. So it's weird where it's like the fights are probably my favorite in Delibram, but I would kind of consider the other ones more fun to repeat constantly because they can be different. Like Castrum, you can go top or bottom to get 2 different fights. You've got like massive trash pools. You've got the hallways, which is always like fun to see how much you can do against the clock. Adrenaline uses different mechanics each time you get there. When you get to Darwin, you can do the lion section, and it's similar in Dariada. There's obviously the other thing you can do that isn't fighting Shadowbringers, which I've not done yet. You've got the hallways of lasers that you got to run through and stuff like that. It's got more of that variety. It's got more variety each time you do it. But the individual fights in Delibram are like some of my favorites in the game. So there is also that. the march mechanic that the Queen has of just like you have to make yourself move X number of squares while the enemies are going to move X number of squares and then do like line AoEs in each direction. And you've got to work out where you can stand so you can move the amount of spaces that you need to avoid the enemies and see how well you can keep uptime while doing all of that is really fun. Doing all of that is super fun and I love it. So yeah, there is that. So yeah. It kind of makes me wish that it was easier to do those raids more frequently, because Delabrum is, again, you gotta wait in Party Finder, and then you have to wait 10 minutes. It fucking sucks ass. I can't get my headphones comfortable today. The right ear just refuses to be comfortable sitting in my ear. It keeps popping out a little bit. It's very irritating. And then obviously there's Castrum and Dariada, which you don't have to wait as long once you start queuing for it, but you kind of just have to wait for it to eventually pop up. And then I notice a lot of the time when things like that do pop up, not enough people in the zone will even want to do it. Like, there's a lot of people who go into the fields in the Bozja places who will see Castrum with a Dariada pop and then don't join in. They're just like, nah, I'm doing my grinding out here. And I'm just like, okay, I guess in this instance of 10 people, I'm the only person who is queued up for for Castrum. I guess I just won't do Castrum then, because you can't do Castrum solo. You can't even try. If you queue in with Castrum solo, like if you go to one of the top or bottom fights and pull it, and no one's in the other one, it just instantly wipes you. It just doesn't attack them, immediately kills you. There's just like, you can't clear this. You don't have people on both sides. Die. Go away. So you can't even attempt. Anyways, let us begin reading and see how well my throat holds up to 42 field notes of reading. Keep in mind, each of these are like 10 paragraphs long. I'm sure I won't die. It's alright, if each one takes an average of 10 minutes, that's only 7 hours. We'll be fine. Baziljan, oh gosh. He's 54 Hrothgar from Bozja. A native of Bozja and leader of his people's resistance movement, Baziljan worked to free his conquered nation from the tyranny of the Gallian Empire and re-establish the region as an independent state. In his youth, Baziljan studied the medicinal sciences. His academic achievements saw him conscripted into the Imperial Army to serve as a medic, a career which in turn earned him the rights of citizenship. Such status allowed him the opportunity to marry and sire a child, but his happiness would be short-lived. While Hrothgar was called away on campaign to suppress an uprising, his family perished in the now infamous Bozja incident. A devastated Baziljan later deserted the Empire, fleeing his unit along with several comrades, and it was not long until their underground activities brought them into contact with the resistance. During his time in the Imperial Army, he had not been one to dwell upon the cruelties of life, but the events of the disaster, however, left him a changed man. Few can match the hatred and bitterness he now feels towards his former masters. Yet even so, Baziljan strives to master his emotions. History has taught him that anger alone will not suffice to deliver his people the freedom they desire. Instead, he focuses his energies upon the newly reformed Gunhilda's blades and their sacred weapons, as he leads the fight to drive the 4th Imperial Legion from his beloved homelands. Some people say the Bozja raid should just be in rollout, which is just silly. That straight up wouldn't work, because lost actions... you can't put them in rollout because lost actions exist. It's like, the reason that they're separate is because they are not the type of duties you can expect people to just queue into. And can use Party Finder for Castrum like a Dariada, because I honestly can't remember if I've seen anyone do it. You can set up Party Finder for Bozjan Southern Front and Zadnor. So you could possibly put up a Party Finder saying, want a group of people to go into the zone to try and spawn Castrum or Dariada. You could do that. I think I've seen that once or twice. But usually people just go into the zone and just do it with whoever's there. But yeah, you can you can't put it for those duties specifically, but you can put it, but you can put zones as opposed to Delaware. Because people do that for Eureka. People put up like a zone for Eureka saying, I need help in Pagos. Let's go grind Pagos together in Party Finder. There is that. Yeah, one thing to remember about like so many people who are part of the resistance here, as we saw also with Radovan, A very similar situation where Bozja has been under, like, Garlean rule for so long that, yeah, most of the people that we know served in the army for the Garlean Empire at some point. Radovan was the same. Radovan mentioned that as well, that he mentions about how he was also part of the Imperial Army and he couldn't stomach it anymore. And it's when he said, no, I'm not doing your army shit anymore, that he was locked into the prison next to Sophie. And then they got out. I'm touching it and making it worse, so let's just continue reading. Marsak Capella, 42, Hearthguard from Bozja. But like many others, Marsak was a conscript in the Imperial armies. His duties often took him far from home, and he was thus spared the fate of his parents and siblings when the Truction visited Bozja Citadel. Following the tragedy, he escaped the military during the resistance, and the service as Bastion's right-hand man. In addition to attending to the resistance leader, Marsak is responsible for procuring funds and supplies, as well as the training of recruits. Where the warm-natured Hrothgar truly shines, however, is in his capacity as a liaison with outside allies, such as he and Abdoma, or the Sardna Trading Company. Contacts with whom he has built a trustworthy reputation. He was the one we originally met, through Hancock. This amiability extends even to the citizens of the Empire, amongst whom he was once raised. Marsak, by his own quiet admission, chose to save his animosity for the imperial state rather than its people. Although some might consider such attitudes too soft-hearted, it is this gentle manner which sets the otherwise guarded minds of his counterparts at ease. An avid student of Rustic's gunbreaker techniques, Marsak is also admired for his martial talents, and has earned his name as the Stalwart Shield for the Bosnian resistance. Hey! Another Rustic mention. Rustic suddenly becoming the most important fucking Job Quest character out of every Job Quest character in the game. No, I guess maybe Zoron, because Zoron is canonically the person who taught Alice. So there is that. Possibly the centers for White Mage. Don't know if they've ever come up anywhere else. No, they showed up in the MSQ because they brought back Ishtola as the cat bullet. Yeah. Zevin Svanash, 42 from Bozja, unverified. Okay, fair. Okay, I completely forgot that Estinian started as a Job Quest character. Never mind, it's Estinian. Never mind, it's Estinian. I completely forgot he was in 2.0 as a Job Quest character. Never mind, it's Estinian, and it literally can't be anyone else. Never mind, I forgot. He's so embedded in MSQ, I literally forgot he started as a Job Quest character. Something is in my left eye. My left eye hates me today. Zevin is a member of Gunhilda's Blades and assumed to be a native of Bozja, though none claim to know this for certain. Notoriously reticent, the little he has divulged of his past suggests his road led through many lands. Fathenhead to the south, Ingashi to the east, even the Imperial capital Garlemald to the north, in his quest to master the arts of the arcane. His obsession with Magery began with a journey to Eorzea. He had travelled with his father to Gridania, desperate to find a cure to the wasting disease which afflicted his mother. Their efforts, however, were to be in vain. He undertook her life even as they sought to means to her salvation. Knowing only that his mother's ailment began with the Empire's occupation of Bozja, young Zevin's grief soon grew into wrathful hunger for the vengeance against those he held responsible for her passing. He considered the magecraft he had witnessed in his travels, and swore to take that knowledge back with him to Bozja. He would make his own study of the world's magics, and bring those powers to bear against the Imperial invaders. Yet although Zevin succeeded in creating a unique school of spellwording, he refrained from sharing this expertise with others. He simply could not risk his wisdom, focused as it was on dealing destruction, become the catalyst for misery in the hands of an unscrupulous practitioner. Zevin himself soon became a peerless mage, his presence on the battlefield akin to a vengeful god, inspiring awe and terror in equal measure. He does not fear death, he tempts it, welcomes it even. Such fatalism stems from prophecy pronounced upon him by a seer of unknown origin, whom he chanced to cross in the ruins of Damascus. Though the words spoken were foreign to his ear, Zevin was nevertheless able to divine their meaning. When the fires of revolution stained the skies of Bozja, his doom would be at hand. And now that the southern front is consumed by turmoil, he believes it is there that his grave awaits. He will not seek to avoid this fate, but carve a red trail through his foes, as a proud blade of Gunhilda, till such time as his inevitable demise rises up to claim him. He does not fear death. With every moment that passes, the prophecy edges ever closer to fulfillment. Well, that happens, I just don't think it went quite the way that he expected it to. Like phlegm in my throat that I'm noticing I'm talking. So it's talking! Talking is the thing that kills me. Isolde Kovoy, a 26-year-old here from Limunde, Damasco. Isolde's parents were respected Bosnians who fled Damasco in the warring off their homelands, only to look on helplessly as their new haven was forced to join the growing number of imperial provinces. Exhausted by conflict, the Kovays declined the Empire's offer in return to return them to Bosnia with their fellow refugees, electing instead to settle in Liamonde. Thus was Isolde born a provincial citizen and educated in the imperial doctrine. Her heart, however, was ever drawn to the traditional music and dance of her Bosnian heritage, the frenzied tempo of its rhythms, the soaring peaks and plunging valleys of its melodies. Its lyrics told a tale of her people's lives and bonds with nature, stories of a love plucked on strings and beat on drums. Atop this was laid the dancer's song, strident voices blending with the booming steps of their furious measure. From a young age, Isolde dreamed of becoming such a dancer, and so intense was her passion that I began to see her as the hope for a new generation of performers. To realize this dream, however, she would also need to learn the bow. This weapon doubled as an instrument in Bosnian dance, using one bow to saw the string of another, or twang on the bowstring to keep time. But custom dictated that the bow be no mere prop. As a marker of respect for their ancestors, who were once nomadic hunters, all dancers were fully trained in its use. Thus, when Isolde joined the resistance, she was already an accomplished archer, her steady hand and keen eye soon earning her a place as one of Gunhilda's blades. Subcrafts. Yet even amongst the ceaseless violence, she harbors an abiding love and respect for what the people of the land once had, and hopes they may one day have again. Isolde yearns for peace to come swiftly, not only for the sake of Bosnia, but for the Empire as well. Finally, my fantasy 14 Shadowbringers. Subcrafts, we've decided we're just reading them all because I'm an idiot. Well, it's one thing I really appreciate about Bozja specifically. It seems they've gone specifically ham with it in Bozja compared to other content of showing jobs working differently or different combinations. Like, Isolde is a dancer who uses a bow. Zevon specifically has, like, black mage skills that are designed to combine ice and fire all the time. Like, you see jobs being... There's also the amount of different new jobs that are there, like Puppet Master, Pyromancer, Beastmaster. They use it specifically to give, like, a view into jobs beyond the limited scope of the way that you play the jobs, because even a lot of other NPCs that you run into do jobs in a very similar way to the way that you do jobs. Even on the first, that's the case. A lot of jobs are played out very similar to how you would do them. There's just, like, Black Mage is probably the most different, because Black Mage focuses more on explicit void stuff in the first, based on Yelbert. The famous bow dancer. Well, that's what I mean. It's so cool that the jobs function differently. Like Beastmasters wield a bow and like a shield and an axe. It's like, yeah, famous thaumaturge Stola who uses flare. Well, her job gets listed as sorceress. So there is that. There's some form of black mage, but not black mage, that she's learned from the Knight's Blessing that's called a sorceress. Because in terms of lore reasons, the fundamental difference between a thaumaturge and a black mage is that a thaumaturge uses their own aether to cast their spells, whereas a black mage is able to draw in ambient aether around them and turn that into their spells. I can feel like phlegm growing in my throat as I'm talking. This is not something I was expecting to happen. I may need to go hawk up my lungs at some point during this. Stanek Alabov, 36-year-old Hearthguy from Bozja. Long before he joined the ranks of Gunhilda's Blades, Stanek had dreamed of becoming a hero. Life under Imperial rule was, for a great majority of the Bosnians, a daily struggle against poverty, and the same held true for Stanek's parents. A slow day at the little store they ran meant no food on the table that night. No coin could be spared to send Stanek to school, and that too was not uncommon. Stanek himself did what he could to earn money, whether it be minding the neighbor's children or polishing boots on the street. But no matter how bad things were, he never resorted to thieving. His parents had always told him that being poor was no excuse for poor morals. At age 15, Stanek presented himself at the Imperial Army's conscription office for evaluation, and was accepted as a soldier. He did this not because he sought to soldiers' glory, but rather to ease the burden on his parents by giving them one less mouth to feed. Ugh. Also, black mages use their job crystals to avoid being killed by their own magic. Oh yeah, because it can very easily overwhelm you because of how, like, chaotic it is. Did we get any confirmation of soul crystal usage on the first? Was there any confirmation of people using soul crystals on the first? Because, like, obviously the history of some jobs would be different. Like, White Mage is explicit about the trees of Gridania, so obviously that'd be different. Machinist only just now existed. Gunbreaker is, like, a Bozja designed weapon. And stuff like that. But then there are others where it's just, like, the soul crystal itself doesn't have, like, a big part of to do with the actual job other than just helps you learn it. Whereas something like Scholar, the fucking soul crystal is literally how you get your fairy. So it's very hard to actually do that without the soul crystal. So there's also that. But I can't remember at any point it being confirmed that they use soul crystals on the first. I mean, there's no reason to think that they wouldn't, but it's also just a case of did they ever confirm they did. Of his meager wages, he sent home what he could. Though it be but a pittance, to some, it sometimes helps Stanek to feel like the hero he yearned to become. The letters he received in return were his sole source of comfort, evidence as they were that his parents had survived. Stanek was stationed at a distant post when reports of the incident flooded in. A message arrived from his parents 5 days later, and he felt a rush of relief, until he saw the numbers neatly printed in the corner. It was dated 1 day before the Bozja Citadel all but ceased to exist. Blaz Azatena. So I feel like part of this is also a good reminder of just like, hey, you know how they've been saying a lot throughout like the Bozja storyline about how Gabranth is trying to do a different Gala mold, about how he's trying to make it a meritocracy and like not discriminate people based on class and everything like that, which like the Bozja of old very much did. I like they're doing parts here where it's just like, hey, you know how we talk about that? That does not mean that the Gallian Empire's occupation was better than what they had before. Hey, also remember, the Gallian occupation was also still fucked. Does that realize how little we know coming on the first? Even Ranjit, the only human from the first who have exclusively fought it, uses he uses Gukumats. That's what we know. He uses Gukumats. Like, we know that... Like, we obviously know of, like, the main core Warriors of Light. He's a gobbledygook. We know the core people there. Like, Ardbert had an axe. We know that Brendan had a sword and a shield. And, like, swore an oath to defend a king and a queen. Which comes across as very similar to Paladin. Renda Rai used a bow. Though, from what we understand, I don't think Renda Rai had any bard aspects to her. There's Lamit, who had healing magic, but to say that it'd be the same as White Mage can't work because of the way that White Mage starts. It would only be like possibly a use of spells using Ambient Aether that could line up for that. And then Nielbert has a lot of spells that line up with Black Mage. But the only thing we really know about like what they studied was Void Shit. Which, yeah, the Black Mages of the Source also studied Void Shit, but studying Void Shit was a separate, different aspect than Black Mage study in Mark. Like they get collated a lot together because Marky was just super into both. But the Black Mage that the Marquis uses has nothing to do with the Void. They just also used the Void at the same time. Kind of like a Reaper, you could also go to Slath and you could also use the Gukumats like Reapers and Shroud. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is like, what is Gukumats? Lamit did some stuff, get some stuff from Ronka. That is true. Lamit learned healing spells from Ronka. So there is also that history of like, how did that part work? Yeah, we have very little idea of what Gukumats is outside of it's some form of beast control that allows you to fuse with that beast. You can run into Ranjit's dad in Kalusha. Huracan, the A-rank hunt mark in Kalusha, looks like a giant snake that is Ranjit's Gukumut. And when you speak to the person to learn about Huracan, they straight up say that it's just like, oh yeah, that was like the snake that Ranjit's dad used. So there is that. I believe all the magic in first originated from Ronka, or nearby spirits were also Ronkan. That's true. Well, I think out of all the civilizations that we know on the first, Ronka's by far the oldest. Because stuff like Voba, stuff like Nabatha Rang were all still in existence when the flood of light happens, whereas Ronka was ancient well and truly before that. I could read E, but eh. Blaz Azatine. Oh, my throat is already causing an issue here. Maybe it was bad. Fuck it. 25-year-old Hrothgar from Doma. Blaz is a samurai, a direct descendant of the founders of the Verdant Path, an illustrious martial school famous for teaching everything from unarmed combats to swordplay to spear techniques. Want us to read the tomes? We have the tomes. I'm already reading. If we get distracted by that reading, I'm gonna have so much reading to do today. The school had a history of forbidding its disciples from engaging in uprisings, adhering to the philosophy that martial perfection was to serve the enlightenment of the soul, not sharpen tools for base conflicts. Fucking cop shit. Oh my god. Just... We are teaching you to be a samurai. You must explicitly not use the samurai teachings to defend the underclass and to promote the underclass. Damn, that sounds a lot like the level 70 fucking samurai quests. When insurrection broke out in Bozja, however, there were students who whose hatred for the Empire overwhelmed their stoic sense of obedience. Those who joined the fight were expelled, and so the Verdant Path avoided confrontation with the Empire's forces. Direct source of E3, Ayashdola, and Jane Graha. That makes sense, them being, you know, some of the few people who could write for an encyclopedia about Eorzea, also from the first. And I can't imagine Thancred doing much there. All things compiled from Sign reports. So one thing I do like about Encyclopedia Eorzea, how Encyclopedia Eorzea is not Word of God. Encyclopedia Eorzea is explicitly, like, from the perspective of researchers in the world. So if anything Encyclopedia Eorzea is wrong, then they just have to turn around and say, yeah, because the in-universe researchers got it wrong. Despite being the youngest child of the school's founding family, Blaz's father also chose to rebel against his teachings and lend his blade to the Bosnian cause. In the end, however, the uprising was crushed. Blaz's father took shelter in Doma, where he was eventually wed, and as time passed, be blessed with a son. Blaz, following in his... hard to scroll properly with a thing there. Stuff changes from volume to volume, hell yeah. Blaz, following in his sire's martial footsteps, entered a prestigious samurai school, and mastered the katana at a young age. Some years later, when Heian returned from exile to lead his nation in revolution, the eager Hrothgar seized the opportunity to repay his family's debt to Doma. Once Doma's liberation was secured, Blaz made ready to strike out on his own. But after hearing rumors of the Eastern Alliance and a new uprising in Bozja, he knew his road must lead to his father's home. The Verdant Path was experiencing upheaval of his own at this time. I'm now realizing that the first boss fight in Delabrum has an attack called Verdant Path. There's people in universe who claim it's all bullshit and just the science make themselves look good. I mean, if you don't know, and the science is very new on all of this shit, just like, by the way, multiple worlds and realities. Yeah, Trinity, what's the first one? I can remember the name of Trinity of Ad because I keep not getting the notes from it. But the first one, the first Trinity fight, has an attack called Verdant Path. The Verdant Path was experiencing upheaval of its own at this time. with the newly appointed schoolmaster championing the cause of rebuilding the Bozja of old. Blas was welcomed with open arms and even offered a position to teach the art of the samurai. He declined the honor. Though his father had since passed on, Blas was determined to carry on his legacy. He had joined the resistance in the ranks of the Gunhilda's Blades, swearing an oath to see the nation of Bozja reborn. Yeah, the Ravana reskin. I forget the name, it's Trinity something. I can only remember Trinity Avowed because it's the one I keep not getting notes for. So I'm always looking for the name to pop up when I open the box after it, and I never ever get it. Velobor Asatina. Oh, Asatina. We have, second cousin. Zatina's Grace in Bozja. Velobor is a knight and second cousin to Blas. Unlike Blas, he's the direct descendant of the founders of the Verdant Path, an illustrious martial school famous for teaching everything from unarmed combat to swordplay and spear techniques. I was of 90 about notes. Give me one! I know it doesn't work that way, but still. Hack into the game and make it tradable. Trying to scroll through this using... Can I, like, select it to... No. I was about to say, can I select, like, the bar to move it up and down? Using the right stickers, not the most fluid thing. So many hot Hrothgars lost to titty fusion. Jesus Christ. This prestigious institution has existed for over 200 years, and its adherents rose up in strength to defend the city-state of Bozja against the Gallian Empire's incursion. As the invasion rolled on, however, Bash van Gebrand, the legatus of the 4th Legion, grew reluctant at the slaughter of so much promising martial talent. He promised the Verdant Path amnesty and protection if it would but swear fealty to the Empire. The schoolmaster accepted him by surrendering himself to the invader's justice, where his disciples spared further bloodshed. It was Velbor's grandmother who inherited the schoolmaster's mantle, and she upheld Gebrand's pact with unflinching rigidity. Tempers would flare and groups would form to rebel against occupying forces, but any students she caught joining these uprisings were immediately expelled. Thus did the Verdant Path endure. It was on her deathbed, however, that she muttered these words to her successor, Velbor's father. I have honored our promise to Gebrand as my harbor's husband wished. His sacrifice was an act of love, to ensure that we survived. But you, my son, are not beholden to this oath. A new age is upon us. Blas arrived to find the Verdant Path now aligned with his own purpose, and Velbor discovered in his second cousin a kindred spirit. He remembers their first meeting and the sense that a missing part of his soul had returned. Indeed, Velbor felt his distant relative more a brother, in truth. Within a short while, they were engaged in friendly rivalry, their mutual encouragement leading to the invention of a new martial techniques. Even as their companionship blossomed, the school took steps to formalize its allegiance with the Bozja resistance, and Velobor, along with some few dear comrades, was invited to join the vaunted Gunhilda's Blades. This day, as every other, is his great sword poised to fall upon the oppressors of his people. Sucks to think about how many people we're reading about right now who just no longer exist. Aggie Glover, 17-year-old her from Bozja. An ancient, diverse settlement home to some 200,000 inhabitants, the Bozja harbor city of Matruvier draws in laborers from farms around with the promise of plentiful employment. Yet despite its prosperity, this haven also shelters its fair share of vagrants and orphans. Whether it be through war, illness, or imprisonment at the hands of authorities, many are the children who lost their parents to unfortunate circumstance and end up huddled beneath the streets of sewage and drainage tunnels. Aggie had been one such child. She never knew her parents nor the name she was given at birth. Aggie was what the Imperial clerks chose to call her on that brutal winter's day when they found the 5-year-old shivering outside, alone and half frozen. She claims to have little memory of the time before she was rescued, aside from the taste of Zephyr, a sweet marshmallow confectionery which remains her favorite food. She has no recollection of where or with whom she lived. Back then, she seemed unable or even unwilling to speak. The clerks took the silent Aggie to be raised at the illustrious Verdant Path, a school of martial learning, and her transformation was nothing short of miraculous. The dead-eyed, listless child that was taken in from the colds came to life in the company of her classmates. She had incredible aptitude for reading and writing, devouring every scrap of wisdom her instructors set before her. Before long, she had blossomed into a young girl full of smiles and affection, her cheerful mood never failing to brighten. Blas and Velobor were the two with whom Aggie felt the most connected. Determined not to be outdone by their martial prowess, she devoted herself to the study of fist fighting, and through a combination of hard work and natural talent, rose to the rank of master by her 16th name day. When her battle brothers left to join the resistance, she would not be left behind, and there in the muddy camps amongst soldiers prone to fits of despair of fury, Aggie was once again in a welcome ray of sunshine. She became their living banner, a rallying presence on the field. They cheered when she was selected for Gunhilda's blades, Blaz and Velabor loudest of all, but she suspected Bazaljan had based his decision on more than politics than merit. Still, she saw no point in provoking arguments. Aggie would continue as she always had, fighting the good fight and lifting the morale of her comrades. Is she the only one who survives? No, she does not survive. Because there are these three specifically, Blaz, Velabor, and Aggie, who are all part of the Verdant Path. And specifically the three weapons that they use at the that boss fight uses at the start of that are monk weapons, greatsword weapons, and samurai swords. The one who survives is Meriel. The last of Gunhilda's blades that survived outside of like you and Marsak is Meriel. I don't know if she's actually in the first one. But no, these three, because she's also part of the Verdant Path. I believe the Verdant Path is the name of the attack that the First Trinity uses, swapping between weapons. But it is specifically a samurai sword, a greatsword, and fist that it switches between. And that's why the attack is called Verdant Path, because it's the school they all came from. Because you've got three who fuse there. You've got the four who become the soldiers, and then you've got another three who become Trinity Avowed. Which one of the ones for Trinity Avowed is Zevin. I assume Isolde might be another one, because it also uses a bow. And it also uses a Paladin Sword and Shield. But there are two of the blades that use a Paladin Sword and Shield. So maybe Static is part of that as well. It might be these three who become Trinity Avowed. Because Trinity Avowed has the mage shit, which is its biggest thing, which is Zevin. That's why it has the hot-cold balancing. It does the Shiva bow attack, which would be a Isolde, I would presume, which also shoots at you from the sides. And then it has the sword and shield attack. But there's also one of the Queen's Guards who has a sword and shield. Because the Queen's Guards have like a gun, a sword and shield, a samurai sword, and an axe, I believe. I remember. Lofi Pierre Petitus, 19-year-old Makote from Valnain Damasco. A former member of the 4th Imperial Legion's Mage Detachment, Lofi is guilty of one of the gravest crimes an Imperial soldier can commit: desertion during combat. This she did in order to free her Monoceros, a creature of great worth to her unit, at the cost of all that she had achieved in the Legion, and on pain of death. Such a brazen act may seem irrational to her comrades, but to young Makote, was perhaps the most rational decision of her life. Also, Monoceros, Mono. It's a reason why you fight along when you fight alongside Lofi, she has a unicorn with her. It's a Monoceros. Then it's fucked up with a Switch Pro Controller uncomfortable for you to use anyone else. So it makes my thumbs scramble and way PlayStation controllers don't. I possibly for me the Switch Pro Controller is like this, the DualSense, and the Pro Switch controller. I think it's the two best controllers ever made. I think they're basically tied. And it also depends on what game I'm playing, which controller I want to use. I could not use any controller other than this for 14. Because the placement of the face buttons and where the sticks are. Like, you could not use the alternate layout to play 14. It would not fucking work. But no, I love the Switch controller. I love that. But I'm like, what controllers are comfortable for which people is very dependent on your hands and what you like. So there's also that. Like, I know some people hate this controller because the triggers are too stiff. Because they've got the motors in them, it's like, it can get exhausting to hold down the triggers for a long time. Which, I think this game specifically has actively made my index finger stronger. Because I remember first using this controller and having a similar thing of, man, holding down the triggers is kind of like uncomfortable in this. Because it's got the motors in it, even if you're not, like, even if it's not using them. It feels like it takes a lot more to push it compared to anything else. And then I started playing 14 where you hold down the triggers for 90% of the time you're playing it. And now I have incredibly powerful index fingers. So there is also that. Owing to the inability of native Guardians to wield magic, the Empire seldom incorporates use of spellcraft in their military. When they do, as is the case of the fourth, they take a meticulously scientific approach. employing various creatures from wild animals to void sent as test subjects. Imperial mages study the magical arts of faraway lands and adapt them for use by people who possess limited affinity with magic. As a talented summoner, Lofi was charged with this task. Lofi Hip Hop Radio beats the summon / control mod on Saros 2, thank you. Maybe it's that. I feel like I switch every controller to High Heavens because of 14. It honestly could be that. That might be part of it. 14 forces you, like, to play 14 on a controller forces you to do fucked up shit with a controller. Like, I sometimes playing other games go to use, like, the face buttons with my index finger. I'm just, like, leaning this over doing this. And I'm just like, why am I doing that? Only 14 requires me to do that. But I've been catching it. I sometimes do it while I'm playing Monster Hunter. And it's like, this is not a PSP Monster Hunter game. I don't need to do the claw. Which notes am I missing? I think I'm only missing dual ones. Like, 2 Dalriada ones, 1 Trinity Avowed one, and then there's a couple from the fields in Zebra. I have every note from the fields in the Southern Front outside of the dual ones. I know that. And the only Delbra I'm missing is, what's it called? Trinity Avowed. Yeah. Like, building up phlegm in my throat when I'm talking. Very, ugh. With her abundant it's alright, we're almost done with the first page of 5. With her abundant reservoir of aether and precise touch and spellcasting, Lofi was far ahead of her class in the military academy. Upon graduation, she enlisted in the 4th Imperial Legion, where she completed a grueling initiation to earn the place in the mage detachment, led by Sadir Ram Albelio. Though initially filled with pride, she would come to be wrapped by disillusionment in Bozja, where she was confronted with the cruel treatment that was forced on test subjects. One test subject in Lofi's care was a Monoceros, a rare majestic beast with the power to vanquish undead beings. Despite her railing conscience, she bit her lips and dutifully conducted experiment after experiment upon the wretched creature, but her blood froze in her veins when she received the parchment bearing her next instructions and read the word vivisection. It was then that she came to a gut-wrenching realization. The spell she helps to create are born of suffering. Burning with guilt and regret, Makote made her choice. She would set the Monoceros and herself free. You're lucky I missed the very first note and somehow that one, this one? I specifically went out of my way. This is one of the ones that I had to very specifically grind for. Yes. I actively hunted this one down. The Baziljan one, I actively hunted down. Because I wanted it because it was, hey, someone got a Sidception thing. Yeah, I actively tried to spawn the skirmish for this. And I had to do it multiple times to get the muzzle genre. But it is one I actively worked on. Because the skirmish for this is one of the ones where you need to kill 4th Legion robots. Sorry, Machina. War Machina. What mob do you need to farm for it? I do not remember, but I remember reading it on the console games wiki. It was somewhere on the console games wiki that I read it. But yeah, there are certain skirmishes that only spawn from fighting War Machina. And the one that gives you Field Notes of Azuljan is also that. So yeah, I did have to specifically grind for that one. I made it, that was the, like, some of the others I was just like, keep an eye out for those specific skirmishes and go for them when they appear. The Baziljan one is basically the only one so far that I've had to actively spawn that skirmish myself multiple times together. Gonna miss Bozja a lot. I will do it all again on my ults because I'm insane. I'm glad that I still have so much Bozja to do. Like, even if I don't do all of the relics, there's all of the notes to get. There's, like, working on, field notes. There's working on achievements for, like, rezzing people and shit like that. There's the duels. Like, it makes me really happy that... I think it's something that Eureka kind of misses. Eureka, you do... to do the relic. Unless, like, the only thing you can do in Eureka other than the relic is run BA because you find BA fun, which there's obviously a lot of people who do that. We saw them in my video of BA. There are people who will just run BA a lot because they find it fun. They've well and truly got all the weapons a long last time ago. Or you do, like, Happy Bunny treasures. There's not really anything else to do in Eureka. like, there's barely any achievements to get in Eureka outside of, like, do BA a bunch and get the relics. There's not many extra collectibles to get there outside of some Happy Bunny treasures and, like, a couple of triple triad cards. I think it was a really, really, really smart idea for them to be like, Bozja is way more than just for the relic. Which is kind of funny because the relic is almost inconsequential to the story of Eureka, yet the main reason to do the content is for the relic, whereas the relic is a core part of the story of Bozja. It is a critical detail, the entire reason that the arc starts with you getting involved, and it comes up several times about how important the relic is for it, to the point where, like, there's an entire raid based on people who had the relics, who then got tempered. And yet you also can do so much more in Bozja than just working on relics. It really is its own entire fully fleshed out side mode that has a lot to do in it. And it's just like, doing Bozja and seeing what it is, really does just make me turn around and go, oh, every single complaint about Endwalker not having content and the game not having content up until Dawn Trail is purely because Endwalker didn't have one of these. That's that's at least 90% of the complaints about nothing to do in the game. Most of it is just, oh, Endwalker didn't have this. I'm holding out hope for Bozja 2, but I don't really like what I see from the previews. I mean, the thing for me is just like, I'm in a very similar position as Ucrafts, where Bozja's made for us. What we want gameplay-wise out of Bozja lines up exactly with what we want in the game. And it just helps that the story is also just, like, very good. The story lines up with, like, obviously it's evilish and stuff, and evilist writer, so you like it. And then for me, I'm just like, I like having another revolutionary storyline in this game and everything like that. And I like how much detail it has in its story, especially compared to something like Eureka, which was just, there was old men who saw a primal, and now you turned off the primal by unplugging it from the wall. I know it's more complicated than that, but it's just like, Eureka didn't give me fucking 50 field notes to read. So yeah, I'm gonna be in a position where it's just like, I can't imagine Bozja 2 I'm going to like as much as Bozja 1, but I don't know how much of that is just because Bozja 1 lines up so specifically with what I want it to be. Because it's just like, a lot of people also didn't like Bozja when it came out, and like, they say that part of the reason that they didn't even include a Bozja in Endwalker is because people hated this so much. And I'm just like, what the hell's wrong with the player base that they don't like the best part of the game? Hernius Pierre Longus. A lot of people are stupid and dumb. Well, I know why a lot of people hate Bozja. Because Bozja requires people to play the game. And if there is one thing that Final Fantasy XIV players hate more than women, it's being asked to play the video game that they spend a monthly fee on. So, there is that. I am so looking forward to the day. I'm so fucking excited for the day where one of the big drama YouTubers happens to stumble upon me talking about that, something like that at one point. I'm so excited for the moment that, like, Xeno or someone makes a video going off at me, just being like, this person is saying that the worst part of 14 is the community. This person is saying that the 14 community is sexist. This person is saying that 14 players don't like playing the video game and they get mad when they play the video game. And I'm so excited for that hour-and-a-half long video about me saying offhanded comments for 30 seconds that one of the grifters will make one day. I am so looking forward to it. Hell yeah. It'll be the popularity boost I finally deserve for this LP. And he pissed long. Oh no, no wonder he's so evil. I've had to hear months of discourse from BT because they dared to up the tiny bit difficulty a tiny bit 5 expansions in. There was one thing that I heard about that. I don't know if it was in connection to a base game thing or a raid thing or a savage raid thing. I can't remember. But the specific comment I remember reading was just like, people are actually upset that their character is level 100 and they're being asked to do something that's difficult. When Hernius first enlisted in the Legions, he shared the Midland Marshal's unfavorable impression of Lion Rim Hellsus. The Beast King's tactics were unconventional and unpredictable, subject to sudden changes as he surveyed the shifting tides of battle. Certainly no such rough and tumble strategy was taught at any officer academy. The man himself was uncouth in word and appearance, and apparently preferred the company of creature to man. They dismissed him as they would any borderland barbarian. Does Lion have any reason for being part of the Empire other than it lets him fight people with these animals and he's just there because he wants to fight? Is Lion just like, is Lion just furry Xenos? Is your Lion's raid hard? Yeah. Am I gonna suck it up and learn it? Yeah. I just want the Q time. Okay, I will say this for Alliance raids. I think the difficulty of the near raids is on point for an Alliance raid. Like, Evilist is a little too easy. Hot take, the Evilist raids are a little too easy for an Alliance raid because an Alliance raid has 24 people. To wipe, you need a lot of people to fuck up. Alliance raids don't wipe on a 1 or 2 person loss. And if they do, it's because everyone else fucked up. So I think Alliance raids should be really hard because there's a lot of room for error. So I think Evilist is a little too easy. I think the near raids are on point for their difficulty. Like, near raids will kill you if you fail 2 mechanics. Which is, like, for an Alliance raid specifically, completely fair. Because you've got 6 people who can pick your ass up. And if you die, there's still another 23 other people doing damage. But they're too long! But they are too long, and I completely agree with that. You can wait 40 minutes. You can wait 40 minutes for a near raid in your queue, and the raid will still take longer. The near raids are absolutely grindable. The near raids are absolutely grindable because if you learn it, they're not that hard. They're just punishing. Like, overall, the near raids are very, very learnable. They are not super obtuse mechanic-wise. They're just punishing. It's just near raids compared to most things will you'll die faster to something in a near raid for fucking up than most other, like, normal content in the game. Which, for an Alliance specifically, I think is fine. Because, again, you've got a lot of margin for error. But the near raids just take too fucking long. That's the biggest issue with them. And also the entire storyline, but that's a separate thing to talking about that. It's the fact that, like, a good run of Paradigm's Breach takes 45 to 50 minutes. That's a good run. I understand most of the near raids, but ask me what the fuck the numbers in that damn tank boss needs and my brain turns off. I'm not sure which one you mean. Numbers in the tank boss? Are you talking about the tank in the copied factory? I'll be honest, every time I've done that, the thing's died so quickly, I've never noticed any mechanics. Outside of, like, the ring lines. I've never noticed any other mechanics in that. I'm getting distracted. Sorry. Hernius dismissed Lion. Or the whole Garlemald Empire, really. Dismissed him as they would any other borderland barbarian. Hernius' opinion was flipped on its head, however, when he witnessed Lion's handling of the insurrection in Dalmasca 4 years ago. While it was true the Beast King spoke brusquely, he knew each of his subordinates by name and was well versed in their strengths and weaknesses. When battle was joined, he did not lead from the rear. Indeed, he was often the first to leap into the fray. Only the weak perish was his constant refrain. The young officer saw the truth of his words as the inept and cowardly fell in droves before the strong. Lion's strategy sent his pets to the front lines to die in place of soldiers, and, while initially bemused, Hernius came to understand the man's fondness for the beast. He doted upon them like children that might not wake to see tomorrow. cherishing every moment they stalked the boundary betwixt life and death. Needing no more convincing of Lion's savage greatness, Herdius requested placement of the war beast that he might serve as his new mentor's herald. The following is an excerpt from Curious, the Mons Falconer's town gazette. One room where the numbers appear on the screens and whatever the numbers means is an AoE. I appears I don't understand how that works no matter how many guides I read. Oh! That requires playing your Automata. Even new D tier can be done in 30 minutes with the current eye level. Well, there is also an issue of like eye level crushing it too much to the point where it becomes too easy, aka remove the echo from Orbon. It doesn't need to exist anymore. Yeah, don't read the numbers on that. It's the pictures. There's hammers, there's machine guns, and there's lasers. That's about pictures. That's the big thing for that one at that point. Yeah, the pictures relate to which pod program it's gonna be. Fuck the numbers. But it's using Nier Automata pictures, so it's just like lines. Is it possible to have a not scuffed unscathed? No one knows how Scathx mechanics works. No one understands Scathx mechanics. No one understands the don't move or you get inflicted with heavy mechanic. No one understands that. Nier can still last for more than 30 minutes. Paradigm's Breach can easily go for 50 without any wipes. If the party does not have like well optimized damage, Paradigm's Breach can easily be 50 minutes long without any wipes. But that is also just like the power of good DPS and actually everyone using party-wide buffs like at the same time. Which is very rare in normal content. I did like 2 runs of Al Amigo yesterday. Back to back, because that's just what happened to appear in my roulette when I was doing level 70 dungeons. For some reason, I did 2 runs of Al Amigo, and I was tanking for both of them, and there was a good 3 to 4 minutes difference in the clear time. And that was entirely because, our Dragoon is like actually using the raid-wide buff at the same time as our Dancer. And I'm using my minute buffs at the same time as that. Wow, our damage is way higher for some reason. CT raids are so boring. I've been doing Alliance raid just lately, last lately, just in case I get CT subclone. They need to fix CT. They keep coming up with things of just like encouraging other Alliance raids to appear or anything like that. The fix is just they need to just fix CT. They just need to go back and fix CT. I'm not asking them to completely redo Crystal Tower the way that they did like Praetorium. I'm just asking them to like make the mechanics matter and to like eye level squish it at least a little bit. I mean, I think like I don't think you can salvage Labyrinth of the Ancients with that mechanic by just like tweaking numbers and mechanics. Because, like, on a fundamental level, Labyrinth of the Ancients doesn't work. The first part you do is 3 tiny mob pools, and there are specifically several moments in that raid where the whole purpose of the raid is a bunch of the party just sits there and can't do anything. Like, oh, here's the Atomos. Half of every party has to just stand there. Oh, here's like the... whatever you fight after that. Only like one group can attack the boss. Yay! DTRA is just better, decently challenging, doesn't ever say it's welcome. I'm excited to get to Dawn Trail in a lot of ways. So I do a lot in this game. Your comrades in the 4th Legion have dubbed you the Tenacious and compare you to some well-trained cur. Do you take umbrage at being so described? I care not, they are simply envious. And what makes you think that? Most of these fools can scarce hide their ambition. They smile and scrape and follow orders, while inside they chafe at the indignity. A soldier must do as his superior commands. But is not a brief flicker of defiance only natural? Not for me, or for anyone. With the whole of my heart, with the entirety of my soul, do I walk the trail of the Beast King. Let them mock my name, accept it as a badge of honor, and none may question my loyalty. So spake Pierre Lungus. Have you any comments for your subordinates, sir? To be honest, I completely forgotten the boy until you shared that story just now. Yes, he's an eager little bastard, like a terrier. All fury and gnashing teeth. Uh-oh. Pity that time doesn't last long amongst the big dogs. I, thank you for your time. Doing the voices immediately started killing me. Once again, I'm realizing maybe I'm not well enough to stream. But for a different reason today. I thought I wasn't doing well the other day because of my nose, which was true. I thought I was doing fine today because my nose got better. I didn't realize my throat was having issues until I literally, into the stream, I realized that I'm building up phlegm in the back of my throat. That's why I have lozenges. And also, not doing voices. Let's not do voices. Not like that anyways. And let's continue reading so I don't have to like sit here for 5 hours reading while I'm getting distracted. The Bog an Innovishk. A 30-year-old estimate. Hrothgar from Bozja. I have between soldier of the... Gonna be hard to talk with lozenge in my mouth, but ah well. The way it is. A high-betune soldier of the 4th Imperial Legion's Majestic Unit. Darbog pilots 2 of the latest war machina to be conceived by the Empire. Okay, now just making me slow. The Scorpion-type Vigilia. And the flying armor, Gabriel. And I can't talk with this in my mouth. I can't read with this in my mouth. It just... I just chew it. Swallow it. I don't like going into my throat fixes it. But I cannot talk with the lozenge in my mouth while I'm reading. It's generating too much saliva in my mouth. Darbog the newbie killer. People get put into duels. They have no idea what the fuck is happening and then they die. I'm doing fine. Maybe I'm not fine. It happened to me. It's what happened to Serena on stream. I feel bad about that one. It's alright. It won't happen to me. I'll totally clear Gabriel on my first attempt when I do Bozja duels on streams. I'll totally clear Gabriel on my first attempt because I've seen so many people lose to it. That will totally happen. I won't fuck up. I won't fuck up the puddles. I won't fuck up the knockback. I won't fuck up the weakness. I won't fuck up the extreme caution. I'll be fine. I'll remember to bring mana wall. I'll be fine. I joined Gabriel duel at level 4. I was stupid. Hey, that means you did Vigil for the Lost without taking any vulns at level 4. That's pretty good. I gotta say, actually, chewing and murderizing one of these lozenges in my mouth does actually make my throat feel better. It has actually, just chewing the entire thing at once, it has actually helped. It's not like fixed it, but it has helped it. Vigil is piss easy, it's just dodging. It's the fact that there's no like set pattern to it, or at least not a set pattern that I can read. Like Metal Fox, Chaos, and Red Shocktober, I can read, like there's a consistent to those. Oh, do the exact thing and every time it will work. Whereas Vigil for the Lost, when it starts doing the rotating explosions around the outside, I so often get trapped. Because I'm following right behind the explosions, so I'm not running away from them, so I've got more leeway. But then it starts doing like one of the really big ones, and I'm just like, I don't know where to stand. I don't have a safe spot where I can let one thing resolve and then jump into that safe spot by the time before I get hit by the other one. There's got to be a pattern that I'm missing for Vigil for the Lost. There's a pattern that I'm missing in terms of like when you like what you should be following and at what times you should be like moving in and out. So make sure you don't get trapped when like the AoE start overlapping and you have to like wait for one to go off to make a safe spot for the other. It's that I don't do that. I've joined a group of CD leavers recently just from being tired of them. I'm not the leaver, but I am the understander. They're fast enough that I don't like. They're boring, but at least they're quick. I think if CT was, that's the one thing about like possibly fixing CT. If they fix it by making it so you have to engage with the mechanics, then they could run into the issue of they make CT boring and then take 20 minutes as opposed to 15. So there is that issue. In recent years, many of the Empire's weapons have been sent to Valny, where they undergo enhancement under the supervision of senior engineers Sicinius Malvelitus. Two notable fruits of this project are Vigilia and Gabriel, which are designed to be controlled both physically and mentally for superior responsiveness and maneuverability. Piloting these units, however, demands a heightened state of mental sensitivity verging on telepathy, and only those soldiers who have been augmented with Magitech can achieve the requisite synchronization between man and machine. While theoretically sound and showing promise in the laboratory, this new interface technology remains in its infancy, and being all too familiar with the fickleness of the flesh, Sicinius resolved to test it fully in Bozja in preparation for the outbreak of conflict in Dalmasca. For this he required a test subject, and the person chosen was Darbog, a cruel twist given that the Hrothgar was not a soldier of the Fourth, but of the enemy, the Bozja resistance. Pretty well done this the other day and someone said at least it's a Crystal Tower, babes. World of Darkness, out of all three of them at least, is the one that is the closest to approaching actually acceptable. It's the closest one because at least some of the fights have mechanics. At least, like, you have to pull the ads or they'll kill you and Angraman you. At least you have to, like, avoid the fucking, like, deaths and stares, and you have to, like, kill the ads, otherwise, like, the spitting fingers will just kill you. At least, like, you have to actually have people go into belly. At least people have to actually go into the belly, and people have to actually pull chains for Cerberus. Like, there are mechanics you have to actually do in World of Darkness. You don't have to do all of them. No one stands in the poison puddle on the five-headed dragon to stop the poison slimes from spawning. I'm pretty sure most people aren't even aware that's a mechanic, but it is. If you stand in the poison puddles, that's what stops the poison slimes from spawning and attacking others. But you don't have to do it, because who cares? I stand in the poison. Yeah, but my point is I don't think most people know that there's even a mechanic. So at least some of the fights have mechanics that you can't ignore. Some of them do. There's I have heard tell stories that apparently there is a mechanic against Cloud of Darkness that involves worms. Apparently at some point, Cloud of Darkness can summon worms that attack. I've literally never seen it. And I don't know if anyone has. I have heard a rumor though, that after the three little clouds spawn in their hexagons and you destroy them, that at some point after that, there is a new mechanic. That isn't just the boss being LB'd three times back to back and it dies. But there are apparently worms that can spawn in and they do something. And I've not seen this. But apparently there is a mechanic there that has just never shown up on anyone's run ever. I've been trying to convince groups, so anytime I get World of Darkness, to see if we can skip the cloud phase. Of just like, everyone, attack the boss as much as you can while it's sucking up clouds. Don't let it suck up all the clouds, because otherwise you do wipe. But like, attack the boss as much as you can, and just make sure you kill the clouds. And everyone just put their entire pussy into damaging the boss when you can. And everyone at least LB to the boss, and see if we can kill the boss before we get to the cloud mechanic. I'm trying to convince people to do that. I see people stand in Cerberus sticky puddle without getting strengths first. I see some people do that, and I don't know if it's intentional or not, but I do see some people getting tail smacked into the slime. And that's always funny. They get knocked back into it, and then it's just like, well, I guess I'm dead. Roulette's only giving me times right now, so I'd rather just ditch them to play other things like the new CD at this point, like new content or another game. The death of his parents and siblings in the Bozja incident prompted Darvok to join the resistance, and for more than a decade he fought tirelessly against his hated empire. Even when he was taken prisoner 2 years ago, he never stopped fighting, and never sought a way to flee his captors. But on one such attempt, he plummeted from the castrum wall, the long fall shattering his spine. The Chirurgeon's diagnosis was grim. He would not live out the week. In the 4th Imperial Legion, testing is only permitted upon living men when their safety is absolutely assured, and be it friend or foe, all individuals are to be treated with compassion. Thus as Legatus himself decreed. perverting his commander's noble intent for his own ends. Sicinius reasoned that he was saving a man's life and proceeded with his testing in secret. So it was that Darbogs was reborn a hyper-tuned soldier and returned to the battlefield at the helm of fearsome new warmonger. And owing to a further act of so-called compassion on Sicinius' part, he has spared the pain of having to kill his former comrades, for he no longer remembers them. Yeah, so hey, you know how you fight Darbog a couple times? Yeah, Darbog is like a tragic backstory. Who is a rarity 5 because it's from a duel, but I just got this. Haha. Diambio Piepatitis. Rovinia Damaska, 24-year-old Makoto. A member of the 4th Imperial Legion's mage detachment, Diambu employs her puissant tech healing magics to bolster her comrades in battle. In the wake of Emperor Varus' assassination, the various wings of the Gallian military had braced themselves for another bloody war of succession, but few could have anticipated the unprecedented collapse of the chain of command in the motherlands. Yet while others saw chaos, Diambu, a stout believer in Noah Van Cabranth's ideals, has spied an opportunity to realize her commander's goal of establishing an independent new nation. The Empire's seemingly inevitable disintegration had cast a pall of uncertainty over the fate of countless soldiers, and none felt greater apprehension than those who hailed from the provinces. For such weary souls separated from hearth and home, Diambu extolled the virtues of the cause, encouraging them to cast aside past allegiances and join her in the Promised Lands, while making clear her vehement disapproval to those who would align themselves with the resistance. Such unbridled zeal placed her among Van Gebranth's most loyal, and one cannot help but wonder whence arose her convictions. To find the answer, one must glimpse into her past to see the path she walked, which led her to adopting the surname Petitus. Common to Monkote with imperial citizenship, you find Diambu in a number of fights in the Southern Front, and she's basically always yelling at you, just being like, Gebranth is based though, and you're cringe. Why are you trying to stop us? Orphaned at a tender age, Diambu grew up on the streets of Romania. Though citizenship was not an unusual aspiration for those of her lot, she knew none who wanted it as badly as she did, believing education to be the keys to raising herself up. She took to stealing into the local school and learning as a student in all but name. Her efforts would not be in vain, but when she eventually placed into imperial care, her impressive ability with letters came to the attention of officials, who sent her to be formally educated at the Army Reserve Academy. It was there that she first encountered Van Cabranth's ideology, and it resonated with her to the very core. In the years that followed, she would enlist in the 4th and become the legate's staunchest adherent, fighting every battle and weaving every spell in the name of her dreamed-of utopia. Kalirishi Quo Precious, a 33-year-old Elizon, no homely. Notorious among both friend and foe for her ostentatious presence in the battlefield, the true nature of this centurion of the 4th Imperial Legion's contingent of beasts remains shrouded in mystery. Two facts are certain. Kalirishi joined the ranks of the 4th Imperial Legion some 10 years ago, and was one of the few Beastmasters recognized for her talents by the Beast King, Lion Rim Hellsize. Beyond this, countless stories are told. Some call her a witch, saying they've observed her speaking to her pets in unholy, bestial tongues like which have never been uttered by mortal mouths. Indeed, that the monstrosities in her charge obey every command because she herself is one of them. Others claim this but a lie spread by those looking to smear her name, and that Kalirishi is rather a saint, a figure of surpassing compassion and charity, who tends to her wounded pets and comrades with self-sacrificing love and devotion, fighting to protect them as if she were the warrior goddess Gradia herself. Perhaps both tales are true, and whether Kalirishi appears as a witch or a saint only depends on the eye of the beholder. What cannot be denied on the night countless triumphs she has claimed in war, and the profound fear she strikes into the hearts of any foe unfortunate to meet her dangerously alluring gaze on the battlefield. Little is known about her origin, save that she was born as one of the Eshkva, a nomadic people that wandered across borders in the olden days. When the Empire came, they refused to settle, leading Legate Gebranth to propose a compromise. They could maintain their itinerant lifestyle on the condition that they volunteered a dictated number of their strongest men to serve in the Imperial Army for a fixed period of time. The Ekshva accepted these terms, and Klarishi's newlywed husband was one of those chosen to serve. A formidable beastmaster in his own right, he was recruited into Lion's contingent, but tragically and suddenly lost his life on his very first mission, just months after he and Klarishi swore their vows. Feeling a strong sense of responsibility and pity for the poor girl, Lion personally paid her a visit in Gebranth's stead, apologizing of causing her beloved's death under his watch. Lamenting the thoughts of any other Eshkva woman being widowed as she had been, she entreated Lion to accept her into his ranks in her husband's place, a petition which the Beast King was all too happy to accept. Since that day, Kalirishi wears the mask of both a witch and a saint, fighting for her husband's honor and memory, and to achieve an era of peace for a people that her beloved will never see. Why is she wearing sunglasses at night? so she can serve cunt. Cunt don't stop for any time of the day. Sicinius Malvolutus, who is shown here with a, you don't know what this guy looks like, so we're not going to show you. And then we see him, like, at the very end of the storyline anyways. But they don't update it to have a picture. 42-year-old Garleon from Garlemald. Senior engineer of the 4th Imperial Legion's Magitech Detachment, Sinius owned his skills as a researcher at the Resonatorium in the service of Lord Aulus Mal Arsena. Okay, so he deliberately looks like Aulus. Motherfucker was working under Aulus and said, I have to look like him too. Okay. He deliberately tried to look like his dead boss. Maybe finally he can honor his boss and share those findings. When the facility was decommissioned after the fall of Alamigo, and the findings of his team transmitted to Garlemald. Oh no, never mind, the sharings were finds! Yay! The findings were shared. Yay! The accomplished Asinius received orders to return to the Imperial capital. He rebuffed his superior's advances, however, and instead requested a transfer to the 4th Legion, which he knew to be in pursuit, and the rumors were true, already in possession of lost reliquaries and forbidden knowledge of ancient Alag. Smacks of, we can reuse this model. That one person who ships Aulus, celebrate. You can now be tag teamed by 2 Auluses that are canonically different people. The 4th, for their part, having heard whispers of Sinius' consummate aptitude as a Magitech engineer, had extended an invitation for him to join their ranks, making the two a natural fit. Upon joining the Legion, his talents were quickly recognized by Legatus Gabranth, his second-in-command, and leader of the archaeological expedition, Menenius Ramlinatus. Proudly moved by Gabranth's vision for a new nation, Sicinius swore oath of loyalty, and was thus forward with his current position of senior engineer. In recent days, he continues his research with yet greater zeal, in hopes of restoring ancient war machina and other technology recovered from the Ridorana Lighthouse, which stands in the Valdnad Sea in the southern reaches of Damascus. Sicinius began his experimentation with the so-called Libra class models, and has believed the project has progressed to a point where he is looking to deploy these new machines on the field of battle, which is why you fight MathBot so many times in the Southern Front. Indeed, it is said that he has volunteered to depart for the front lines of war against the Bosnian resistance, hoping to collect data on the potency of his latest toys firsthand, a trait doubtless inherited from his esteemed former master. My word, this data. So, dear Ram Albelio, 37-year-old Elizan from Uldar. I don't know. The first one we've seen from Uldar, like someone that isn't a province. Pardon me. Pilus prior to the 4th Imperial Legion, Sodier Ram Albelio serves under Menenius Sanslanatus in the Legion's Bosnian subjugation forges. A major surpassing skill, he particularly favors the lost and forbidden arts of ages past, incantations which he is known to practice on the prisoners of war, of with the expected grisly and gruesome results. Yet a lack of care he displays for an immortal life has earned him fear and of friend and foe alike. Once a member of good standing of the Uldar Thaumaturge's Guild, he was suddenly expelled by Mumuepo, where the Guildmaster observed the young mage's penchant for acts of unspeakable cruelty. Chased from the Sultanate by an angry mob, Albelio took to wandering the realm in search of yet more powerful magics of destruction and summoning. Upon arriving in the province of Damascus, he fell in naturally with the 4th Legion and their assemblage of soldiers of various talents, and soon after was entrusted by Legatus Gabranth with command of a regiment of mages. In the 15 years since, he has trained many mages in the arcane arts. Although the most talented able to survive his harsh methods, he succeeded in creating a unit whose name would be spoken of in fear across Eorzea. Feeling naturally drawn to Menenius and his archaeological expedition, Albelio was quick to volunteer for the effort against the Bosnian resistance. And so it was that he came to this land with a shard of Orosite recovered from ancient Evilis. And that's why you fight him as a Drumalik in Castro. When even Mumuepo and Uldar is just like, man, this dude's fucked. Lion Ramhelsas. Lion is probably the coolest character of, like, the Gallians. Just, like outside of, like, Xenos, who's, like, MSQ final boss, so it's cheating. Lion is probably the coolest Gallian that we fight, that we go up against. Lion does kind of rule. I would love if he does somehow come back for the Beastmaster job stuff. I would love it. But I doubt it because it would require you finishing Bozja for a new job. And then CBU3's officers would actually be burned down by angry fans. I'm showing my lozenge. I don't know how loud that is, but I also don't care. Though at the end of this set of pages, I should probably get another drink. That would also help me be a throat goat. By you making this post office line much more bearable. Yay! Yay! This is what happens when you have visual novel episodes. You can just listen to it in your ears. I'm glad that me chewing lozenge ASMR is more enjoyable than waiting in a queue at the post office. Lion Rem Helsos, 68-year-old here from Ansburg Landis. That's another place that we have a name of. Pilus Prior of the 4th Imperial Legion, known also by the epithet, the Beast King. A mainstay of the fourth, the indomitable lion has faithfully served 2 generations of Gabruntha Cadis's. First the father, Bash, with whom he shared a homeland, and now the son, Noah. Having known the latter as an infant, he forgoes protocol and refers to his commander as his dear boy, as he always has. Pretty sure we've had another person from Landis. No, you're thinking of Max Landis. Since the beginning of his military career, he has exhibited a tremendous talent for warcraft, swiftly rising through the ranks to become a centurion and distinguishing himself during the invasion of Bozja well before his 20th name day. I knew Bozja was one, because it's so close to Garlemald. I knew that Bozja was one of the earliest places that was overtaken. I didn't realize it was, near the very beginning of the Empire. He went to war with the Empire before he was 20 to invade Bozja. He's now 68. That gives it, if it was, before his, name day, 20th. If it was the year before, that would have been 19 to 68. That's 49 years. The Empire has existed for 50. The Garlemolds really went, we are now an empire, let's literally invade Bozja now. Again, it's one of the ones that, as far away as Alamigo has been under rule for 25 years. So, yeah, of course the places that are closer to Garlemald itself, because this is in Ilsabard rather than being in Othard or Aldnod. It's obviously going to be longer. I just didn't realize it was, basically the Empire started and then they immediately took Bozja. I didn't realize it was that early. I figured it would be 30, 35. Not literally since the beginning of it. Now a grizzled soldier of 8 and 60. It would seem that Lion's best days are far behind him, but his vaunted skill at arms betray no signs of decline. On the contrary, his wealth of combat experience makes him all the more fearsome, as he charges into battle at the head of his beast contingent and clashes against the Bosnian resistance. I imagine Mindefest being similar to this as well, just in terms of being nearly 70 and still just being one of the most powerful people you can come across. I imagine Mindefest being like that too. I know some people would have their world just be after everything happens, they're gonna retire because they deserve a fucking break. But Mindefest is just gonna be with what her character is, there's no reason she'd ever stop at least exploring and adventuring. Was Bozja the Garlean homeland, or is that somewhere else? No, that's where Evilis is. Where Evilis is. Or do you mean before that? They go from where Evilis is and come to Ilsabard, and then in Ilsabard they form their homes somewhere in Ilsabard. But Garlemald existed in Ilsabard before the Garlean Empire did. Because they talk about Solus turning Garlemald into an empire, and that happened 50 years ago. But I guess they must be pretty freaking close. Yet he's often proven his worth to the fourth. Lion is also a notorious reputation for being unpredictable. A warrior through and through, he relishes battle for its own sake, and is known to seek out worthy foes against whom to test his mettle. Mission be damned. Not even strategies of his own conception are exempt from his impulses. And his comrades are no longer surprised when they discover that he has abruptly sallied forth on his own. I'm dying. I want to play Expedition 33 so bad, but I'm broken also Switch 2. I want to play Expedition 33, but it would have to go on the list, and so I won't get to it for a couple of years anyway. Switch 2 is mainly just making it so I can't buy anything else for a couple months. And it's not just Switch 2. It's not just Switch 2. It's just like, it's Switch 2 and paying off my credit card. I'm doing all that together, and I'm just like, I should probably put aside some more money first. But there's like, I want to buy posters for the room, for my room. I want to like do something with my wardrobe doors. I want to decorate those. I want to buy more band shirts. I've only got like 30 that I can wear on the stream. I want more band shirts that I can wear. I don't know of any others that I'll buy will have the tits out like this one does. But I want to buy more band shirts. So I'm basically just like, I can't spend money on all of that because Switch 2. Switch 2 kind of put a dent in all of that as well. But yeah, Expedition 33 for me is probably going to go on the list. It's just, when would I get around to it? Because I don't even, like, would I want to jump into Expedition 33 without playing a bunch of JRPGs first? Because I've heard that Expedition 33 is very heavily inspired by JRPGs. And not just like, oh, like the classic, like the mainstay JRPGs that everyone is, like, that people are more familiar with. From what I've heard, Expedition 33 is like, no, this is like deep cut inspired JRPG shit. So it's a case of, would I appreciate like how Expedition 33 draws its wealth of experience on JRPGs without having played at least some variety more than like what I've done on the channel so far? Like, yeah, there's Pokemon. Yeah, there's like the action-y Final Fantasies. There's Kingdom Hearts, but there's very few like turn-based JRPGs that I've actually played through. So I'm just like, would I appreciate Expedition 33 with how much it draws on all of that without playing more of its inspirations first? I'm not worried about it going the other way. I'm not worried about playing Expedition 33 and then playing the other ones and them going, oh, it's not as good, so I don't care. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about like, oh, because it's a newer one, if I play it before the older ones, and the older ones will look shit. That's just like, from my experience playing games, like, I can go back and play fucking Metal Gear Solid and just be like, oh yeah, I can sit, like, this game's amazing. And just like, the age of it doesn't even like really come into the equation or anything like that. But I'm also worried, it's just like, will I appreciate what Expedition 33 is doing well without having more breadth to my experience of JRPGs? It's very much something that I have a much narrower focus in compared to a lot of other genres. Well, I mean, then there's also discussion of what people call JRPGs and everything like that. I have already seen people talk about how, like, Expedition 33 is finally, quote-unquote, fixing the JRPG, and it's just one of those things of, why is it always whenever a game that is inspired by JRPGs comes out of a country that isn't Japan, that certain people start talking about how it's finally fixing JRPGs? Because that just feels like fucking... That just feels like freaking G4 X-Play. Like, I wish there was a third bomb shit, and I'm just like, fuck those people. JRPG hate feels Yoshi P specifically said that. I'm pretty sure. I think it was Yoshi P. I think Yoshi P explicitly said that he's just like, he doesn't like the term JRPG because of how often the West uses JRPG only to insult. Or it's just like, yeah, there's like a connected history and stuff like that. There's a connected history of like JRPGs and some similarities, but a lot of the times when the term gets used, it's only to like say that these games are lesser by, you know, certain people / certain journalists. I like this game, so I have to pretend that's one of the few good ones. Yeah, again, that's what I feel like when I see people talk about like I'm not saying that Expedition 33 is going to be bad or anything like that. It's nothing like that. But it's more so just like seeing anyone who says that it's fixing JRPGs, I'm just like giving the biggest side-eye to, because I'm just like, as Yunsara is saying, ReFantazio got nominated for fucking Game of the Year last year. Like, People love JRPGs. Well, the type of person who doesn't play Metaphor and then turns around and plays Expedition 33 and says, finally, a good JRPG that's fixing the problems of all the other ones. And the problem being that it's now made by white people is, yeah. I don't have anything against JRPGs. It's just like, for the more deep aspects of the genre, because like, Pokemon is a JRPG. There's a lot of things that I would play that count as JRPGs. But if we're talking about JRPGs that are more inspired by like classic Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest, like very specifically the things that are either that or inspired by that, it's just a genre that I have way less experience in, and something that I would like to have more experience in. But I have so many games to play that I'm never gonna answer. Like, people get super excited for, like, the remake of, like, Romancing Saga and stuff that comes out. And I'm just like, I'm very happy for you. That is awesome that that happens. But I don't have enough context for the genre to, like, understand, like, what sets apart these different JRPG series. It is very much a big knowledge gap that I do have for it. And every single time I take a foray into something JRPG, either on a basic level of a Pokemon or a more complicated level, like fucking what I'm playing right now, I usually like it a lot. So I feel like I should play more. And a big one I want to get around to is Xenoblades. The way that people have described Xenoblade is just like, I can't remember who it was. Someone specifically, I think it was during 7 Rebirth. Someone specifically said that my LP of Xenoblade is going to be amazing because of what I enjoy about Rebirth. No opposed to JRPGs, but I do not enjoy turn-based combat very much, which is why the latter age of Final Fantasy is like catnip to me. Besides 15 is arse. I'm fine with turn-based RPGs. I think for me it's more so just like I saw people praise Persona as being like the pinnacle of turn-based combat for JRPGs, and then I played Persona 4, and like Persona 4's turn-based combat is like at absolute best it's decent, and that's it. So I'm just like I want to play turn-based combat that's better than Persona, because people really praised Persona 4 specifically. People praise Persona 4 as having, like, some of the best turn-based combat ever, and then I played it, and I'm just like, this is fine. It's nothing more than that, though, from a combat perspective. It's pretty rudimentary. Like, the only real thing that it has going for it is the fusion system of Personas, but, like, what you actually do in combat in that game is pretty fucking basic. It's not that complicated. There's type weaknesses, there's like a handful of buffs. It's about it. 4 specifically, I do want to point out 4 specifically. I have heard that 3 is fucking weird, and that like 5 has a lot more like unique systems that interplay in terms of like what you do. Like you want to set up different systems for like the all-out attack stuff that's like a more specifically focused experience in 5. And I've heard that, like, 3 is very much its own thing. Because basically that game is, like, nothing but one massive dungeon. But for 4 specifically, I played that, and that turn-based combat is fine. It's nothing more than that, though. It's slightly more complicated Pokemon. That's really all it is. And I'm just like, this was praised to me as one of the best out there. And I don't believe it. So I want to experience more. I think it's 10. I think Final Fantasy X is the one that people always praise for turn-based combat. That's like, it's the last of the traditional turn-based combat that Final Fantasy has, and it's usually the one that people say is the best at it. So I also have curiosity for that. Anyways, I'm getting distracted again. His conduct has garnered him the ire of Superior, Tribunus Menenius Senslanatus. But not even demotion seems to faze the old cure. Having no patience for Menenius' love of machination and maneuvering, Lion has often heard to say, a warrior lets his weapon do the talking. He also fucks that old man. Menenius Senslanatus, who fucks that old man. 55-year-old Ellison from Garlemald. I was straight up born in Garlemald. Just being an Ellison, I wasn't expecting to be born there. That being said, 55-year-old Ellison, born in Garlemald, does mean that he was born in Garlemald before the Empire existed. Unless a couple of years has passed since we heard about it being 50. But we're allowed to know time periods of everything previously in this game. We're just not allowed to know how much time has passed at all since ARR. It's the best because it's the only JRPG they play that isn't Pokemon. Hey! Don't call out most people that I know who talked about how good Persona 4's combat was. Don't call them out like that! Gotta play a real Shin Megami Tensei game. I tried SMT4, and I think I was too young and stupid to get it. I tried SMT4, and I very much, like, could not work out how to do anything in that. I think that was going too far in. I don't even know if I had played 4 at the time, but I heard people thought, like, it was a free game. I got it for free on the 3DS at some point. I don't even remember how. There was some promotion for a free game, and the only game I didn't have already for the 3DS that I could get as a free game out of, like, what was available was SMT4. So I tried it, and I don't even remember what the beginning of the combat was in that game. But there's like, it was like one, and I couldn't do it. And I was so confused that I'm just like, I completely bounced. I'm just like, I can't work out how to do anything in this. I don't know what I'm meant to do. And I think I was too young and stupid to try and, like, work it out, so I just didn't. Final Fantasy combat is apple and oranges. Every system is unique and has shining lights and drawbacks. 10 is the most accessible one. Oh, okay. Tribunus in the 4th Imperial Legion. Menenius serves as the Garlean's chief intelligence officer, recruiting and dispatching spies, gathering information, and providing counsel to Legatus Cabranth in all matters of war. Furthermore, he commands the archaeological mission to the southern provinces of Dalmasca and Bozja, seeking to gain technological knowledge and arcane reliquaries from elegant evilis of powers surpassing anything born of present-day knowledge. Diablo armament. Recently dispatched to Cash from Lackasori after this key strategic point was the target of a massive strike by the Boston resistance. Menenius oversees 3 armies, to wit, the Beast Army led by Lion and Pelsos, Albelio and his contingent of mages, and the Tribunus' own pride and joy, a fearsome detachment of Magisec and Warmaker. Oh god, too much, way too much. Fucking, oh my god. Scrolling this with a control stick is not easy to, like, tone it down. In the days of the Republic, the Lenatus family boasted a long and august lineage, until Menenius' grandfather, Thyras, opposed and incurred the ire of then-dictator Solus Galvus. Banished, Thyras died famished and in ignominy, but nevertheless his son Lucius was taken in by the 4th Legion, which had been dispatched to the fringes at that time. Possessed of a sharp mind and innate aptitude for military strategy, Lucius earned the favor of Bash van Cabral, who named the young man his second-in-command. Determined to restore his family's good name, Lucius, at his legatus' behest, married an Ellison noblewoman of diminished circumstances, adopting her son as his own. This was Menenius. So are we saying that more years have passed since then? Or did, like, Solus become, like, how long was Solus dictator before it turned into an empire? Because Menenius' grandfather opposed Solus. But, like, Menenius was born 55 years ago. And he's explicitly born after the grandfather dies. Because Lucius is trying to restore the name by marrying the Ellison noblewoman. You asked me to do math and I don't know how to do that. Well, it's also, they say the Garlean Empire has existed for 50 years. So, if it's existed for 55 years as of now, and Menenius was 55, he was born 5 years before it became an empire. But his grandfather still died before he was born to Solus, who was a dictator at the time. So I'm wondering, with that time frame that we're given of the empire's existed for 50 years, are we saying some couple of years have passed since then? And also, how long was Solus, like, dictator of Garlemald before he turned around and said, we are now an empire who's invading the world? And obviously by that we obviously mean Emmet, but you know. Strategy the most accessible is one is 4 since the level ups are entirely predetermined. So, oh. Again, at some point when I get around to playing another Final Fantasy game, I'm just going to put it up as a poll of every single numbered entry that I haven't played, which is 7 and 14. And then my audience can choose. Because if I make the decision on my own, I will piss off a lot of people. Whereas if collectively the community has to decide which one I do, then statistically the least number of people possible to be pissed off will be pissed off. Because they'll, like, if I choose it, I'm happy, everyone's pissed off. If like 10 people choose one game and everyone else chooses other games but in less than groups of 10, then 10 people are happy and only everyone else is pissed off. And I won't matter, and I won't matter, and I won't care which one I play because I'm interested in a lot of them. I'm interested in 4, because I've heard a lot about specifically that. I've heard a lot specifically about 6, and 8, and 10, and 13 has lightning, and I want her to peg me. And, you know, so I've got a lot of options. I've got a lot of options for, like, ones that I'm personally interested in. But also, I know there's other ones that, like, I would probably also like. Because I like, like, the Final Fantasy isms that I've seen that are shared in both 14 and 7 are shit that I like anyways. They're very different games, but a lot of the stuff about them is both Final Fantasy-esque, from what my understanding is. And I enjoy that part of it, so I'll probably enjoy any of it. Well, one, from my understanding, literally doesn't have characters. But I also don't know how much of a story one has. But I think the sheer novelty of the original Final Fantasy and experiencing what that was like and doing the gameplay of what that was like and seeing, like, how much did they get of this of the idea of this franchise in the first entry, which is like what I did for Metal Gear. I'd also be interested in. The Terminator Sori's family's good name, Lucius, at his Legatus' behest, married an Ellison nobleman of diminished circumstances, adopting her own as his son. This was Menenius. You know. Oh, okay. Please explain some things. Menenius is not born by blood. Menenius is not born by blood to Lucius. When Lucius married the Ellison woman, she already had a kid. That clears things up a little bit. There is that. Solus ascends to power in 1513, starts annexing territories 1515, turns dictator in 1517, and becomes emperor in 1520. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So they started annexing territories before he was a dictator. Okay, okay. So was Bozja the first one after he became emperor then? But this clears up the timeline at least a little bit. Menenius could have been, like, was born before a lot of that happened, because he was adopted into the family. A close friend of Noah Van Gabrath since their early years. His loyalty to the Gabrams, both father and son, is absolute. Perhaps for this reason, he is willing, even eager, to accept the most unsavory jobs, making him uniquely suited to his current role. Oh, God, fucking scrolling on this is impossible. His methods are known to be cruel and inhumane, earning him a reputation as one who would justify any means to accomplish his ends. In truth, however, even his worst atrocities are motivated by a burning yet forever unseen passion to serve the Gabrants to the best of his abilities. When the Gallian War of Succession broke out, Legatus Gabranth chose a path of independence, realizing his long-held dream. As a result, however, the 4th Legion ceased to receive provisions or reinforcements from the Empire, rendering their position increasingly precarious as their battle with the Resistance dragged on. It was this grave situation that inspired Menenius, devoted as ever to serving the Gabranths, to propose his most ingenious operation yet. One that might breathe new life to their ragged ranks, throw the Resistance in the chaos, and one day lead the formation of a proud new nation. And so the legend of Save the Queen was born. First book doesn't say, I don't have the second, let me check the third. I gotta buy the third at some point. Get whatever unique item I can get from it, and actually, like, own it. I've got the first two. Which I can read the second one, I just haven't gone through it. I bought the second one before I started Stormblood. I finished Stormblood so long ago, and I've still actually gone through it. Misha Voyage. 29-year-old Rogan from Bozja. Sorry. Femros, so she has to die. Femros do not get to live in this game, unless they're mine. A covert operative of the 4th Imperial Legion charged with infiltrating the Bozja resistance. Do not buy the 3rd until you finish. No, I'll buy it. I just won't read it. I'll buy it whenever it's like I can get it cheap. I just won't read it. That's what I did for the other. I want to buy the art book. I want a library. I want a library of every fucking book. I want to have a bookshelf over there that is just every fucking 14 book. I want to be able to walk into my room and see my library of 14 books and see my posters of 14 and everything like that and go, wow, you have a drinking problem. You have an entire bar set up in your room. And then, if that doesn't scare them away, I can show them my cool Final Fantasy XIV stuff. Like so many others, Misia grew up in one of Bozja's sprawling slums. Owing to an Imperial initiative, she was afforded the chance to receive an education, and through hard work won a scholarship to attend the Imperial capital's most prestigious institution. There she studied in fields such as folklore and archaeology, and attained conversance in Bosnian history and culture, knowledge which serves her well in her mission for the 4th. It was none other than Misia who proposed to the Resistance the idea to reforge the blades of Gunhilda as a means to resurrect the Primal save the Queen, all in the interests of her legion, whose ends she serves absolutely. Her loyalty can be attributed to 2 factors, the first being rooted in the deep-seated inequality that pervades Bosnian society. Since the days of old, the ruling nobles and merchant families of Bosnia have held the lion's share of the nation's wealth. A Ghanaian consensus conducted following annexation revealing that 7 out of 10 earned less than half the average income, while 1 in 3 lived in squalor. So America? I can do the 14 manga. Eh. All the history in the 3rd volumes of the 1st. No dice. Oh. 7 out of 10 earn less than half the average income, and 1 in 3 live in squalor. Is that not literally the, like, similar, if not worse, than, like, current, like, wealth rates / poverty rates in America? Pretty sure it's pretty fucking close. I think it's something like 85% of the country or something in America learns less than the average wage. It's something high. I mean, it's also one of those things where depending on the metrics that you use to measure it and everything like that, it can very much change all that stuff like that. It's one of those economic things where you can read a number that says like how much people like even just like the rate of employment percentage is something that can change drastically just based on what you define as employment. You can have people who go around and see someone who works 2 hours a week driving an Uber, and they're just like, yep, that counts as employed. Look at how low our unemployment rate is. One of those things where it's like, you can read the number, and the number may be accurate for what they're measuring for. Very hard to just get an accurate idea. Unless you have people who are specifically doing more nuanced thing. And they're usually not the ones that you hear a little bit. The situation improved somewhat when Bosnia became an imperial province. Homeless children remained a common sight in the major cities. Misius was but one of many begrimed faces among them. So homelessness slightly improved when when Garlemald took over Bosnia, but not by that much. And Misia is still just like, but nah, Garlemald is goated though. Okay. As a young girl, she survived by selling what scraps she could salvage from waste heaps. But many were the days when no food passed her lips, and hunger was her constant companion. It seemed as though this harsh life must continue forever when salvation came in the form of Imperial initiative. A welfare body was established to rescue homeless children, and proceeded to take them off the streets and place them into institutional care. Yet resources were stretched thin, and more often than not, those in need were left to fend for themselves due to naught to save the one with goods. Misia was one of the lucky ones. She did not waste the opportunity given to her. Yet despite her many remarkable achievements, she faced discrimination from the Bosnian upper class, who continued to regard the poor as little more than vermin. Nigh daily, she was subjected to injustice and indignities, each occasion further stoking the fire of hatred she harbored for her betters. So even after, like, Bosnia was taken over, the upper class of Bosnia just sucked up to the Empire so they could maintain their status and power. Damn. I wonder if there's something to be said here about how neoliberalism, like, feeds into fascism really easily. Damn, I wonder if the game's trying to make a point there. Her grievance towards her homeland did not end there. Though few are privy to this fact, Misia is descended from the last queen Gunhilda, and the knowledge that her noble ancestor was betrayed by her own protectors is a source of great bitterness for her. All of this served to deprive her of any sense of allegiance for Bozja, and she would instead pledge herself to the Fourth. Since the time of the previous legators, it has been the Legion's creed to welcome all regardless of such thing as race, faith, gender, and birth. What counted as one's ability and loyalty, both of which Misia possesses in abundance. Given her troubled past, it is of little wonder she would find a home in the Fourth, but there is no telling how far she will go to achieve her goals. Why the fuck does this book have a paragraph on Albelio? Out of all the people from Bozja, Albelio? Motherfucker's not even the final boss of Castro. Doesn't even survive past that. You murder him after he turns into a drummer. Gunhilda! In the days of yore, civil war raged on among the races of Bozja. This bloody, protracted struggle was at long last brought to an end when the land was united under the rule of a single queen. Gunhilda was the name and title given to this first monarch, and one whose alls followed her would inherit. The queens of Bozja were not chosen from families of illustrious lineage, but rather from among the shamans who communed with the ancient gods. Only those deemed most favored by the gods, as manifested in their ability to read the stars, were chosen for the role, regardless of race or heritage. Though the vast majority of the Bozjan queens were Hrothgar, this was merely a matter of mathematics, as Hrothgar boasted the largest population on the land's many races. I know we're doing a story on the Bozja homeland. I know we're doing a story of the Bozja homeland where they literally have Hrothgar queens and we don't have Femproth in the game. Don't worry about it. The last one happened to be a Femro. And don't worry, it's specifically because she was like a false queen implanted in there that they were planning on killing anyways. Femhrothgars totally exist. They just exist after we do the Bozja storyline. Oh, the guys, his kids took his last name. That's like a more fucked up, tragic version of seeing the name Rain Waters. When ancient Alex Hubris brought the fourth umbral calamity upon the lands, the nobles and oracles who made up Gunhilda's blades, the de facto ruling party of Bozja, sought to unleash the power of the legendary Save the Queen, that their nation might be spared from catastrophe. That Gunhilda herself, wounded in battle against the Allegans and deathly fearful of forever losing her humanity, resisted. Sensing opportunity, the Blades contrived a plan to protect their position by instilling a minor shrine maiden of the Votyash tribe as queen, in hopes that their power of the blade would claim her own life. And yet this queen deemed disposable turned out to be anything but, wielding the blade to deliver salvation to her homeland, and thence being transformed into a veritable god of war, aka a unicycle with heel feet. Possessed of immeasurable power and a heart both pure and free, she struck profound fear into the hearts of those who had sought to manipulate her, and for this, she was assassinated by the very blades who had orchestrated her ascendancy in the first place. And yet, though her tragic life was brought to a premature end, her soul would live on in the form of the eighth that inhabits the blade, a secret which the charlatans who betrayed her soul would realize all too late. The Jongliers have an entry? Hell yeah! Hell yeah! We need to know the history of the two women who are handing out their boobs to the people of Gate Town and telling them to eat the bread. I'm gonna get a bottle of water. Does that sound like an idea? Yes, because it literally is one. Is it a good one or a bad one? Well, it's a good one for my throat. It's not a good one for my bladder, though. But one of those things can be recovered very easily. One of those things cannot be recovered as easily. So I'm gonna grab some water before I continue reading. It's alright, we're 2/5 down. We're not quite halfway there. Well, actually, technically, I've read 19 and I've only got 42. So we're actually nearly halfway there. Because I have nowhere near as many inside. But I'll get water. Water! Sing the water song! Water and water and water and water, water. Water and water and water and water, water, water and water and water and water and water, water, water and water and water and water and water, water. What fight in the game had the water song? What fight did we do on stream that had water as a fight theme? Was it Eden? Because Eden's FF8 inspired. And the water song comes from 8. Or does the water song come from 10? I don't know. I don't know. That is one thing the one thing that I'm aware of in terms of like playing other Final Fantasies. It was Eden. There we go. Because if I'm playing other Final Fantasies, one of the biggest things that comes up with playing other Final Fantasies is, which version do I play? Like 1 to 6 now have like the pixel remasters. I'm thinking it was Shadowkeeper, because I'm pretty sure it was in the last tier. So I'm thinking it was Shadowkeeper, because I'm pretty sure it was the final tier. Oh, because it's not Cloud. It's not Cloud. No, because Cloud of Darkness is Dissidia 5. I was about to say, was it Cloud of Darkness? But that's inspired by Dissidia. So I don't know if it happens then. But yeah. If I play other Final Fantasies, one of the biggest things of contention will just be which version do I play. Because there's so many versions of so many of them. Like, 1 to 6 have been ported multiple times. From my understanding, every port has some new details or new quality of life or changes to that. And then they've got the pixel remasters. But there's also just like FF4, I think specifically, has like a 3DS remake that has 3DS models and like actually rendered 3D cutscenes for I think 4 specifically. 10 is the one that I know I can't play any ports though. Pixel remasters are great across the board. I cannot recommend the 12 remaster enough on Switch. PlayStation 1 has some reason it's insane saving times. 10's the one that I believe I can't play any ports of. I have to play the PS2 version. 10's the one that they fucked up the facial animations, right? From my understanding, that's 10. 10 has like actual well-animated faces and good-looking faces, and then somehow in like the remaster process, they fucked it up, and every character looks like they're from Kingdom Hearts. Before 3. Like, from my understanding, that's the issue with like the 10 ports, is that the original 10 actually looks good, and that every single port of 10 after the PS2 somehow looks like PS2 Kingdom Hearts graphics. Like, with specifically where every face no longer has animations, and every face just has mouth flaps, which is what Kingdom Hearts 1 is. From my understanding, that 10 specifically has that issue. I don't know about any other, like, quality of lives or anything like that, but I'll be honest. A big thing for me of just, like, if I'm gonna play through the game, I want the remakes to, like, look better if I'm gonna play one of the remakes. But just, like, losing any facial animations on these story-heavy games, I feel like is going to dramatically lower the quality. Like, if the gameplay's a bit rougher because, like, they patched out or quality of life some things in later ones, I'd rather deal with, like, the worst version of that to get the better faces. Because, you know, story. Sickard is as old as me, Norway, dude. They have an entry on Martin's Bumble Shah employee? Hell yeah. How little does Endwalker cover that they have time to discuss all this? I feel like some more major stuff should be happening in Endwalker. That they don't have time to discuss all this stuff. Anyways, let's continue reading. Little Shasaris. Shasara, sorry. Holy shit, she's only 19. Oh, she is from Damascus. A new recruit at Garlandine works. Little Zha first awakened to her talents as an engineer while receiving an imperial education in her native Rabanastro. Her academic accomplishments won her acceptance to the prestigious Magitech Academy in the Imperial capital. But as she could relocate to commence her studies, resistant forces launched a large-scale offensive that transformed Rabanastro into a battlefield. Young Vieri was forced to seek refuge in Doma, where she sustained herself by repairing, marketing, and designing custom contraptions. Word of her uncommon expertise chanced to reach the visiting Jessie, who offered her a place at the Ironworks. Having been an admirer of the organization due to its part in the liberation effort, she accepted without a moment's hesitation. Despite her cheery and optimistic facade, Bozja was a conflicted soul. Like no few Dalmascan orphans, she was taken into imperial care and underwent schooling intended to instill a sense of allegiance to Garlemald. And while most of her peers remained fiercely loyal to their homeland, only given their tutors lip service, Bozja could not muster up the self-same passion. For though she could not approve of Garlean rule, it seemed to her that the alternative, a Dalmascan monarchy, would not improve the lot of the common man. That is like a very consistent theme here in this game. It is a very consistent theme in this game that it's just like all of these places that get overrun and overthrown by the Empire were having their own issues first. It's a very specific common thing of just none of these places were perfect before the Empire took over. And just getting rid of the Empire is not enough to say everything is now good. Which, like, does have real-world similarities, I'm sure in much more specific senses than what I am aware of. But in terms of just, like, if you want to go for one of the more obvious things, it's just like, well, compare fucking World War II. Like, just because a country defeated Nazi Germany doesn't mean that that country is fine. Just because countries got liberated from Nazi Germany doesn't mean that all of the problems of that place magically went away instantly. Just because Germany was beaten and the Nazis were kicked out does not mean that Germany was immediately entirely 100% denazified. It's different to what's going on here, because this is specifically talking about conquered territories having issues before they were conquered. But what I'm referring to is more so the people who defeated the place that was conquering the territories still have their own issues, and for one of those countries were literally the main ones that inspired that country. But you know, one of the things of the game trying to be like, these places were not perfect before Garlemald took over. And there is also that, like, a very specific discussion every time of just like, Hien talks about wanting to make a better Doma than what existed before. Lise wants to talk about creating a better Alamigo than what was before, because that was fucking Theodoric. Bozja has Bajuljan talking about how we want to make a better Bozja than, like, the people who saw what Bozja was before and decided that the fourth was better. It's a very consistent, very, very consistent trend that we have here. Just like, it is not enough to just get rid of the oppressors. We need to build a new nation that can resist more oppressors in the future and doesn't create new ones. It is a very, very specific effort of just like, it is not a case of you beat the bad guys and everything is now perfect. Oh my god. Further blurring the lines of her loyalty was the respect she came to hold for the occupying 4th Imperial Legion, which did not forcibly conscript civilians to its ranks. During a public address, its commander, Legatus Van Gebrandt, proclaimed that it falls to each man to use his talents to forge his life his own way in life. Bozja was among those present when these words were uttered. They spoke to her more than any nation standard ever could. Nevertheless, she still could turn a blind eye to the many wrongs the Garleans committed against those they subjugated. Make sure a dancer as wide as the concept of heels in the in-game model of flats, many such cases. I was about to say, where are my ballerina shoes? And then I realized we were looking at those the other day. They're the blades ones. All this served to make of Bozja a woman who opposed the Empire, yet not strongly enough to take up arms against it, the seeming contradiction giving rise to a storm of self-doubt. In joining the Ironworks, however, she was able to quell her inner turmoil by focusing on a new objective: to simply be herself, a free spirit unburdened by whatever chaos may unfold around her. Witnessing the likes of Sid and Jesse devoting themselves to their work, she recalled the words of Van Gebrandt, and Julie set about using such knowledge and skill as she possessed to the best of her ability. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, but what if we were to... You're definitely overthinking it, Bozja. Let's actually make the thing, shall we? Yes, I suppose you're right, Jesse. There was one other idea I had. Bozja. Bwagi Enze Punko. Banga from Valdane Damaska. When do we get playable Banga? Oh, never? Oh. Hey. 14 devs. You can give us playable Banga, and it won't be an issue. You know why it won't be an issue? Because they don't have ears that will make hats not work on them. So you could actually give the race all of the hats, and it would be fine. No one tell the devs this game has helmets. Please. No one tell them. Just convince them that they have hats. Just tell the devs that they only have hats that are like on the market board, and it's the only things in the game, and that they can make it, and it'll just be fine, and they can work out their helmets later. It's still ridiculous that Hrothgars and Vieras can't wear every hat. There was a level of you're working on it so it's fine up until Dawn Trail's release, and now with Dawn Trail's release, especially considering we're still getting new gear in Dawn Trail that isn't Hrothgar or Viera compatible, it's one of those things where it's like, that is a case of you actually just need to get your shit together. It is beyond acceptable now. Whatever is stopping you from getting hats working on Hrothgars and Vieras, you need to sort that shit out. It is no longer acceptable. Just fucking fix it. There should not be new, updated graphics gear coming out that doesn't work on every race. Whatever is causing the problem, just fucking fix it already. We are now past the point where it's acceptable because of the graphics update. They've literally gone back to old gear to update its graphics and not make it, and still haven't made it work on the new races. They're putting in new gear and still not making it work on the new on all the races. And it's just like, what are you doing? Oh wow, I've spotted a glaring error in the Astrologian chapter. Charlotte scholars don't even know their own disciplines. Did they mention... Is how they mention Charlian Astrology, like, wrong compared to how the Jump Quest mentioned Charlian Astrology? Because Charlian Astrology and Ishgard Astrology are, like, distinctly different things. Wagi is a member of the resistance group Lentes Tears, serving as their liaison with the Eastern Alliance. Versed in the workings of Marketer, he's also charged with the maintenance of the airship Lassa. Esa. Despite being infused by training, Wagi struggled to master the slender swords employed by the style. He compensates for this weakness with his superior marksmanship, as we saw, which sees him unerringly strike distant targets even with short-barreled weapons. As a young Banga, Wagi was scarcely a soldier blooded when he fought the Empire as part of the Damascus Royal Fusiliers. When the kingdom fell, his unit was incorporated into the Imperial Army, but he was disinclined to serve his conquerors, choosing instead to embark upon a rambling journey. While he had many a memorable moment during his wanderings, nothing is so close into his heart as the visiting national city of Abdullah in the Gallian-occupied Landis. Hey, Landis. They straight up mislabeled one of the major arcanas. Lol, Lamau. It's alright, this is why I haven't bought AE3 yet. I have to buy the fixed version when they fix the law. As he strolled through the streets, he came upon a play being performed by a troop of Eshkvan nomads, who were known as much as a source of foreign rumors as they were for their songs and dance. Their play was a whimsical affair depicting the love lives of ordinary folk, but to Wagi, who had lived his entire life under a grim polar conflict, was anything but a mood. Even as he was moved by the tale, he was struck by the jovial mood of the city, which had since regained normality following its conquest. This was his first experience of peace, and it proved heady. Taken by a sudden longing, he begged to join the troop, only to be politely rejected. Soon thereafter, Wagi reunited with his erstwhile comrades, and together they formed a pirating crew. But he never forget the joy he felt that day in Abdullah, and took it upon himself to lighten spirits whenever possible. His jade was somewhat often daft and droll, but he persisted and beamed inside for every grin he succeeded in drawing from his crewmates. Alas, the carefree days of reaving were not to last, for his leader, Bagamnen, would fall under the influence of an Orosite. The stone fed upon the battle Han and Banga's burning hatred for the Empire, warping him into the draconic abomination Yasmans. The Empire is a cancer! And I am the barber's blade. Feel the wrath of my brothers! Sorry, it's some of the best vocal lines in the entire fucking game. Every time I get that fight, I'm just like fucking the voice actor just giving the anger in the voice lines is so good. So good. The FF12 race him. You look like a crocodile. And instead of that meaning that you are fucking awesome, it means we don't like you. Your suffering is not yet over. Such a good fight. It's also just a fun fight that tanks will never position the boss correctly in and make it really annoying for at least half of the people trying to avoid attacks during the magnetism phase. Leveva is how old? I feel like this question has come up multiple times. I feel like every time we rediscover how old Leveva is and work out that she's like 14. Does the book confirm Leveva is actually trans? Leveva is all 16, I rebuke this information. Yeah, but the book also says that Leveva's not a trans mask, so like, you know. Desiring to carry on his respected brother-in-arms legacy, Bozja chose to lend his strength to the resistance, and with decision and grim determination returned to his countenance, where it will remain until such a time as his homeland is free once more. Rustic! Rustic. The book also labels Oshon as Limblade, so like... they're both to do with the ocean, right? Nah, it's fine. They're both something to do with water, I think. That means they're basically the same. Don't point out that Limblade is from, like, the heaven of wind and shit. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Is Oshon even water? No, Oshon's not water. No, Oshon's not water. No. No, water's... Thaliak and... Oshon is earth and mountains. Yeah! I'm gonna say yeah. Never mind. Well, I guess they're both gods of winds, I think. Are they? They're both gods of, they're both from the, yeah. Azema. Azema? Azema is, Azema's water? I was about to say, Azema's god of the sun. I figured she'd be from a fire heaven. I forget what her name is. I'm trying to think. It's Thaliak and someone else, and I can't think. Menfina? Menfina? Azema and Thal's balls of fire, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Menfina. Because I'm pretty sure that's why my FC has a Menfina is Ice and Moon. Oh, never mind. Okay. Because I was gonna say because my FC is named after Menfina. I was gonna say my FC is named after Menfina, and they chose and that was why they chose a blue moon. But blue is also ice, so yeah, fair. Nemea! Nemea! Oh, because Nim! Because Tomberries. I should have remembered that. Right, yeah. City of Nim. Tomberries. Whoops. Yeah, but Oshon is still wins, right? Oshon is Oshon. Me forgetting Averil's patron. Oshon still wins? Because Oshon's the god of the mountains, but it's still yeah. Oshon's the god of mountains, but it's still wind instead of earth because it's the winds that shapes the mountains because of erosion. It's like how Limblade is a god of, like, Limlane's associated with the ocean, but she's still the god of winds. Because it's the winds that navigates the wind on the waters that navigates the ships. Yeah, both of the wind gods feel like they shouldn't be wind gods, but it actually makes sense when you think about it. That I remember. Also, again, Limblade is, yeah. Because yeah, it's like, wouldn't Oshon be earth because it's a mountain? And wouldn't Limblade be water because it's like the waters of the ocean? But it's like, it's the winds that are that erodes the mountains and shapes them. And it's the winds that guides the currents on the water. For where the ships go, because she is the navigator. So that's why it's the wind. It's one of those things where it's just like, the one part of ARR lore that I always struggle to remember. Because there's fucking 12 of them. And it's never relevant. Outside of, like, Thal and Hollow Name. I'm Thalia, because Shalian. To be fair, Nemea and Limlane could very well swap places. Some of them definitely could. I imagine part of the idea is like they kind of cross over. I imagine there's some kind of like, because there's 2 of them per like heaven. I imagine in like, if you have a look at an elemental circle, there's meant to be some level of overlap of just like, oh, like the heaven of wind is like also next to the heaven of water, so Limlane's is kind of like drifting towards the heaven of water, whereas like Oshon's is drifting towards the heaven of earth. Because of that, I imagine there's deliberately some level of overlap there where they kind of flow in a circle of these 2 are of this heaven, but they kind of lean into the one that's next to it because it's like an elemental wheel. I imagine there's some element of that that does apply. Most important thing is Thal has balls. Yeah, like the only ones that really like it's ARR lore because it barely comes up since then. But, like, the only thing that's relevant. The only thing that's relevant is, like, Nalthal and Halone. They're out of all 12 of them, they're really the only ones that come up. And then at some point, post 5.3, Oranges is like, oh, Zema, that sounds like Azim. They're also all Umbral and Astal, and I can't help with that. They're gods, they can do whatever they want. A key figure of the Bozjan resistance, Rustic fights to free his country from the tyrannical clutches of the Empire. He is the son of elite Gunbreaker who served Bozja in its days of independence. There can be little doubt that the path he has walked has been in the footsteps of this great man. A man of whom Rustic himself remembers scarcely a thing. In those days, the Gallian Empire marched mercilessly and inexorably on the scattered small countries in the southern reaches of Ilsabad. Fearing for his son's safety, Rustic's father entrusted the child to his elderly master before departing for the front lines, from which he would never return. Though hailed as a hero by his people, the man's bravery was ultimately in vain, and once proud Bozja fell under the imperial yoke. Young Rustic vowed that he would one day be strong enough to defend his beloved homeland, and devote himself to training as a gunbreaker under the selfsame master who once taught his father, eventually being conscripted by the imperial army. I will be my nation's shield, or so he swore to himself. Yet Rustic was doomed to suffer a fate as tragic as his father's, if not more so. While he was serving the Empire, the Bozja incident occurred, and his beloved homeland was razed to nothingness. After the fall of the Citadel, Rustic awaited his chance and fled the army. For a time, he fought like a beast thirsting for vengeance, launching reckless strikes against Imperial forces from seemingly every direction. Yet there was a limit to what one gunbreaker, no matter how skilled, could do against an entire army. Ask Minefest that. One day, Rustic was ambushed by an Imperial regiment, and suffering grave wounds, was left to die alone deep in the forest. In a turn of good fortune, before succumbing to his wounds, he was discovered by Bazaljan, who had seen the gunbreaker fall in battle against their common foe, and took him in tending to his injuries. Persuaded by the cerebral resistance leader to abandon his rage-driven quest for revenge, Rustic now fights to protect his countrymen, imparting his impressive skills to a new generation of gunbreakers as a mentor to his subordinates. So, like, that, Rustic's the gunbreaker trainer? No. Radovan's the gunbreaker trainer. Rustic's the one that you follow in the level 80 gunbreaker quest. Because Radovan hears about another gunbreaker in Eorzea and worries that the next gunbreaker in Eorzea is going to follow down the path that Radovan almost did and try to get revenge against the Gallian engineer that you end up helping during the gunbreaker questline. And then you run into Rustic, and Rustic's like, oh no, I ain't like that. But this is revealing he used to be like that. He no longer is because of Bazaljan. So it is that the art of the gunbreaker, once in danger of extinction, came to be preserved through the years. Indeed, the high-ranking resistance officer Marsak and Thancred, the scion whom he met through a curious twist of fate, are among Rustic's countless pupils. Hey! They hinted at this. They hinted at this in the level 80 quest, that Rustic is the one who trained Thancred with the gunbreaker techniques. They're confirming it here. He's also the one who trained Marsak, too. Rustic continues to fight to this day, that he might see his techniques handed down to posterity, and his nation one day reborn. Makoto Jimba, Alra 24 Sharlian. An Archon of Sharlian, Makoto studied aetherology at the studio, and known her mark via contributions to the field. When not conducting research, she can be seen lecturing at the academy. Through the introduction of Jesse J of Garland Ironworks, she was invited to Kugane, where she demonstrated her academic prowess in the examination of an aurosite. She would subsequently be called to Gangos to shed light upon the nature of the crystal focus, an artifact of Though possessed of a keen mind, Makoto can occasionally be oblivious to her surrounds. When speaking on the subject of aetherology, she has a tendency to rattle off a flurry of advanced terminology to the confusion of those present. Yet by the same token, she is not easily flustered, maintaining her composure in times of danger and duress. Her name is Jessie J. The one time you learn Jessie's last name and it's J. Well, they can't just make it Raspberry or whatever the 7 character's last name actually is. Like the Warrior of Light, Makoto is blessed with the Echo, her manifestation, the power allowing her to see into the future. While resembling prophetic dreams and divinations, the visions that are revealed are events that cannot be changed. And given that she cannot see them at will, nor clearly, Makoto does not regard the ability as particularly useful. Makoto has an identical twin sister named Kagura, but aside from their appearance and their thirst for knowledge, she cannot be more different from her sister. Where she is calm and measured, Kagura is headstrong and forthright. And though Kagura won her Archon's mark earlier than Makoto, she incurred the eye of the Forum for openly criticizing their policies and was ultimately stripped of her title. She left Charlene in disgust and has not been seen since. And named after a flop pop star. I believe the term is flop star. Have we ever run into Kagura? Are they just telling us that Makoto has a twin sister and we've just never seen her? Have we ever seen Kagura? She ever shown up? Or are they just like, oh, she has a twin, by the way. This is something you don't learn if you don't read your notes. For as long as Makoto can remember, she and Kagura... Wow, I'm sure this will be useful information that will come up later. For as long as Makoto could remember, she and Kagura did not see eye to eye. Conversations were non-existent between them. It's like she exists, but they also don't like each other and never speak to each other. Upon entering the studium, they both went about their own business and seldom saw each other. It was not until Kagura was already gone that Makoto learned of what happened. Though Makoto may have had little interest in people, preferring instead the irreliable company of tomes, her complete ignorance of her sister's trials underlined their estrangement. Nonetheless, Makoto could not help but worry for her sister, and though it was no fault of her own, she felt ashamed for not having done more to aid her. Her anguish should not go unnoticed by a senior Moan breeder, who took it upon herself to reach out to her lest she do something ill-advised. Taking Makoto under her wing, she would find every opportunity to make conversation, be it about academic matters or the mundane. In time, the boisterous Rogan would become like to a sister she never had, someone with whom she could share hopes and dreams and disappointments. Their relationship was the catalyst for Makoto to harbor an interest in others as well as the world beyond the studio's walls. Yet despite Membree's encouragement, it would be some years before she worked up the courage to take to the fields. Even after the two had both graduated, their friendship would continue, every anticipated reunion seeing them while away the hours in chatter. So it was that the news of Membree's death came as a terrible shock to Makoto. Unable to accept her friend's passing, she spent days in denial. It was only when she received a missive from Urianche confirming events of the painful reality set in. She wept as if her heart would break and cursed herself for having helped to create the FFXIV. Had only I known what it was for. Had I only been there. For long moons such thoughts tormented her, but one day she clenched her jaw, donned her travelling garb, and set out into the field for the first time. Since that day, Makoto has not shied from venturing forth, and gladly takes on tasks from outside groups such as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. What matters is that she strives for the benefit of others, as her dear friend once did. It's one of those things where it's just like, Moan Breeder genuinely has more screen time being mentioned after her death than she does have being a character before her death. It's like the writers were completely like, it's like after they killed her, they were completely aware of how much they just wasted this fucking character. And then it's like, oh shit, she actually could have been really interesting. So they have to so they've been deliberately making sure as much as possible to get across how much of an influence she was on a lot of people. You gotta kill off my character, I'm gonna put her in everything. Fuck you. She will always be important. I don't know what happened between Mitsuno and Square, but information is very sparse. I mean, Mitsuno's worked for Square for a while, right? Like, Mitsuno is the evilest guy, right? Like, he's not just, like, one of the evilest guys who happens to be the one who did this. Mitsuno is the evilest guy. And evilest gamers have been around for a good amount of time. So the fact that he did just, one day he is just no longer there, is kind of wild. Bien, ça va, This is our second entry for her. I'm doing fine. A covert operative of the 4th Imperial Legion charged with infiltrating the Bosnian resistance. And this one is an interview after a capture, I believe. My nose is doing fine, but I can feel phlegm building up in my throat just from so much talking. It's nowhere near as bad as the nose being a problem, but it's like I can feel it and I can't do anything about it, and it's just irritating. Upon joining the Resistance, you provided your name and personal history, and we're in the process of verifying the truth of those details. If there were any falsehoods, now is your chance to correct them. It is regretful that the incident destroyed any evidence I might provide, but I swear the information I gave was entirely truthful. Why then did you betray the Resistance to our enemy? Why turn traitor? Turn traitor? I was never on your side to begin with. My mission was to infiltrate your ranks. You were sent to spy on us. Correct. And what was your objective? I was to ensure the forging of the Resistance weapons, and the reformation of Gunhilda's blades. Once Save the Queen was safely in the possession of the 4th Imperial Legion, the plan was to summon the Icon and bend it to our will. An elaborate scheme that ultimately ended in failure. Have you learned from your mistakes? My only mistake was to undermine the talents of Eorzea's champion. I knew that a seer's power was essential to delve into the memories, but I never did dream that the renowned Liberator would become so integral to the process. Or perhaps Makoto simply felt uneasy and sending for her was a means to guarantee the success of our work. Whichever the case, your operation is now in shambles. What will the Legion do now? I haven't the slightest idea, and even if I did, why would I tell you? As we've discussed many times before, you have no reason to revile the nation we seek to build. It'll be a society in which every citizen is treated as an equal, where poverty and bigotry are evils of the past. And yet you still choose to work against us. Altering the course of this country will not be a simple matter of reclaiming its helm. Establishing new laws and enforcing your ideals will be done amidst a swarm of protest. Who in their right mind would oppose us? Consider the situation from my perspective. The Imperials have imposed their order upon Bozja for half a century. So 50 years, yeah, it's literally like the entire time it's been an empire. But have all their subjects accepted their rule, as I have? Do they all enjoy the same treatment? The same standing? The Empire invaded us, even if its laws were just. We could not help but chafe beneath the yoke of its occupation. Your compromise is flawed. Comparison is flawed. And I can say it is two sides of the same coin. Even should you seize control and attempt to reform what you see as evil, there will always be those who cry oppression. I find that hard to believe, that you lack imagination. Many folk are short-sighted and resistant to change. Some will prove so stubborn that you'll have to kill them before they accept the new order you hope to impose, even as you plan to kill me. Your punishment is yet to be decided. Military court will be deliberate your fate once the nation has been liberated. A foregone conclusion. Why even bother to discuss it further? You are not beyond redemption. Do not tease me with the talk of salvation. If you mean to execute me, then bring out the headman's axe. I mean to save you. We both have our convictions, but mine do not demand your death. You are a gentle soul. People such as you and Bazaljan are the pure stream trickling through the mud and muck which now suffocates poor Bozja. I pray the source of your kindness never runs dry. This document records the interrogation of covert operative Misia Wojciech, as conducted by liaison officer Apella 3 days after the suspect was apprehended. Several remarks here have been flagged as inappropriate for resistance personnel, and the files will be stored in the full clearance only section of the archives. Yeah, Misia in this just being like, even if you want to build a better nation, even if you want to liberate Bozja, good fucking luck getting everyone to agree with it. But you can see here that she is aware that at least some people of the Resistance are trying to do it for the right reasons. She just doesn't believe they'll be able to succeed. Gunhilda. Our second page for Gunhilda. Gunhilda is both a name and title, inherited by every queen who ruled over the Bozja of old. The last potentate to be ordained as such, the last queen Gunhilda in history, was born Novembia Wojciech, ancient ancestor of Misia. The bloodline of the Wojciech tribe was given rise to generation after generation of seers, and thus when a 7-year-old Novembia showed signs of great promise, she was taken to study at the shrine. She learned to read the stars and the winds and divine secrets and numbers, She immersed herself in prayer, spiritualism, and the performance of sacred dance. The reward for her devotions was a place among the 12 Shrine Maidens, the personal servants of Queen Gunhilda. This shining era came to an abrupt end, however, when the hubris of the Allagan Empire brought about the fall of Umbral Calamity. Bozja was plunged into chaos and great earthquakes caused the land to buckle and shift, the ragged rents in the ground spewing forth plumes of flame. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, the ruling class agreed that the power of Save the Queen should be invoked, and a champion summoned forth to deliver Bozja from destruction. But Queen Gunhilda, knowing her essence and identity would be consumed by the ritual, refused their entreaties. Thus stymied, the statesmen raised Novembia to the throne with unprecedented haste, imbuing their disposable figurehead with the authority to wield the sacred blade. Meaning pure and selfless in the old tongue, Novembia was true to her name. Though unaware of the reason beyond her rapid ascension, she dutifully took up the sword and poured her life energies into the weapon. In answer to her sacrifice, a mighty entity was made manifest, and Bozja and her people were saved. What the instigators of this miracle did not anticipate was that the humble Shrine Maiden would survive the rites and return to her mundane form. In Novembia flowed the blood of seers, and with her heritage came the power of the Echo. Though she had received no formal training in the arts, she would often see visions of the past of others, a talent she never questioned as aught more than her birthright. But it was this very blessing which sheltered her soul from the dominating presence of the entity, and allowed her to wield its might as she saw fit. This revelation filled the statesmen with abject terror. They plotted to murder their young queen with Gunhilda's sword, and struck down when she was most vulnerable. Believing the act to be righteous, that none could hold such tremendous power and remain uncorrupted, the common folk did nothing to defend her. And even as she lay dying, watching her lifeblood sleep out across the floor, Novembia did not curse her assassins. She knew her ethereal strength was unnatural, unpredictable. It had to be contained lest Bozja suffer further devastation. She would die secure in the knowledge that her people were safe. That was enough. In that instant, a blinding light issued forth from the blade. Novembia had, for one brief moment, wished to live just a little while longer, as her soul slipped away from her body. Both her fervent desire and a small portion of her aether were drawn into the sacred sword. The first sight of the last Bozja's queens beheld upon her resurrection was a circle of Gunhilda's blades. Am I to be slain once more then? Towering waves of rage, grief, and rancor such as she had never felt before surged within her. Why? Why must my life be forfeit? Consumed by emotion, raw and unchecked, Novembia unleashed her will. They shall kneel before me and worship. I am Gunhilda. I am queen. But another Novembia watched the scene unfold in horror, her unheard voice screaming out in protest. This is wrong. This cannot be. Trapped within her own mind was the Novembia from the days before she was crowned. The Novembia who would do anything to protect her beloved Bozja. She understood that to take life, even that of the villainous, was to forge a chain of vengeance. And that chain would stretch on and on until all was strangled within its limits. My name sounds very similar to YouTube. I used to watch it, throw me for a loop. It's one of those things where again, the whole Mircea wants to like honor the queen and the horrible things they did to her because she sees the similarities between that and how she's treated now. But the queen that she ends up using to do it would want anything other than this to happen. Seeker! That's what it's called. The first one's called Trinity Seeker. There it is. There it is. It's Seeker. Enthralled in the behest of Mircea, the three members of Gunhilda's Blades, Aggie the Iron Fist, Velibor the Baleful, and Blaz the Merciful, have been warped even further, their bodies meshed into a single abhorrent entity which serves the queen without question. I gotta say, out of everything that we see for like primal manipulation and like primal tempering, Save the Queen has some of the most fucked up in the entire game. Like, Save the Queen fuses multiple people together into a horrid amalgamation. We don't see other primals do that. But I guess that's because of both the sheer level of power of Save the Queen, the fact that Save the Queen in of itself as an icon instills a lot of worship to the Queen because of its nature as a queen, and also because of Mircea's personal control over it and personal fucked up desires for vengeance. Several miles north of the harbour city of Matrave, the land rises into a series of gently rolling hills. At the top of the highest slope looms a massive wall, an imposing barrier constructed of the closely fitting limestone blocks, and as thick as the outstretched arms of two grown cures. Scarcely a quarter of the original edifice remains, however, with the scars of centuries plainly evident upon its crumbling facade. Once beyond this encircling wall, a small settlement can be found nestled between two hills. This compound houses the illustrious martial school known as the Verdant Path. The school encompasses what was once a Bozjan shrine, the many spires of the central building making the sites where a host of holy men and women would practice their devotions. When not engaged in spiritual endeavors, it is said they tempered their bodies with physical training, rudimentary fighting style upon which the Verdant Path was later founded. When the Gallian Empire invaded, adherents of the school rose up in strength to defend the city-state of Bosnia. As the incursion rolled on, however, Bosch van Gerbrandt, then legatus of the 4th Legion, came to lament the slaughter of so much promising martial talents. He promised the Verdant Path amnesty and protection, it would but swear fealty to the Empire. The schoolmaster accepted, and by surrendering himself to the invaders' justice, were his colleagues allowed to continue their instruction. One such teaching was the technique of 3 as 1. It was simple in concept yet difficult to master, requiring 3 disciplines to synchronize their actions in order to fell opponents far too powerful to engage alone. During their training days, Blaz and Velibor were ever on the lookout for a third to complete their 3 as 1 trio. Their incomparable skill, however, meant that none of their fellows could ever measure up to them in an even contest. Only one disciple refused to admit defeat, rising to a feat again and again. That student was Aggie, a girl who came to the school as an orphan, ragged and withdrawn, but now lit up the room with her infectious grin. Blaz and Velibor loved her as a little sister, and it was for this very reason they were hesitant to add her to their ranks. The day was near when Bozja would rise in rebellion, and the Verdant Path would lend its strength to the resistance. And what sort of brother would drag his younger sibling off to war? One so bright and full of promise should be spared the horrors of such a battle, where blood would answer for blood in unrelenting conflict. Yet Aggie was not to be turned from her chosen path. She earned the rank of master and trained, and she was able to claim one of every 3 matches she fought against the cousins. Blaz and Velibor were compelled to recognize her achievements, and at last accepted her as their third. The decision was swayed not by Aggie's desire to fight, but by their need to protect her if she insisted she must. They swore to be her shields, come what may. And what twisted fate did come. They exist now only as the Trinity Seeker. 3 as 1, forever. Gulliver really is one of the most fucked up duties in the entire game. There's that moment, you go back to the Castrum cutscene after you beat Castrum. There's that moment where Save the Queen is summoned and immediately attacks all of the blades. And the Warrior of Light recognizes what just happened before anyone else does. Having seen so many temperings happen, having fought so many icons and everything, it's very clear that like everyone else in the room doesn't quite know what happens when they see these blue swords come out and attack the blades. But the Warrior of Light is very aware and like horrified and slowly backing away in horror over what has just happened. And then you have to go through and, you know, put them all down. After, you know, again, it's one of the most effective, like, that, like, you're told about all of this in the notes. But you're told about this in the notes after the fact. It's learning about how fucked it up is after the fact, so I don't count it. It's one of the most, like, successful attempts this game has done at getting across story through gameplay, I think. Because, like, all of the blades outside of the initial introduction cutscene, most of your interactions with the blades are on the battlefield of the Bosnian Southern Front. You fight alongside Blaz and Velibor and Agi and Zevin and all of them. You fight alongside them in Bozja. It gives you an idea of like how powerful the blades actually are as weapons. The actual relic weapon you're working for in this series. For the first time ever, they want to give you a very clear demonstration of how powerful the relic is this time around. Like, the power of the relic barely comes into it for the, like, Heavensward and Stormblood relics, and in ARR, you're also restoring a relic from a long ago of, like, this weapon was spoken of in legend and you're restoring it. Whereas they go to very explicit efforts to show you, hey, these are the blades on the battlefield of the Southern Front. 1, you're fighting a war. It's not a solo effort. most of the skirmishes you do, a bunch of people are joining you in the fight. And at the van of all of those, as many of those fights, are the blades themselves. They're the strongest there. They have their own attacks. They do like their own special circle AoEs. They've got unique attacks that they do that like you can't do. Zevon has like a limit break for Black Mage that is combining fire and ice. You can't do that. So you're being like shown the different ways that they fight. You're being shown how powerful the weapons they have are, because they can do stuff that is significantly more powerful than what anyone else can do because they've got the blades. You get a sense of camaraderie because you're fighting alongside them. The sense that the war is way more than a solo effort because you're fighting alongside them and everything like that. And then this happens where they're all tempered, and then you have to do an entire duty that is just fighting them being tempered. Seeing through the gameplay what is happening. That, oh, Trinity Seeker is a combination of the others. Oh, that's a monk attack. Oh, that's a samurai attack. Oh, that's a Dark Knight attack. It's, yeah, it's, it's something that the game doesn't always do. The game very often lets the story speak for itself in cutscenes, and the gameplay is there. The game does not always try to do a lot of storytelling through its gameplay. It's definitely something that they're doing significantly more with Shadowbringers specifically. Shadowbringers specifically, they are definitely trying to actively use the gameplay for storytelling a hell of a lot more than they have in prior expansions. Not that they never do it in prior expansions, but Shadowbringers ups it up a lot more. But I do think this is one of the bigger impactful ones. Obviously, another one of the best ones, which I think was literally brought up the last time I mentioned how good this was, is the Render Rai solo duty during the role quests. Having the stack marker appear, and the stack marker appears on you, and you can't do anything about it. And then Ardbur and Squad rock up to take the stack marker with you is also another incredible one. Gosetsu appearing during the Tsukiyomi fight is another incredible one. There's a lot of good ones. There is a lot of good examples of gameplay being used to tell story. The dungeons themselves in Shadowbringers do a lot more of that as well. They can't really portray Amaranth the way that they have in this game without it being a dungeon. It's one thing that dungeons allow them to do. Dungeons allow them to show world-altering events in a game where they literally can't alter the world because it's an MMO. You can actually... It's similar with Holminster Switch. You can't really, show the effects of the Sin Eaters taking over Lakeland and destroying everything by having them actually do that on Lakelands, because it's an MMO, they can't do that. They literally have a solo duty later that shows an attack on the Lakeland map that you know, but you get to it early enough that you've got most of the soldiers there that it's only the people who are being affected. Whereas Holminster Switch is completely run over before anyone can get there, so houses are burning down and shit like that. So they can't have houses burned down and villages get eradicated in the overworld duty. It's just it's the people who are dying. Whereas they can show the houses burning down and that. So it's only, again, it's what Amaranth does. Amaranth can't really get across the idea of what happened to Amaranth by showing that in the little Amaranth section you get in the world map. It's similar to what they do with the Heroes Gauntlet, showing that Elidibus is summoning these spirits across the entire world chasing you down. Wouldn't play out as well in the overworld. Even if they did spawn extra enemies in the overworld for that moment, jump on your mountain, fly away. So they show it in a cutscene. Not in a cutscene. They show it in a dungeon. You run across several maps in the Hero's Gauntlet being chased by them. It's one of those very specific things that Shadowbringers is doing more than previous ones. Alamigo dungeon. Just the entirety of Alamigo as a dungeon is also that. it shows you the city of Alamigo that doesn't exist because you don't get Alamigo as a city-state in this game. So it expands what you can visually see of Alamigo by going into Alamigo and seeing more than just like the quarters. But it's also, you see the collective effort that it is by the Alliance by seeing them physically on the fields while you're going through a lot of it. A technique that they repeat and do even better in Gimlet Dark. This is still, I think, one of the best ones, though. This one's up there. This one's still up there. Queen's Guard. The Queen's Soldier, the Queen's Knight, the Queen's Gunner, the Queen's Warrior. All four were once members of Gunhilda's Blades, and all four now serve the Queen as her unquestioning thralls. Mladen the Vanished. Before his recruitment as the Queen's Soldier, this unfortunate Hrothgar was known as Mladen the Vanished. A second-generation Bosnian refugee, born and raised in Doma, Mladen learned the arts of the ninja before joining the Liberation Front. In the days which followed the retaking of the castle, he crossed over to Bozja to pledge his strength to Battlechan, where he taught ninjutsu to his new allies and gathered intelligence on the 4th Imperial Legion. Mladen was absent from the ill-fated assault on Kasham like Sator, having been part of a unit deployed to northern Bosnia, where tragedy caught up to him nonetheless, when he was later enthralled on the southern front lines. A solitary man with no living relatives, he would often quip that he could fall in battle with a light heart for the none to mourn his passing. Perhaps in some buried corner of his present cursed existence, that thought yet brings him comfort. Addis the Spirited. Once a noted member of the Resistance, Addis the Spirited now stands hollow in obedience as the Queen's Knight. Addis hails from Dirbeck, a remote region of Bosnia. As receiving the standard imperial education, he served in the Gallian army as a centurion until the Bozja incident drove him into the arms of the Resistance. Although a commander of men, the hot-blooded Hrothgar was infamous for charging ahead into enemy expense, where he would call out rival officers to engage in single combat. Such selfless, reckless bravery inspired his men and demoralized the foe, and no few young Bosnians sought to follow his example. His final act was to fight a rearguard action on the southern front, ensuring the escape of many allies as possible, until the Queen's undeniable aether overwhelmed him at last. When the survivors reached the safety of Gangos, their wells of grief echoed through the encampment. They had lost the best of them, and the entire company, their faces streaked with tears, wishing they could have fallen instead. Tugheim the Swiftram. The Queen's Warrior is the aether-corrupted form of Resistance member Tugheim the Swiftram. As a true-born Bosnian who could trace her lineage back to one of the old nation's ruling families, Tugheim was afforded the rights of a free citizen in Imperial society, a privileged position that she discarded in favor of joining the Resistance movement. Ostensibly one of noble class, despised by Misia, she herself never belittled the common folk through word or deed, and although her habitual reticence often led to misunderstandings, she was in truth the staunchest supporter of Battlechan's efforts to impose a fair and balanced social order. In battle, this imposing Rogan and cool! Sure! You never even see this character. Fuck it, make her another dead fucking Femro, thanks. This imposing Rogan would wade into enemy ranks like a war goddess incarnate, swinging an axe longer than she was tall. Oh yeah, she's even an axe wielder. Cool, just give us a second, Moonbreeder. Swinging an axe longer than she was tall with terrifying ease. When enthralled and empowered by the Queen, she can now manipulate the forces of gravity itself. And Ratomir the Pale. Even before his transformation into the Queen's Gunner, Ratomir the Pale was feared among his enemies as a harbinger of death. To be fair, you might actually see her at some point in the Southern Front. The other 6 who become the 2 Trinities, I see them all the time, they're very common. But maybe these ones show up in like a singular skirmish or something inside of the Southern Front, but I don't remember any of them. None of the names are ringing a bell from like seeing them join fights. A hunter who dwelt in the wilds of Bosnia, Ratomir left his simple act to take up arms against the Empire when the Citadel was destroyed. It's amazing how many stories you have here of the Bosnia incident being the inciting, like, start of the Resistance. Which makes a lot of sense. Like, Bosnia has been, under Imperial rule for, like, 45 years. Maybe a little longer, because of how, like, because the Bosnia incident happened a bit before, the Calamity, which was 5 years ago. But, like, you have, like, Bosnia's under Imperial rule, a lot of people are working for the Imperial Army. And then the Bosnia incident happens, and a lot of people are just like, you know what? The Empire just blew up our fucking capital. Fuck them. Fuck this. Let's kill them. There's a lot of stories here, a lot of people here that were specifically learning that the thing that made them stop working for the Empire and actually take up resistance for their homeland was the Bosnians, which again makes a lot of sense. It's just like, why the fuck are we still fighting underneath the Argolian Empire if they're willing to just like blow up our entire city? As he saw it, imperial hubris had led to the deaths of countless innocents, and he would not leave his countrymen unavenged. Already skilled in the use of a firearm, he was a natural progression into the role of resistance marksman. Bradomir's legend began on the nights of an Imperial Company assaults and the encampment at Garava. The surprise onslaught threw resistant ranks into helpless confusion, the lack of a coherent defense elevating the offensive into outright slaughter. Survivors rallied and sought to win free of the attackers, but the net was drawn too tightly to escape. As they waited grimly for their demise, one of the advancing Imperials suddenly slumped to the ground. From the Stygian darkness beyond the flame-lit camp, the sound of a firearm cracked again and again, and each time it spoke, another Imperial soldier fell. The death toll mounted, and it was now the aggressors' turn to feel the cold grip of panic. If they could have pierced that inky veil, they might have spied the determined features of Radomir as he methodically dismantled the encircling force. When morning came and the weary resistant troops surveyed the carnage, they found 36 Imperial corpses with bullet wounds to the head. Radomir the Pale, the living legend. How fortunate for the Queen to come into possession of so formidable a weapon. And this is where I would put my Trinity Avowed field note. If I had one! But it will never fucking drop. Never drop. Save the Queen. A trigger weapon forged by the fallen Alagon Empire. Save the Queen was born from painstaking study of icons, and a desire to simplify and streamline the process by which they were summoned. Such devices, of which this Holy Blade stands as a prime example, serves as the catalyst by which an icon may be called forth. As for how this legendary sword did come into ancient Bozja, none can say. In light of Bozja's military weakness, it is inconceivable they could have seized or stolen it themselves. There is little reason to believe that Alog favoured the Bosnians so much to have presented it as a gift. A more likely possibility is that an Alagon apostate who no longer looks kindly on the Empire defected to Bozja and gifted his new countrymen the artifact of his own accord. The Save the Queen is a mount. I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I would spend cash shop money on it. If they put it on the cash shop, I would buy it 100%. Because you know what the awesome thing is? I play as Ephemeral. You know, if this became a mount, Minifist would sit on it the same way that Misia does. Femra's already tried to sit on every mount they can, as cunty as possible. It is already a feat that Femra has accomplished in this game as is. You know that they would do it on this as well. In any event, the fact remains that the Holy Blade of Bozja, which could be wielded only by the hand of Queen Gunhilda, was a trigger weapon, a relic of Alagon ingenuity. Yay. The mechanism by which it is powered is a wondrous thing. In the days of ancient Evilists, the crystal known as Orosite was worshipped as a reliquary. Imagine a bit of emo with a mechanical hand blows its trumpet. Crystal known as Orosite was worshipped as a reliquary. Come to this world from the heavens on the wings of Ultima, the High Seraph. It houses power beyond mortal comprehension. A power that resonates with the desires of man, giving them concrete form. It was in their quest to artificially improve upon this natural phenomenon the Alagons did create such a fearsome weapon, which forges the wielder's deepest secret desires into a trigger for calling forth an icon. Oop, too far. Having succeeded in the summoning, the Alagons then sought a means by which to bend said icon to their will, and after much trial and error, came to the conclusion that this could only be accomplished by one possessing the power of the Echo. The discovery was a testament to the terrifying, boundless knowledge of the Alagons. In time, Misia, having heard tell of the blade and the tragedy of Bosnia's final queen, sought to manifest its primal power, with herself as conduit. Yet summoning alone would not suffice. She required a means by which to retain control of her body and will throughout the process. For this, she would need the power of the Echo. So with knowledge gained through the Empire's vast information network, she located a Sharlayan scholar by the name of Makoto, known to possess the gift. Having succeeded in kidnapping a quarry, Misia employed techniques developed by Lord Aulus Mal Asena, who is somehow being mentioned for the second time in Bozja content, at the Resonatorium to reproduce Makoto's powers within herself, thus becoming Resonance. Misia then sought to use the residual aether left in the blade by its former wielder, the one born as Nevembia Votaj, and her memories to conjure the shade of Queen Hilda. While these reserves were sufficient to temper the resistant warriors who stood before her, however, they were woefully insufficient to accomplish her ultimate goal of becoming a knight. When she learned that a font of abundant aether such as she required could be found in the ruins of the ancient Bozjan palace del Origine, her path was clear. There, with the power of a great crystal house in the innermost chambers, Misia at long last made the holy blade's true power her own. So it was that the queen stood before the warrior of light with years of bitterness in her heart, that she might see Gabranth's vision made real by her own hands. I think Save the Queen, like, lore-wise, has got to be up there against some of the most, among the most powerful primals that we've personally put down. It's got to be, like, Save the Queen saved Bozja from a calamity, which, like, the last time we saw a primal that saved a realm from a calamity was Phoenix. I mean, we also did, like, defeat Phoenix back in ARR, so, you know, we've been slaying very powerful primals for a long ass time. But the current theory is Ultim was originally an Aurosite meteorite who gained sentience via continuous prayer. At least that's what I believe. I mean, like, yeah, Ultima very much talks about being a god. I believe she literally has a line saying, "I am the only god." I believe she does specifically have a line saying that. Anyways, we don't have as many left for these last ones, so... Well, I know we're only on page 4 of 5, but I am missing a hell of a lot more for this. So, yeah, a couple left. Again, the plan is at some point during Bozja duel streams when I do that. Hopefully by the time I start that, I'll have most of the ones that I'm missing that aren't duel related. Hopefully. And we'll see how it goes from there. At this point, Bozja duels, I said I was going to do Bozja duels as like a post 6.0 thing. At this point, that depends on whether I can do enough prep for that. Because before we do Bozja duels, at a bare minimum, I'd want most of the field notes that aren't duel related here. And I also want 10 Sons of Valor. If I'm going to go for the duels and make a genuine attempt at it, stacking the deck in my favor will be fine. I don't want to cheese any of the duels. I don't want to do any of the cheese strats where you use, like, stack the things together with Flare Star to murder them instantly. But all I have to do to not do that is do what I'm obviously going to do and do all of the duels as Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker can't use those cheese strats anyways. Gunbreaker doesn't have access to Flare Star and shit like that. So, because I can't even use any of the cheese strats on the job that I'm going to do it on, which I'm obviously going to do it on Gunbreaker, I feel like it's okay to stack the deck in my favor as much as I can as Gunbreaker. So that's like, have the Re-Raiser items, have my 10 stacks of Valor. The other stacks don't really matter. How much damage I'm going to take is not an issue, because I'll die in one shot. How much I can heal isn't really an issue, because you'll die in one shot. So, like, stacking up healing and stuff like that. Going in with, like, deep essences, all of that stuff. Because it's the thing of just, you don't know how many attempts you're going to get every time you go in. And because if you have an attempt, someone else, like other people who would want to, aren't getting it. I think it's okay to stack the deck in my favor as much as I can. Like, stacking the deck in my favor won't make it any easier to solve the mechanics. It just means I may not have to loop the mechanics as many times. I doubt I doubt even with, like, maximum stacks of Valor, I'd defeat any of them before they started looping their mechanics. Unless they genuinely have, like, 10 minutes of unique mechanics to do. Which, if they do, is honestly scary, because it means I have to remember that much, but, you know. So, yeah, I would say I'm definitely not going to do it until, at bare minimum, post 6.0. But Bozja duels at this point, I'm also just also contingent on whether I'm prepared for them. Now that I know that the Sons of Valor do exist, and also knowing how many field notes I have missing, I would at bare minimum want those to be caught up. I'm not going to turn around and say, oh, I have to do DRS first so I have max haste or anything like that, because otherwise I'll never do the Bozja duels, because no one runs DRS anymore. So there is also that. I'd love to run DRS one day, I just have no idea when I'll have the chance to do it. Kosyu! A Rogadin from Naksha. This one doesn't die because he's a male. Game is sexist in terms of it killing off women explicitly when they're ephemeros. Raised in a remote village in northern Naksha, this capable warrior of the Nakshan resistance is one of the few Rogadin native to the region. His true name is difficult to pronounce for those not of his clan, so his comrades in the resistance have given him the nickname Kosyu, which means tiger whiskers in the more commonly used local dialects. My guy took up an Asian name because his Slavic name was too difficult for the local Asians to pronounce. Oh. Oh, how the turns have tabled. Just thinking about how I have Asian co-workers who were born in China, who I call Jack and Abby. It's just like, definitely not their names that they were given in China. And also not legally their names in Australia. But, you know. I have said that, I'm just like, you know I can, like, pronounce a Chinese name without that much difficulty. Like, if you want me to refer to you by your Chinese name, that's fine. And they're just like, yeah, I'd prefer it, but it would be confusing if a white person does it. And I'm just like, fair enough. Fair enough. That is like, if you use my Chinese name to refer to me, I'd prefer that. But then I'd be confused that you don't then continue speaking Chinese to me. And I'm just like, that's fair. That's fair. So the thing that I don't get that. I like, out of all of the foreign languages to like try to pronounce in English, Chinese is not a hard one for names. Like, it's not that hard. There are definitely a lot more languages that are way, like, obviously if it's like written in Chinese, it'd be hard to read it. But if you hear the pronunciation, it's not that hard to pronounce English, like to pronounce like Chinese words and names in English compared to a lot of languages, which would be a lot harder. But like, basically everyone I know who comes from China, who lives in Australia, never just says like, no, just fuck you, call me by my fucking name. Did I read? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was about to say, did I read this one yet? His thick accent, paired with his habit of mumbling, means he's often misunderstood, and as a result, he doesn't make friends easily. However, his skill with an axe is without question. The decision to send him to the Bozja frontline was met with unanimous approval. His experiences with the Empire began when the invasion of Naxxia reached Bunlang, his home. Kosyu was only 8 years old when most of his kin were killed, and together with the other survivors, he fled his village and became a refugee. As the Imperials advanced, they were forced farther and farther southward, and they were met with many hardships on their journey. Kosyu's younger sister by 3 summers was claimed by the sickness, and he had no choice but to bury her himself. He swore on her grave that he would never shed another tear, and from that day forth, devoted himself to the resistance. Although he initially struggled to fit in due to his manner of speaking, it quickly became apparent to those around him that he not only excelled in martial arts, but also had an aptitude for academic achievements. His life would take another dramatic turn 1 year before Naxxia finally lost its ward with the Empire. Kosyu was patrolling the jungle when he encountered a mother and daughter, emaciated from hunger and exhaustion. The woman used her dying breaths to speak of the tragedy that befallen the village of Dagma. Traumatized by the passing of her mother and the barbaric scene she had witnessed, the young girl could not utter a single word. Her name was Atori, though it would be some time before Kosyu would learn this. She bore a strange resemblance to his deceased sister, and he soon found himself caring for her as though she were his own flesh and blood. Eventually, the pair grew to become 2 of Naxxian Resistance's most valued warriors, and they fought bravely in the battle for Kashmir Farida, and their achievements earned the acclaim of their comrades. When the Eastern Alliance was asked to send reinforcements to aid the Bosnian resistance, Kosyu and Atori were quick to volunteer, and their requests were immediately accepted. Their devotion to liberating others from imperial oppression knows no bounds. Whether it be fighting for their homes or for their allies in distant lands, they will fight until the last. You do see Atori and Kosyu together. They fight off one of the puppet masters. Another one who's also from Naxxia, I believe, based on dialect. Aboro! Aboro is also up there in terms of like job quest characters becoming relevant. Aboro can literally show up in an MSQ cutscene. Doesn't talk, but he does show up during it. And then he also shows up during Bozja. Yeah, far recent. 24 in Doma. A shinobi of Doma. Oboro was among the contingent sent by the Eastern Alliance to aid in the battle against the 4th Legion. Though his homeland was already under the Imperial yoke at the time of his birth, Oboro was raised in a secluded village, where he was instructed in the art of ninjutsu by his master Kakai. Blessed with equal measures of innate talent and dogged determination, he quickly rose through the ranks and was awarded the title of Jonin, given only to the most skilled shinobi. When When Lord Cayenne led his rebellion, Oboro proudly fought at his side. After a hard-fought battle, they succeeded in taking back Doma Castle. And it seemed for a fleeting moment that Doma's liberation had been won. Victory, however, proved as ephemeral as the bubbles in the sea, owing in part to the machinations of a fellow shinobi who had already defected to the Empire, providing with them vital intelligence from the shadows. Before long, Xenos' 12th Legion was upon them, and Lord Cayenne's revolt mercilessly crushed. Oboro survived the battle, and upon returning home, he was tasked with a new mission by the village elders. It was to make foray and pursue the traitor who had betrayed his homeland. This kind of gives a different idea to Karasu. If Karasu was like a big part responsible of why Doma was like under Imperial capture for so long. So it was that Oboro came to practice the art of shinobi in a new land, ready to return at a moment's notice should his homeland require his skills. And in return he did when Heian, son of Cayenne, led his own revolt, playing a vital role in the infiltration of the Dairyu Moon Gates. You see him do that. This time, Oboro had been summoned by Lord Heian once more to provide invaluable support to the Bozjan resistance as a key member of the Eastern Alliance. Oboro is a serious-minded youth with a strong sense of justice, so serious in fact that he often comes off as rigid and inflexible. At the same time, he is passionate about defending others and would sooner throw his own life away than put others in danger. An almost reckless courage that has won him no small number of admirers among his fellow shinobi. This all-consuming devotion to his duty, however, has left Oboro less adept at dealing with interpersonal relationships and everyday affairs. Though he is more than marriageable age, he appears completely at a loss as to what steps he might go about finding a woman to take as his bride. The following is a sworn testimony of a shinobi who insisted on anonymity, but has accompanied Oboro on multiple forays to Eorzea. The others also suggested that it would be easiest if Oboro simply allowed a matchmaker to set him up with a suitable bride. As a shonen, needless to say, tradition dictates that he is bound by duty to father children and raise them to be a great shinobi in their own right, a duty which Oboro has no intention of neglecting. And yet, it would seem that his exposure to Eorzea customs and lifestyles has colored his thinking somewhat, and recently has expressed feeling a certain yearning to experience romantic love. You don't hear this from me, of course, but I've even seen him toting around a book on how to woo the pharaoh sex. Whether he acquired it from his own devices or received it as a gift from a certain roguish acquaintance of his, I cannot say with certainty. Karasu just being like, fine, if you're not gonna fuck me, here's a book on how to get some bitches. Lovro! This is one of the last tempered of Gunblades Blades. Hrothgar and Bozja Citadel, and his skirmishers always die so quickly. So hard to find. Lovro was conscripted into the Imperial Army, and he was away on mission at the time of the Bozja incident, in which his entire family was killed. He later became a spy for the Bozjan resistance while continuing to act as a member of the Gallian forces. Lovro was trained as a red mage, and the tale of how he came to possess such abilities is somewhat unusual. When he took part in the Imperial invasion of Alamigo, one of the citizens who defected to the Empire was able to wield red magic. As Gallians generally lacked the ability to control it, though, it was decided that Lovro would be taught these techniques. Lovro had an aptitude for red magic and enthusiastically absorbed all the knowledge he could. His teacher was an named Lambard, a former member of the Alamigan revolutionaries known as the Crimson Duelists, who were responsible for reviving the lost art of red magic. He offered to share the secrets of this rare form of magic with his new Imperial masters as a sign of his loyalty. Crimson Duelists is straight up Zerontia. And his group. I can't remember if Lambard actually specifically gets a mention during his quest. Lovro despied Lambard's obsequious scrapings and bowing to the Gallians, but he was resolved not to let his distaste show, and instead focused his efforts on mastering the Alamigan's methods. Once his training was complete, he returned to the Far East, where he took on students of his own at academies in various Imperial territories. However, his plan was to only teach red magic to those who bore strong feelings of animosity towards the Empire, that they may one day rise up and overthrow their oppressors. He also students to Imperial education and made them trusting of their Gallian overlords, but Lovro sought to reverse the indoctrination without raising suspicion, all the while biding his time. Lovro discovered an especially promising student upon his return to the Bozja Citadel. Her name was Mariel, and despite only having 14 summers to her name, she already demonstrated a gift for strategy, and it seemed she would make a valuable addition to the resistance. Recognizing her vast potential, Lovro committed himself to her training as never before. Like droplets of water on an arid desert, his every teaching was absorbed almost instantaneously. When the time finally came, the master and student joined the Bozjan resistance. They had sworn in secret. The talents earned them a place among the select few inducted into Gunblade Blades. Unfortunately, it was not to last. Lovro fell under the spell of Save the Queen, losing all sense of himself and forced to serve as a tempered minion. This is the one that you go through the quest line, And Mariel is there just being like, your body hasn't turned yet, maybe we can save you. You can literally go and talk to Mariel in Zadnor right now. And she talks about how they managed to get Lofro back and hopefully use the cure for tempering to save him because his body hasn't transformed like all the other blades have. Luffy! She's back. Now wearing a coat that took me forever to get from Wiping City. 19-year-old born in Valentine, Damascus. A former member of the 4th Legion's Mage Detachment, Luffy made the momentous decision to desert the Imperial Army, fending off relentless pursuit of her former compatriots and successfully fleeing to the Bosnian Southern Front together with a Monoceros, a fearsome yet pitiable beast that she had previously been forced to subject to cruel and inhumane experimentation. Upon learning of the fall of Catchum like a Sasori, Luffy surrendered herself to the Bosnian resistance, partly out of an odd sense of gratitude to her former foes for the mercy they had shown her on the battlefield, but even more so because she realized that she and her beastly companion had nowhere else to turn. Luffy offered her captors a proposition. She would reveal them every last bit of knowledge she possessed about the 4th Legion. In return, she asked only that her animal friend be returned to its far-off mountain to live out its life in peace. As for herself, she would accept any sentence, even death. Moved by the girl's earnest plea and grim determination, Bozja took her in, not as a prisoner of war, but as one of the Resistance's own. Help us win our freedom, he offered, and you may see your friends safely home yourself. Luffy accepted these terms willingly, for in truth, she had unfinished business on the battlefield. She could not rest easy until she had freed all the other miserable beasts left trapped at the 4th Legion's research facility, and personally ended the life of its overseer, Fabinir the Heedless. For only in doing so would his cruel and twisted experiments be brought to a merciful end. Will you fight with me, my friends? Luffy spoke gently to her imposing companion. If it is not too much to ask you, that is. Horse girl. Bozja swore a vow to the girl that no matter what became of her, he would see her beloved beast return to its rightful home when the battle was won. Luffy thanked him, then pondered for a moment whether or not, in leading the Monoceros into the fray, she was no better than Fabinir himself. Suddenly feeling great shame, she patted the beast gently on the nose and tried to set off on the battlefield alone, only for the Monoceros following dutifully behind her. Though the Great Shad no doubt cared little who emerged victorious in the wars fought by men, he did know one thing. They wanted to stand beside and protect the only person in this world that had shown it kindness and mercy. The headphones have such perfect timing of knowing when to die. Dies right as I finish telling the story of Luffy. It's basically like dead on 3.5 hours now. I wish the other pair would last that long. I honestly have to wonder if, will Bozja ruin the rest of the game for me? Is Bozja going to ruin all other content in this game for me? Will anything else in this entire game as we go through it feel as high effort for side content as what fucking Bozja does? Bozja has, like, so many, skirmishes, so many CEs. They're, like, some of the funnest fights in the game. They're actually punishing. Some of them are quite hard. It's got, like, high-level solo player content. It's got its own fucking Alliance Raid series on top of another Alliance Raid that does, like, some of the most interesting stuff the game does when it comes to mob pools and shit like that, with also some very fun bosses. There's fucking 50 pages of notes of the various characters that you only see in, like, a handful of fates, who are given, like, multi-paragraph backstories and current history happening with them. Like, I'm back at the horrors ongoing. The horrors are happening here, though. We're learning about some of the good people. Crafts, what I was saying was, I think Bozja might ruin the rest of the content in the game for me. Because I don't know if any other content in the game is going to feel as in-depth or deep enough because of Bozja. Bozja has several, like, difficult fights for CEs. Several single-player high-level content. And its own entire Alliance raid. Its own unique battle system because of Lost Actions. And 50 pages of backstory for characters who you only see in Fates. Like... Bozja is its own fucking game inside of this game, really. Like, like, there's a reason that Bozja has been 5 streams of Shadowbringers. It was going to be more, but then we condensed Castrum and Delibrum into a single one. But Bozja is still 5 streams. An entire stream for the initial solo duty. And, like, the entire intro sequence. Like, exploring the Southern Front. Castrum and Delibrum, exploring Zadnor, and then finishing it. And then reading all of this. It's, like, 5 full fucking streams. Eureka was not even close to that. Eureka was like a little check-in that we did at the end of some other streams. With like one dedicated to showing off the beginning, one that was like the end of it, and that was a very short stream, and then one that was like BA, which was also relatively short. Bozja's peak and peak cannot be replicated. It is really, like, I've spoken a lot about like the better parts of the game. I fucking love the Omega Raid series. Omega Raids are absolutely high up there in terms of like individual sectioned off story sections of the game, right? Like outside of MSQ, like individual like sections of the game, either like a individual section of MSQ in terms of like a zone, or a separate side story of like Omega or anything like that. Like Omega, I love Omega. A lot about it. Omega has really helped because like the final 2 fights are so good, and because of Alpha. Because Omega does have the issue of it is basically exclusively fan service for a lot of it, because a lot of the fights are just like non-canonical other things from other games. It's like canonical in the sense that Omega recreated them, but it's also literally described that maybe Omega read a book and didn't realize it wasn't real. On another star. So there is also that. So like that does knock down Omega a little bit, but then what Omega the Omega stuff does have outside of that is peak. So there is also that, like Alpha is peak and everything like that. But like in terms of overall, like Bozja's an easy top pick. Because it just has so much, and what it does have appeals to me so specifically. Like, my biggest complaint about Bozja is the time of day that I play the game. I can't play Bozja at its best when you've got an instance with a lot of people. Which is a similar issue that I had with Eureka, but... like, Eureka at its best doesn't even come close to matching Bozja at its best. They're very different vibes. They're very different vibes. Because Eureka at its best is when you've got a whole group of people who are all working on, like, spawning fates together and everything like that. Gameplay-wise, it's still not interesting. It's not, like, super fascinating, amazing fights and everything like that. Even when you're doing Logos actions and stuff, it is still, like, that. The thing that makes Eureka good when you've got a lot of people is the community aspect. The community aspect is what drives Eureka to be fun. Hanging out with a group of people and chatting away while you're like having the sense of jolly cooperation by like working on spawning things together is what makes Eureka fun. Even with like BA is a very fun duty. Like BA itself is one of my favorite duties in the entire game. Outside of how you enter it, it's way too complicated for what it is. Having something super complicated to get into the duty can work in this game. It is an MMO. MMOs do pride themselves on having obscure mechanics that it takes a community to work out together. Because again, community cooperation and sense of teamwork and stuff like that, it's just what it takes to get into BA and what it takes to clear BA is so disconnected from what the rest of Eureka is that there's a weird mismatch there. Like, go through and play the most basic fate spawning shit that the game can offer you. Of just kill endless mobs, and then you get a fight that is a punching bag and it dies. And there's no intense gameplay, there's no nothing. It is just endlessly kill mobs that are very easy to kill, so you can fight a boss that is very easy to kill, and it's never more complicated than that. And then you get BA, which is the polar opposite of the rest of Eureka in every way. Still weird that BA exists where it is, as the end of Eureka of all things, but like I love BA as an actual duty. But a big part of BA that still makes it really fun is hanging out with a group of people and talking shit while you're going through it. The community is still what makes it good. But Bozja is peak gameplay. Like every CE is fucking fun. Every CE has can very easily trip you up. Every CE can be punishing because you don't lose vuln stacks. If you want to grind for specific stuff and get a group of people to grind specific things, you can. If you don't want to do that, you can just run around and do skirmishes. You can do the community grind if you want to work on getting memories or spawning specific CEs or working on clusters or anything like that. But that's also not the only thing you can do there. Every now and then you get your big raids going where you've got a group of people to do some of the most unique raids in the game. It's just fucking, it's just so fucking good. It's so fucking good. And it's just and this is what people complained about so much, that we didn't even get anything like this in Endwalker. You get a relic which is turn-in tops. And I'm just okay. Okay. If there's one thing I can say about here's what I will say about the community of 14 as a whole. The community of 14 in-game, I still think is very good. I very rarely have incidents with other people in the game that I would call negative. The social media community aspect of 14 is wretched, along with the content creator side of it. All that sucks. There are pockets of goodness, but there's so much horrible things there. But the actual in-game community, when you're talking to them, very lovely, have a fun time and everything like that. This community does not deserve this game though. The 14 community does not deserve what 14 as a game is. They don't. They straight up do not appreciate it. They do not appreciate it, and they do I know it's one of those things where it's just am I glazing the devs too hard for it? But the 14 community will literally bitch and complain endlessly if you ask them to play the game that they paid for. So Bozja is so high effort and does so much in it compared to anything we've had for this equivalent in any prior expansion. They were just okay, we're trying to increase what the relics are, and we're trying to make them more interesting with each expansion going on. People said that ARR was too grindy, and that one is. So let's tone it down and make the grinds a bit more focused on normal everyday gameplay can make you slow progress in it with Heavensward. Because it's more tomes, it's scripts, it's game company seals, with a couple of steps we gotta do a focused grind. But we can make it a little bit more interesting than just replay most of the game. Or replay a lot of basic normal endgame content to get your relic. We're gonna make it a bit more interesting than that. Let's experiment with Eureka. Let's try and experiment with doing some old school MMO style grinding. Let's try and do a bit of that. Okay, people like that it's a bit of a change, but people are still saying it's a bit too grindy because it's literally inspired by old school MMO grinds. Let's do Bozja. Let's have it be another thing of just you get unique combat, you get unique instances and everything like that. But instead of leaning into old MMO school philosophy idea of grinds, let's lean into FF14 as fucking gameplay. Let us lean into the types of fights that 14 does of learning it becomes about learning your tells, learning everything like that, learning how to solve mechanics. Let's have a gameplay that focuses heavily on that. Let's give people some gameplay varieties with their actions. Let's give people entire new raids that they don't get anywhere else in the game, that have unique shit that's nowhere else in the game. Let's give people a fucking story that they'll give way more of a shit about because it's way more in-depth and way more going on with it and everything like that. Let's do all of that, and then people turn around and said, how fucking dare you give me video game to play? How fucking dare you give me more Final Fantasy XIV to play? We want nothing like this ever again. How fucking dare you ask us to play the game? So they turned around and said, okay, fine, fucking buy it with money. Here's your new relic. Buy it with money. Oh my god, I can't believe there's no video game to play anymore. Oh god, this community does not deserve this game. I have never run into a community that is so against playing the game that they play. I've never experienced it. And it's very consistent. It is a very consistent thing I come across in this game of people not just like being unwilling to play the game that they're playing, but like being pissed off that they're even being asked to consider it. Like, I can go around to, like, I enjoy being in my FC. I have a lot of fun in my FC. Our FC's focus is very much just mainly around hanging out. We don't have an FC that's just like, you've got to do a weekly commitment to like doing certain things. You've got to work on the FC and progress and everything like that. We don't have any of that. Our FC is hanging out is what makes it fun. So our primary focus for the FC is hanging out. And as more people get more into the game, they'll want to hang out by playing more stuff in the game naturally, because they're just getting more invested into the game as they go on and everything like that. I love being part of my FC. I got very good vibes when I was invited into it, and that's why I went for it, because I've seen a lot of FCs where it's just like, you're not contributing enough, I don't want you here, or this FC is not focused on like hanging out and like talking to people, it's focused on doing certain things. It's not what I want from an FC. It's not what I want from it. I'm glad that it is that. That being said, there is still a shocking number of people in my FC where when you ask them to do side content in the game, because you tell them, it's like, you should do this side content. It's really fun, and it seems like you would like it based on what you talk about. They're just like, ugh, why should I do that? And I'm like, come on! You're paying a monthly fee for the game. Experiment with it. Try some new shit. Try some new things. I feel like it's also just so bizarre that this happens in 14 of all games, because I feel like Final Fantasy XIV, out of all the games that I've played, is one of the games that encourages you the best at wanting to try different stuff. Most content in this game, depending on what you care about in your MMO, has a reason for you to care about it. Nearly every, like, side bit of content, if you care about story, it has it. If you care about gameplay and, like, new fights and everything, it has it. If you care about a big-ass grind for you to invest a shitload of time into, it has it. Almost every bit of, like, content in this game has something for most types of MMO players, including the 14 specific, I care the most about the story shit. Most stuff in this game has a good-ass story to it. Like, or at least it's pretty decent at, like, worst, unless it's, like, certain jump quests. So it's just, like, it's not even a case of just, oh, I don't want to do that content because I only care about story. No, but this content does have a good story, though. You should, if you only care about story, do this thing. Oh, I only care about, like, the gameplay. The story doesn't interest me that much. This has good gameplay. I'm here for an MMO grind. I want to churn in a couple hours a day so I can work on doing a big thing. Here's some titles for achievements in this. Go work on that. And it's still so hard to convince people to actually try to play parts of the game. And it's... like, if you try something and you don't like it, then it's fair. But it's just like, it's so many times where it's trying to get people to try something in the game that they've never tried, and it's so hard to get them to even want to try it. And I'm just like... why is it so hard to get you to try, convince you to try parts of the game that you're playing? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's so confusing. FC thing is why I didn't start looking for a new one, even though my current one is dead. Yeah, I consider myself very lucky to be in the FC that I'm in, because it is like chill vibes and just hang out. I worry that people in my FC may wonder why I'm not talking sometimes because I'm streaming. I'm just like, I worry that people are talking to me and I'm just not responding, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm streaming. So I don't want to like show your personal conversations in the stream. Anyway, we're nearly 4 hours in. Let's get through this. There's not much left. Actually, I lied. The next page is more than what this one is. Yamatsumi Pure Yoruba. The Yoruba clan was a once well-respected house of Doma, and fervent practitioners of Omyodo. Charged with the oversight of the nation's religious affairs, they served at the pleasure of Doma's royal family for generations. Under the Empire's rule, however, any and all religious exercises were strictly forbidden, the Guardians believing they would invariably lead to the summoning of icons. All known to be Omyoji, practitioners of this spiritual art, were kept under close watch. The Viceroy Yotsu's treatment of these people is said to be especially cruel. bordering on the inhumane. A true test of faith is on the test. She stole my glam. How dare. When the opportunity arose, a great many of the Onmyoji fled from Doma, some choosing to go underground and form a resistance group. The Urabe family could not abandon their pride, nor could they shake their sense of duty to the royal family. And so they chose to stand and fight, a valiant but fruitless endeavor that would prove the end of the once noble house. At least, that is what the Empire was led to believe. In truth, a small number of the Urabe clan, led by Yamatsume, would escape, assisted by none other than Noah Van Gabrav. Thus would the Onmyoji Brotherhood rise from the ashes of the Urabe clan. Oh! Gabranth is literally taking people who are being subjugated by other parts of the Empire and just being like, I don't discriminate, come and fight for my fascist empire. Where the Empire abhorred the Onmyoji, often based on misguided principles, Gabranth saw untapped potential. That is why he offered Yamatsumi a place at his side. The Doman fugitive was understandably apprehensive until he came to learn of Gabranth's goals to not only reclaim Doma from the Empire, but also build a prosperous new nation in Dalmasca. Gabranth was not at all the cruel, callous Imperial Yamatsumi presumed him to be, and his earnestness proved enough for the Onmyoji to pledge his services to the 4th Legion. This one little fly or something? Go hang out by the light. Having been handpicked by Gabranth himself, one might expect Yamatsumi to hold high station within the 4th Legion, but his position among the rank-and-file soldiers would lend him the freedom needed to better fulfill Gabranth's plans. Menenius took advantage of this state of affairs, tasking Yamatsumi and his cadre of mages with seeking out certain holy relics. The Onmyoji possessed a penchant for finding such artifacts, it would seem. For after he fled Doma, a holy artifact, the Kami no Iwato, was discovered in his possession. Not certain how this votive jewel found its way into his hands, but Yamatsumi claims that it was originally bequeathed to the royal line of Doma by his forebears, and he merely claimed what was rightfully his. Doman officials, meanwhile, refute such claims and have charged him with the crimes of larceny and treason. Bagaga Quo Vuckstein! Lala. The nemesis Lala. Born in Dalmasca. The House of Vuckstein is known in Alamigo for producing many skilled beastmasters. They specialize in the breeding and training of griffins. Griffins make sense because Alamigo. This fucker. For some reason, her skirmishes are impossible to solo. Okay, not impossible, they just take fucking ever compared to everything else. I was talking about how it's like so hard to solo skirmishes in Zadnor compared to Southern Front. I think it's literally just Pagagas that are hard to solo compared to all the others. They specialize in the breeding and training of griffins, and those have raised much beloved by members of the royal family. Moving. As griffins offer their riders an unrivaled degree of mobility and are stalwart allies on the battlefield, they had a central role in Alamian's Beastmaster Battalion. In light of their achievements in the raising of griffins, the Vucksteins were made members of the nobility, and though their status paled in comparison with more established houses, they served the nation diligently. So loyal were they to the royal family that when Garlemald invaded Alamigo, Kaim, the head of the Vucksteins, chose to let free the griffins he and his kin raised rather than allow them to fall into the hands of the Imperials. There's a tragic tale still told by the people of Alamigo to this day. Once the nation had succumbed to the Garlean rule, the Vucksteins vehemently refused to serve the Empire, saying that the Griffins of Gira binding must only be used for the good of Alamigo, and her people should never become the tools of the oppressors. The 12th Legion would have executed Kaim and offer one of his sons, Gamp, requesting to join the Imperial Army. He was known for his wild temperament and uncontrollable nature, but he was also the most gifted beastmaster of the Kaim sons. In addition for Gamp joining the 12th Legion and sharing with him his family's methods of Griffin training, Kaim was released. Though that his family's name was in tatters and he was branded a traitor was of little concern to Gamp, and he threw himself into his work of raising griffins. However, his coarse and haughty demeanor made him extremely popular among the 12th Legion. Eventually, stories of the rambunctious newcomer reached Legatus Gabranth of the 4th Legion, who took Gamp off their hands in order to bolster his own battalion of beastmasters. Being transferred to a new legion did not to curb Gamp's insolence, until he finally met his match. During a mock battle in which the 4th Legion's beastmasters were pitted against each other, Gamp was clearly outclassed by Lion the Beast King. No one to take such defeats lying down. Gunblade challenged Lion to various contests, all of which he subsequently lost. He became despondent and sullen, which only served to widen the rift between him and his fellow soldiers. A pivotal moment came when the troops of the 4th Legion had driven a group of Dalmascan rebels into the Nemra Harbor woods. His commanding officer gave the order to set fire to the forest, but Gamp refused, claiming that it would lead to the death of the countless woodland creatures. He these words fell on deaf ears. And when his fellow Imperials set about lighting fires, he separated from the rest of his battalion and raced into the forest. His griffin discovered a helpless young Lalafellan girl who appeared to be one of the inhabitants. And though Gamp normally had little interest in other people, he heeded the griffin's cries and rescued her from the blaze. It soon became clear that she had been left to fend for herself in the wild, and she was utterly unable to communicate, let alone read or write. Gamp named her Pagaga, and decided to care for her though she was his own. Although she did all she could to turn him away and refuse his affection, the look in her eyes told him all she wanted was to be loved. Perhaps she reminded Gamp of himself. Upon returning to the Legion, Gamp was charged with disobeying orders and absence without leave. Though this was enough to have him executed, the Lion recognized Gamp's potential and requested a more lenient sentence. He was then punished by flogging, and after being thrashed within an elm of his life, he was sent back to the Sables. For 3 days and 3 nights, he had battled with a raging fever, and he may have died were it not for the kind ministrations he received from none other than Pagaga. Having survived his ordeal, Gamp was a changed man. Any vestiges of his abrasive and repugnant former self had vanished, and he now treated others with kindness and respect. Who said torture doesn't work? Maybe Varus had a... Oh god, sorry, I nearly threw up at that idea. While some members of the Legion thought his flogging had finally beaten some sense into him, Lion was sure that it was Pagaga's devotion that helped Gamp to see the good in people. During their time working alongside one another, Lion and Gamp brought great renown to the 4th Legion's Beastmaster Battalion. It's not destined to last, however, as Gamp's fighting days were cut short by an incurable illness. As he lay bedridden, he formally accepted Pagaga as his foster child, that she may bear the Vox name in his stead. As he breathed his last, she vowed to build upon her father's legacy by becoming the greatest Beastmaster of them all, and one day surpass Lion himself. This is your rival, Artesia? Like, this is a girl where I totally get why she's, like, loyal to the fucking Empire. I mean, it was the Empire who ordered her village to be burnt down, but for a child who doesn't know any better, I can understand the idea of like, hey, it was someone from the Empire who rescued me from a burning blaze and then took me under their wing. It's also entirely one side on Artesia. I guess she does. I guess she is using the Griffins for the Empire, and that's like literally how this starts. Of just like, I'm not gonna let the Griffins work for the Empire. Fuck that shit. And then Gamp says, nah, I'm gonna do that though. And then Pagaga's just like, I'm gonna continue doing that. I don't even know that the Griffins are like important to Alamigo. I don't know anything about that. Daguza owns us. Malbina Dalmasca, fucking Daguza. Daguza shows up in so many fucking skirmishes. And his skirmishes are always like shitloads of enemies. And his skirmish with Red Comet 2 kills me so many times in Zadnor. Because I keep underestimating how much that fucking proximity meteor hurts. Balatro is free on PS Plus this month. Fortunately, I have no interest in Balatro, so that doesn't affect me. I like Daguza. No, he's funny! Because he's literally just a merc who's being paid money. But it's just how many fucking skirmishes he shows up in. Motherfucker considers himself so important. He's in like 4 skirmishes alone in Southern Front, I think. And then I had to see him again in Zadnor, and I'm just like, oh my god, he's now throwing red comments at me. Basically, I imagine that she doesn't even know what Alamigo is, but Artesia keeps telling her this. She's no true daughter of Alamigo. I'm just like, what is Alamigo? How dare you? You're besmirching the good name of Alamigo. What is Alamigo? A Beastmaster of considerable notoriety, Daguza commands a motley host of battle-trained creatures as part of the 4th Legion's War Beasts. By all accounts, the Seeker's generous captain who regularly treats his minions to meat, a practice for cultivating loyalty he retained from his days at the head of his own mercenary company. Going back further still, Daguza was once a robber knight. In the plainest terms, this refers to a knight who engages in robbery, but the status of knighthood accords a certain dubious privilege, the ability to challenge others to duels, which Daguza uses as pretext to divest people of their belongings. For Alamigo! I'll tear you limb from limb. Schloppe. The son of a poor but noble family, Daguza inherited his knighthood and became the master of his household. Rather than tending to the affairs of his estate, however, he preferred to while away the days drinking and gambling with friends. While his coffers were inevitably spent, he took to robbing merchants who passed through his domain, but ere long his reputation came to precede him, and that of his ill-gotten gains were dry. It was just then, just as Guza had resigned himself to a mundane and less lucrative calling, but Garlemald launched its invasion of Dalmasca. Sensing an opportunity, the Seeker formed a mercenary company and sold its services to his own kingdom, though he harbored no sense of allegiance towards it. And so when the initial contract ended, he scandalously offered to fight for whichever side was willing to pay more. "I'm just trying to feed my family," he declared in justification. Said family being the rogues he called his brothers. He also says that line, I'm pretty sure, when you fight Red Common. Yeah, even as both armies were unimpressed with his unprincipled display, they recognized it was wiser to keep his potentially troublesome band out of the enemy's camp, and thus did the Sea continued to be gainfully employed. Following Dalmasca's annexation, Dagusa kept up the self-same antics, selling his company's services to the highest bidder. And as fearsome as he was in battle, he never shied from turning tail when the tide turned against him, remaining ever true to his motto, "Your life is worth more than your name." As a result, his company members boasted a high survival rate, which, combined with their reasonable successes, brought them a steady stream of work. However, with Empress Varus' ascension came a tightening of standards surrounding the use of mercenaries, and Dagusa suddenly found himself without a contract. Struggling to feed his family, Dagusa was on the verge of disbanding it when salvation arrived in the form of Legatus Noah van Gabram, whose 4th Legion had more than its fair share of troublemakers. If he could bring order to this unruly lot, he was told, he would be rewarded with rank and riches. He accepted the offer without hesitation and was made a soldier of the Legion. In his heart of hearts, his priority remained unchanged, looking after his own. So after they have food to fill their bellies, it matters not under whose banner he fights. No, he's a Legion is no nation or army, but never let it be said he doesn't give his employers their coin's worth. Gilbrisbert Quo Butio from Salgidos in Dalmasca. A senior centurion of the 4th Legion Zealots, Gilbrisbert was a provincial citizen who received an imperial education. Though a brilliant student, his overweening manner won him few friends, and he instead took to the company of tomes, channeling his keen mind towards the study of forbidden magics. In the course of his research, he acquired a copy of the Scriptures of Germanique, the sacred text of outlawed sect of the self-same name. Curiosity piqued. He sought out the remnants of the sect, who initiated the willing youth into their arcane secrets. In the olden days of the Kingdom of Dalmasca, the vast majority of the populace were adherents of the Church of Lucas, the state religion tracing its origins to Saint Ajora. Other faiths were tolerated, this being an acknowledgement of the diverse nature of the nation's peoples. Yet the members of the sect of Germanique alone were branded heretics, and were exiled if not executed. Were for all these individuals the subject of such brutal oppression? At its heart lies the sect's contradiction of church doctrine. Whereas the church held that Germanique is the betrayer who slew Saint Ajora, the sect considered him the true savior. And whereas the church taught that Ultima, the High Seraph, is a servant of God, it believed that Ultima herself is God, from whom comes the gift of Orosight. This is the dude who turns into the gross, tummy guy in Dariana. The one who body slams his balls into your face, and you have to be a pudding to not die. He shows up as a puppet master in Zadnor fights. He usually summons void sense and shit. Pudding time. There is this specific thing here. That, yeah. There's like, the Kingdom of Dalmasca, yeah, the Kingdom of Dalmasca, like, straight up worships Ultima. There is that here. That is where this is like a thing. The old days of the Kingdom of Dalmasca had the Church of Locus following Saint Ajora, and they believed that Ultima was a servant of God. It's the heretic branch that believes that Ultima was God. They believe that Ultima herself is God, from whom comes the gift of Orosight, miraculous stones with the power to solve all of mankind's woes. Yet far from aiding mankind, these relics wrought disaster wheresoever they appeared and were regarded with fear by other citizens. This fear manifested as violence towards the sect, which fought back by committing indiscriminate acts of destruction across the kingdom. So it was that the sect of Germanique was designated as an extremist cult. Its leaders were put to death, while those followers who refused to renounce their faith were banished. Yet beyond the borders of Dalmasca, the sect found a way to survive. And one day it welcomed a man named Gilbrisbert into the fold. Using an Orosight fragment as a bargaining chip, Gilbrisbert enlisted in the 4th Legion, where, in exchange for the sect's preservation, he struck a deal to form a unit wielding the relic's power. The Zealots. Again, a lot of things are beginning to life through worship. Yeah. Members of the sect believe that by sacrificing their lives, they'll be taken unto heaven to join Ultima. Thus, they willingly offer up their flesh in a ritual that transforms them into the demonic Lucavi in battle, a ritual made possible by the power of the Orosite fragment. Gilbrisbert is also happy to assist his zealots in this endeavor. Not only does he transform them, he also brings them under his control. For this twisted predilection, he has earned the reviled epithet of Puppet Master, although it appears he has embraced it as a badge of honor. Okay, so he's never mind. He's not summoning Voidson in his battles. When you fight him in Zadnor, he's not summoning Voidson. He's turning his fellow followers into basically like less powerful Lucavi because he has a fragment of Orosite. Okay, that's what's going on there. Because he straight up does summon demon-looking shit that looks like Voidson. Darbog! I somehow have both Darbog field notes. Despite having not defeated Darbog in a duel. I somehow have both. I've been very lucky with the skirmishes that summoned Darbog. The following is an excerpt from the interrogation of one Sicinius Malvolutus of the 4th Imperial Legion. It is true Lord Valens and the engineers of the 7th Legion laid the foundation for my work, but let it be known that it was the genius of Sicinius Malvolutus that perfected the hyper-tuned soldier. Hey, Valens getting a mention outside of Werlo. Holy shit. To speak in terms that you might understand, I devised a technique that allowed the extraction of memories from my dearest test subject, 8, Darbog. Said memories could then be implanted into other Hrothgar captives, thereby allowing mass production of hypertuned soldiers. Brilliant, is it not? It was a breakthrough that would further change the face of war as we know it. Or rather, it should have. I assumed the Darbogs were cloned, because like we know that the Empire has cloning technology because of Solace. But maybe they're lifeless bodies, so it doesn't work the same. But this is just putting the memories of someone into another person and they basically become that person. Which, I mean, if you could transfer memories that way, I mean, it's similar to memory transfer and stuff that we were doing to bring people back from the first. If we put the wrong memories and soul into the wrong body, then it would be, you know, basically turning that person into another person. Brilliant, is it not? It was a breakthrough that would forever change the face of war as we knew it. Or rather, it should have. I merely am something of a perfectionist. It was not enough to simply manufacture an assortment of hypertuned soldiers. They had to be perfect. Uniform. Which is why I had to made more than a few aesthetic modifications to ensure they all resembled the original Darbog. I can hear Valens now. Why even bother? All those damned animals look alike. He certainly isn't wrong. They all do bear an uncanny resemblance to one another. They all look the same. Classic racism. That's what Asians do. That is true. That is literally what Asians do. Though it doesn't always seem to take. AKA Funny Daniel. Nevertheless, it was a detail I refused to overlook. I could scarcely wait to see the looks upon your comrades' faces when my soldiers took to the fields. Ah, what a sight it was. The slackened jaws, the wide eyes of disbelief. A memory I shall treasure for all my days. Oh, so he made them all look like Darbog to fuck with us. Got it. It is said the sign of true genius is innovation, able to elicit shock and awe, even with the innovator themselves. After that crowning achievement, I've no doubt the genius, the spectacle of my work, will still be spoken of long after you and I are gone. Please do not frown, sir. Not everyone is made for greatness, and I have long since learned not to judge others for their mediocrity. Now, I assume your plans are to lock me up and throw away the keys at will, yes? Well, before you do, I'm going to tell you each of one of my technological achievements, and I expect you to write down every word. Your descendants will thank you. Assuming, of course, they have the forethought to put my knowledge to good use. And spare me the drivel about your new Bozja being free from the horrors of war. Whether you like it or not, there will come a day when you must again lock blades in enemy forces. We must seek out new advanced weaponry, train soldiers, and plan strategy. On such a day, the people will remember me. My genius. But where are you going? You haven't even yet to scratch the surface of my brilliance. Oh, Sicinius. What the fuck? Anyways, 2 more here. I imagine these are possibly duels. I imagine this is probably Lion and Menenius that are here. Because they're next to Darbog, who was also a duel. And now we have our final 5. Well, this one I got by a drop, and the last 2 we got from the final quest. The Diablo Armament. Origin, Allah, Creator. Aww. Icons were perhaps one of the greatest threats to the Allagan Empire. and the Allagons devote a great deal of their resources to the two primary means of combating them. The first were war mark and reckon to the ultimate weapon, designed to feed off the very life force of the icons they were built to destroy. The second were biological weapons, resembling the recently unearthed Diablo armaments, designed to harness the power of entities from the void. The Allagons had long believed the Void Sen could make for powerful thralls. However, there were two key obstacles to their weaponization. Firstly, there was the matter of preparing a suitable host. The strength of the Void Sen one may summon is largely dictated by the vessel it will occupy. The entity that might inhabit the corpse of a curl, for example, would be several orders of magnitude weaker than one inhabiting the corpse of a behemoth. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, was the unpredictable nature of Void Sen and their need to feast on ether. A binding spell could be cast at the time of their summoning to subjugate them, but the efficacy of these incantations drops significantly when employed against the higher echelons of Void Sens. In short, the Allagons required immeasurably powerful hosts, and an equally potent means of binding these creatures to their will. Neither could be obtained through natural means, and so, as one might expect, the Allagons turned to science for the solutions. In the end, they chose to use genetically augmented components to create what they believed to be the perfect host, paired with the restraints used to imprison Mericidian dragons. That's what it starts as. The weapon discovered in Zadnor was in all likelihood an interim vessel for Diabolos, a demonic void sen believed to occupy the second rung of the Voidal hierarchy. It would not be easily summoned, much less bound, and so researchers speculate it could not have been encountered until Emperor Zande formed the pact with which opened the gateway to the world of darkness. Moreover, it is quite possible that ancient Alex intend to unleash the chimerical monstrosity upon the fledgling nation of Bozja to test its capabilities. Though we but glimpse its power, it appears the Allagons succeed in creating a formidable addition to their arsenal, perhaps even comparable to the ultimate weapon. It remains to be seen if more such weapons lie buried beneath the plateaus of Zen. This is funny, because it's like, the Allagons were aware of Emperor Zan's plans to, open up the pact with the world of darkness, with the pact with the cloud of darkness. They were aware of that plan, and they're just like, okay, so when Zant does that, we're gonna grab out Diabolos and shove it into our mech. And it's really funny that that was, their plan, knowing that Zan's entire plan for opening up the the gateway to the world of darkness was to end the fucking world because Zant had become nihilistic in being, brought back from the dead. So the people working under Zand were planning on, opening up a portal to the void with a massive portal because of a pact with one of the highest things, most powerful things in the world of darkness. Fucking lit, bro. We're gonna get some of the most powerful shit in there and we're gonna grab it out and shove it into our robots. It's gonna be so sick. And meanwhile, Zand the entire time there, fucking listening to, fucking nu metal shit, slitting his wrist, is just being I'm so excited to open up this portal to end the fucking world already. And, none of his fucking, people below him had any idea of what the fuck the actual plan was. And it's just lol, side note, Lamal, I'm actually planning on ending the world. I mean, to be fair, this may have also been part of, Zan's plan to end the world. Maybe part of it was just you know what? My dumbass dipshit scientists who are doing evil fucked up shit are gonna, try and shove these Void Sen in robots. You know what? I bet if the Void Sens are in robots and then, break loose of their restraints, they'll help destroy the entire world that I'm planning on doing. So maybe that was part of his plan. Just, his plan was they're gonna do that so it will kill everything faster. Rather than, we're gonna do that so we can attack Bozja harder. Sid Garland! Somehow he is 34. Bullshit. Fuck you, this is not a man in his 40s. I refuse to believe this is not a man in his 40s. Fuck you. Head of Garland Ironworks, Sid is the firstborn son of former Chief Imperial Engineer Midas N. Garland. Following his distinguished father's footsteps, the young Garland embarked upon the path of science, which saw him attend the prestigious Magic Academy and graduate with highest honors. When his father passed, he was nominated to replace him as Chief Engineer. But disillusioned with the Empire's use of technology for conquest, he made the decision to defect to Bozja. In his adopted homeland, Sid came together with like-minded individuals to found the Ironworks, through which he provides technological support to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and their allies across the realm and beyond. As a child, Sid revered his father and wanted nothing more than to emulate his brilliance. But cracks formed in their relationship when Midas became consumed with his work and began neglecting his family. Any hope that they might reconcile was dashed when the Meteor Project, the senior Garland's obsession, ended in catastrophic failure, resulting in the annihilation of Bozja's citadel and much of the surrounding city. Caught amidst the destruction, Midas was grievously wounded and passed away in despair shortly thereafter. When the news reached him, Sid blamed himself. His father had spoken only the evening before the tragedy, and he couldn't help but feel he could have prevented it. In the last meeting, Sid had succeeded only in reaffirming the gulf between them. Had he persisted, perhaps he could have made his father see reason. But he did not, and chose instead to cut the encounter short and return to the Imperial capital. At the last, he admonished himself. It was not his father who had forsaken him, but him who had forsaken his father. For 15 years, the memory tormented Sid. A thorn in his breast could not be extracted. But in the course of assisting the Bosnian resistance, he came to learn the shocking truth of that fateful day. But through the power of the crystal focus to explore memories, it was revealed that the elder primal Bahamut, entrapped within the Red Moon Dalamud, had exploited Midas's lunar transmitter to take the engineer in his thrall. Subsequently, Midas advanced the Meteor Project at a breakneck pace and ultimately brought about the Citadel's destruction, all according to the fell being's design. In revisiting that encounter with what he had come to know of tempering, Sid recognized the signs. His younger self, however, did not, and the trauma of having his father attempt to gun him down was such that he had to subconsciously suppress the event, replacing it with a false recollection. But now he accepts the memories and takes comfort in remembering his father as the warm and caring man he once was. The self-same man who smiles at him from the family portrait in his locket, which he has found the courage to open again after 15 long years. Ah, that's what we see at the end, when he's got the locket. Fran Aruns. We don't know her age. We're not allowed to know her age. Though Fran seldom discusses her background, from her remarkable leadership and proficiency as both a tactician and warrior, it is presumed that General Vente's Tierce has many years of experience and most likely an age to match. She is also believed to be a former member of the Dalmascan peacekeeping forces, which, if true, further supports his theory. Age, don't ask women their age. The organization was primarily charged with protecting the royal family in the capital of Roman Nostra, with their jurisdiction limited to the confines of the city. Even among such a specialized group, Fran was assigned to a unit that dealt with organized crime, the most hardened of criminals. Fran and her comrades were known as the Sarab, and their operation was completely separate from the rest of the peacekeepers. While the organization as a whole was established specifically to protect the royal family in the capital, the Sarab's activities included maintaining public safety and order throughout the kingdom. Were a threat to the realm to arise, the Sarab had the authority to take any measures necessary, even if said threat involved members of the nobility or the royal family itself. Age, what are you, a misogynist? As such, the Sarab worked in complete isolation, with the identity of its members known only to those belonging to the unit. It is for this reason that even towards the end of the war with Garlemald, members of the Royal Fusiliers such as Bar Gamna and Bwagi never came into contact with Fran. Fran led one particular group of the Sarab, whose duties included protecting designated persons from the shadows, pursuing suspected rebels and cult members, and preventing attempted espionage by foreign nations. Oh. There we go. The final task assigned to Fran's group was the assassination of Princess Shelia. In truth, it was a secret mission to fake the princess's death to have her live on in secret, thus protecting the royal bloodline. The plan was a success, with Bar Gamnan and several other Fusiliers witnessing the staged assassination, and unwilling fulfilling their roles spreading the false news of her death. Even the ones who handed the princess's supporter's corpse were Fran's subordinates. The mission was carried out under permission of Princess Ashilia's twin brother, Prince Raslan, who knew that to defeat the Empire would mean the execution of the entire royal family. Were the people of Damascus allowed to know that Ashilia was still alive, they would be incensed to fight the Gallians to the last man, despite there being no hope of victory. Rather than watch his people die in vain, he devised a means of spiriting her away, even going so far as to keep his plan a secret from his father, the king. The princess was put into a deep sleep using a method passed down among Fran's kin, until the day arrived for the kingdom to be reborn. Ash is alive! When Ashilia finally awoke some 30 years later... When Ashilia finally awoke some 30 years later, many of her memories had abandoned her, but she could still remember her identity and purpose. However, whether it was a result of a reduced slumber or because of the emotional scars left by the horrors of war, She would often find herself assailed by images of the past. In the years that had passed, Fran had become a general of Lente's tears, and she continued in this role while also acting as advisor to Ashilia. During the events surrounding the mystical Aura site, Fran encountered the self-same form of Royal Fusiliers who had, unbeknownst to them, cooperated in faking the princess's death. To compound Fran's feeling of guilt, their leader Bar Gamden had undergone a hideous transformation and was subsequently killed, denying her the opportunity to make amends with him. Although 30 years had passed since Bar Gamden was deceived into believing the princess to have been killed, Fran could not escape the feeling that she had revealed the truth to him. The terrible fate that befell him could have been averted. One of the Royal Fusiliers, Bar Gamden's brother Bwagi, actually became a loyal friend to him. While he and his comrades are not aware that Ashilia is in fact the princess herself, they believe her to be a descendant of the royal bloodline. It remains to be seen whether their feelings of joy will be unchanged upon hearing the truth, but when the time comes for Fran to explain the events of that fateful day, she's prepared to face the consequences of her actions. However, that time is yet to arrive. Now that Bozja has shaken off the yoke of Imperial rule, the Resistance cannot afford to let the opportunity to liberate Dalmasca escape them. Until then, Fran will continue to wear the mask of deception and keep the truth hidden from her allies. Fran, where's your gay boyfriend? I assume most of this is a reference to 12. If I had to guess, most of this is straight up a reference to 12. Like, it's nice to know about the history of Dalmasca and what's been going on in there and everything like that, but this is a lot of history about Dalmasca. Shockingly little of it is. Wow. Wow. I was really expecting this to just be like, this is a lot of references to, like, very intricate history of Dalmasca that doesn't even come up in the other entries about people from Dalmasca. I bet it's all a 12 thing. It's actually not. Wow. Impressive. No, it's gonna give Dalmasca shitloads of history in this one entry. Not even a 12 reference. Heian Rijin. Again, it's a big thing here, where it's just like, yeah, Evilist and like a lot of shit with Evilist is coming from other games, but they really have blended it in that Evilist just feels like a part of this world. Like, it doesn't feel like, I mean, obviously I haven't played other Evilist games, so it feels like less of that for that. So it like feels like less of that for me, but it is a lot of it for me. It's just like, yeah, I know it's a reference to another game, but it also just feels like it's a natural part of this world that just makes sense, and it doesn't like need to have, like, I don't need to question it. It's like, it makes a lot of sense. None of it will be touched again. I mean, someone else, like, you could technically follow up on some of the Evilist stuff in this game in a future expansion, but I feel like you can't go to Dalmasca, because I feel like no writer would want to, like, write a Dalmasca story knowing that Mitsuno is not going to write it. Like, you can bring back some of the characters from some of this, but like, going to Dalmasca is probably not gonna be a thing in the cards. Because you can't even say, oh, what if we get like a side series of like doing stuff there? Because we already had the Evilist story. We already had the Evilist raids. They're literally in the capital of Ramanastre. So, you know. The renowned warrior king of Doma, eldest son of the former king Kayan, and his wife Mina, Lord Heian was conceived just before the imperial invasion of his homelands. By the time the infant gave his first cry, Doma was under the imperial yoke, and so did Heian grow up under Gallian occupation. Allowed to learn traditional Doman culture and martial arts under the condition that he also received a proper imperial education. The young child immersed himself in his studies under his tutor Gosetsu, a loyal vassal of his father, mastering the swordsmanship of a samurai and developing a strong identity of himself as a man of Doma. When still young, Heian took part in an uprising led by his father, an attempt that nearly succeeded in taking back Doma Castle until it was unceremoniously quashed by the 12th Legion, summoned to the scene as reinforcements. In the struggle, Lord Kayan was tragically cut down by Xenos Galvus. Bereft of his beloved father, Heian fled desperately for his life to the vastness of the Azim Steppe. Over time, Lord Heian would come to join forces with the hero come from distant Eorzea to the west. Together with his loyal subjects Gosetsu and Nigiri, and with the unwavering support of his people, the Domans, Lord Heian would succeed in toppling the occupying Gallian army commanded by acting Viceroy Yotsuyu, achieving independence for his homeland in Neo. Painfully aware of the difficulty of resisting the might of Garlemald as a lone, isolated nation, Lord Heian entered into an agreement with the Eorzean Alliance, while simultaneously enlisting the aid of such independent-minded entities as the Nomads of the Azim Steppe and the Pirates of the Ruby Sea. Together with the forces of Nangsha and Dalmasca, recruited to the cause some time after, these would form the Eastern Alliance that would stand against the Empire across the continent of North. Before commencing their own large-scale rebellion, the leaders of the Bozjan resistance paid a visit to Lord Heian, receiving from him a promise to offer some military support as necessary, as well as inspiration for a method by which the internal conflict within the resistance itself might be mediated, to wit, by reforging and reforming of Gunblade blades. Yeah, please, I need to suck toys or else I die. Don't let me die, help me. For Lord Heian's part, though he was heartened that his Eagles-In friend had also promised to join the battle on the Resistance behalf, lingering doubts remained. The Guardians were an invading force, yes, but were they not also men driven by their own sense of justice? A war waged between two mighty forces, the leaders of each believing their own cause the righteous one, would no doubt prove a bitter struggle, and one that would not end without considerable tragedy and suffering on both sides. When he heard that, in fact, the new incarnation of Gunhilda's blades had been reborn into a tempered monstrosity, only to perish in the end, Lord Heian was deeply troubled. What was the meaning of his presence on such a nightmarish battlefield? A true hero should be a beacon of light to all, akin to the Kami who illuminate the heavens. Yet all he could accomplish here was to lead the victor over the vanquished, leading his hand stained with the blood of the fallen in battle's end. And yet Heian understood that this too was a role that someone must fulfill. If not, the people would suffer indeterminately under a rule of tyranny. And so he would put an end to it, even meant bloodying his own hands. Better that he accept this now than force a similar fate upon the next generation when they grow to adulthood. If this conflict could be resolved without bloodshed, he would give anything to see it done. But sadly, that was not an option now, and may have never have been at all. No doubt his Eagles-In friends too realized this, and no doubt it weighed equally as heavily on both their hearts. My friends, if you would bloody your hands for this cause, then pray let me bloody mine with you. After all, it is no greater or less an evil than which I once asked of you. Until the day when all the people of our world can live in peace, let us walk this path together. I do appreciate the behind the scenes on the Eastern Alliance we don't get to see. Yeah, I was like, we don't get to see Dalmasca. We also don't get to see Nexia. There's a lot of Othid that we do not get to see because the focus is entirely on Doma and also the Azim Step. I mean, there's Confederacy with the pirates, but I feel like the pirates primarily joined in the liberation effort. I don't know if the pirates technically count as part of the Eastern Alliance at this point. And Hingashi doesn't, because Hingashi still has a fucking Gallian embassy there. Hingashi is over there refusing to delete their X account. I guess, to be fair, you may not want to delete it because you don't want people impersonating you, that's fair, but like... You know. Noah Van Gebrand. We never actually like faced him in the battlefield or anything. A pure background character, because Menenius took the charge in actual fields. Never actually got to fight Gebrand or anything like that here. Has anyone told the Gallian ambassador has the Empire's fallen? Has anyone told the people at Azizla? Again, it's one of the upsides and one of the downsides of an MMO with the way how the world works. We can't get rid of the Gallians from Azizla. We can't get rid of the embassy from Hingashi. I mean, like, they could, but the amount of resources that it would take to do that and, like, trying to line it up with, like, so you can sync up with other players, depending on, like, but you both have, like, different world states. I understand why they don't, and put their efforts elsewhere. So it's like, I partially do get that. I also do think it's partially slightly misguided, in the sense that they very much do design the zones almost exclusively around the first time you go through it. Which I do understand. Some legions have probably gone rogue. I mean, that's literally the fourth. Like, literally the entire Bozja storyline is dealing with a legion that went rogue. Like, the fourth is explicitly trying to create a new Garlemald with blackjack and hookers. So, yeah, I bet others have done that as well. A little bit stuff like Hunts and Relics and Fates and stuff. It's like... They designed the overworld around the first time you go through it. Which I understand. It's like... It's hard to get across the Imperial occupation of, like, Alamigo and Yerebanna as a whole, and Doma, and everything like that, it would be very hard to get across those ideas about how they're occupied without seeing the Garlean structures everywhere. Like, if you get to the fringes, and you can see Baelsar's wall, because, like, even with, like, the defeat of the Empire, that's gonna take a long time to come down. So, like, seeing that there is, like, fine, even after the fact. So it's like, if you go to the fringes, and there's no castrums there, the bridge doesn't have a giant tower sticking out of it, there's no other castrums that are sitting around there, you get to the locks, and there's, like, no Imperial settlements or anything like that. I get that for a first-time playthrough. It would be very bizarre to not see, like, any impact of the Garlean Empire being in the world. But I feel like they so intensely, heavily design the zones around the first time that you go through them, when, like, time-wise, you're guaranteed, basically, to spend more time in every zone, significantly more after the story happens than before the story happens. That I feel like there's not quite as much of a balance in terms of, like, design the world so it's easier to remove some of the, like, occupation parts of it over time. Like, oh, a new expansion has come out. If you've beaten Stormblood, or, like, beaten, say, like, 4.3 or something, there's now, like, less Garlean shit inside of some of the zones that you did. Like, the zones very much feel locked to a very specific set of time. And, like, for some of it, if it's massive and giant, like seeing Baelsar's wall, yeah, it's gonna take a long time to come down and stuff like that. And there is something to be said about just, like, the Garlean occupation won't be overwritten overnight. That's part of the story. Like, they do make a part of the story that just because you're free from the chains of oppression doesn't mean that the country recovers immediately. There's the whole rebuilding of the country, and also the fact that there's a shitload of people in a lot of these places who have never known life outside of occupation. There is very much an element of, like, the scars of oppression last for a very long time. And for a lot of the people who lived through it, they will never be rid of it for their life. And the land reflects that. I get there's some level of that going on, but I do feel like they also, like, lock it into that period of time so much that it kind of feels like it never moves past the occupied stage. Again, it's an MMO, so I understand it's not easy to do. So I'm not asking them to change it over time. It's more so the original, like, the initial design of some of the zones feels like it's too heavily slanted towards the first time experience compared to what it will feel like the rest of the time that you're there. But when it comes to, like, Stormblood specifically, because it's about occupied territories, I don't know how you handle that. I don't know how you fix that. Like you have parts in the peaks where there's, like, paved Garlean roads leading up to the giant castrum of several towers, and those paved roads go off to small little villages that have basically have, like, Garlean metal all around them. Like, I don't know how you change that in an MMO setting without it being, like, possibly more work than it's worth. But I don't know. Again, it's not a problem that I'm presenting being like the solution is obvious or I know what the solution is. It's one of those things of just like, this is an issue that is inherent to it being an MMO, and I don't know how they get around it, but the issue has shown up. Let me get a late night burger. I could smash some food after this stream, which I didn't actually eat lunch before the stream, so I have my lunch and my dinner for my Muscle Chef meals in the fridge, so I could probably just smash them both. Begs the question, who's in charge of the embassy in Kugane? At this point, I don't know, the 13th. I don't know. Also, another dude from Landis. As the King of Hyrule once said, dinner. Legatus of the 4th Imperial Legion, Noah Van Gabranth assumed his position he had reached 20 summers, when his father, Bash Van Gabranth, succumbed to a deadly illness. This is one of the guy who out front of course he was savage. So much talking. I'm learning. I'm definitely fine to continue streams. I'm definitely okay to do streams. Most streams that I'm going to do for the rest of the week are not going to be this intensely doing literally nothing but reading. So I can play Yakuza this week and I should be fine. Bash naming Garlean is such a kick in the nuts. I mean, from my understanding, Garlean uniforms straight up come from 12, don't they? Or is it specifically the 4th Legion armor? From my understanding, like, the Garlean Empire aesthetic is very heavily inspired by the villains in 12. But that might just be the 4th Legion specifically, because it's, you know, assumed. But I thought it was, like, the Empire as a whole. And it makes sense if it's an Empire as a whole, of, like, this dude looks like this, and, like, oh, that's inspired by 4, and then, like, he looks like the other Empire guys as well. He spent much of the 3 decades since ensuring that Damascus and Bozja remained under Imperial yoke, marching his men across the region to quell rebellions and revolts in the territories controlled by the 4th. They're the evil Empire from 4 and 12, but Bashka's a fucking party member. Oh, okay, wow. Wow, okay. Turning a party member's name into, like, the Garlean who originally led the 4th? Wow. Wow, okay. Okay, wow, what the fuck? Wow. The 4th is often regarded as anomalous and eccentric among the Empire's legions, and with good reason. For it is the only one to count a greater number of foreigners than native-born Garleans among its ranks. Like more than even Gaius. Like, even more than Gaius' 14. This includes the Legatus himself, who has made it his policy to accept any and all capable individuals into his company. As long as the individual in question swears loyalty to the Empire, the 4th welcomes their contributions, regardless of race, gender, or country of origin. Ability and results delivered are valued above all, a true meritocracy. Gabranth applied a similar philosophy to the provinces under his rule, showing the traditional Garlean approach and tailoring his solid governance to suit the people of each individual region. Emperor Stolas found this most admirable, though descendant Provarus was far more skeptical, believing it to be a sign that Gabranth harbored lofty and dangerous aspirations of befitting his station, which he did because he wanted to make his own Garlemald. A charismatic figure beloved by almost all in command, Gabranth's fate took a dark turn after his defeat at Bozja. His once vaunted legion left struggling to fend off the combined counterattack of the Dalmascan resistance and the Eastern Alliance, depleted and run ragged after multiple battles with the resistance army, and with no reinforcements from his homeland to come and save him. Morale dropped to an all-time low, and the 4th stood in danger of losing a vital outpost. It was then that events took another unexpected turn, as the Beast King Lion, taking extreme umbrage at being held responsible for the 4th's defeats. Yeah, we saw that at the entrance. It's like, you're going to prison. Noah really said no medication or by you two can commit horrible atrocities. Well, that's the thing, is just like, you two, like, I'm building a fair and just Garlemald because it's about meritocracy. And it's just like, yeah, if you work and, like, say that you can work for the Empire, you too can invade other nations and kill their people. And also, if you can't work for the Empire in the fullest extent of, you know, meritocracy, if you can't, fuck you, you will die. Because you can't, like, earn enough for yourself. Me working for Raytheon is hashtag feminist. Oh, fucking, who was the, oh my god. Trying to think of that one person who always, like, presented themselves as being, like, super leftist on Twitter. And they were, like, well known as one of the quote-unquote leftist voices on Twitter. And then it was revealed that they worked at Raytheon or some other weapons manufacturing thing. And they were trying to defend themselves by just being like, I mean, everyone needs a job. And a lot of people who I no longer either talk to or don't follow anymore were trying to defend them, just being like, oh, so what? The moment that someone works for a bad company, you immediately cut them out? It's just like, They're not working for a bad company. They're working for Raytheon. Like, what are you talking about? This is not a case of, oh my god, I can't believe you're working at Starbucks during a boycott. Like, serving coffee. It's just like, you're working at Raytheon. No. Like, it's a little different. Man, the right one's already, the left ear is already dead. I have had this pair in for barely over an hour. And the right one, and the left one's already dead. This second, this pair is useless. Fucking hell. It was then that the events took another unexpected turn, as the Beast King Lion, taking extreme umbrage of being held responsible for the Fourth's defeat, plotted mutiny against the self-same leader to whom he once swore undying loyalty. Escaping his jail cell with the help of his co-conspirators, he snuck into the chamber where Gabranth lay wounded in the Den of Knights. After an exchange of words between the two men, it was clear that Legatus' mind was made up. He succumbed to his subordinate's blade with no resistance. The deed done, Lion set Castrum Valnini ablaze and fled the scene to destinations unknown. Later, the body and armor of the ill-fated Gabranth would be discovered by the Resistance. Though he was not immediately identified as such, in part because his burns were so severe that his face could scarcely be recognized, and in part because so few had seen the face underneath the mask in the first place. Still, in the end, the identity of the corpse was confirmed, and the news of the death of Noah Van Gabranth spread across the land. Also, like, when Mitsuno was fired, it was like, he saw the writing on the wall and knew what was happening. Did he leave or was he fired? Gabranth is Baksh's twin brother and 12 instead of his son in here. So is Gabranth, like, part of the Empire, and it's like, oh, Gabranth and Baksh are twins, and one of them's a good guy and one of them's a bad guy? Or are they both good guys and they both got the names of villains? Like, the... One's good, one's bad, okay. Like... Yeah, we'll go around focus on the Empire. Okay. If I had to have a guess. Mitsuno did not write this storyline and, like, have that final cutscene that we saw of like, Noah and Lion talking to each other. That was not written with the intention of, by the way, and then Noah dies off screen, being killed by Lion, and you read about it in a note in a menu. I have a feeling that was not the initial intention for how this story would end. Noah is just dead. Here, you got your final cutscene. Like, I mean, there's moments in that. Like, Gabranth talks about how his time is short as well. And whether it's like, oh, it's because he was sick and he was going to die, or he knew that losing Bozja, he was going to be punished by the Gallian Empire, who at that point don't fucking exist. A third zone was planned out. Okay. Yeah, I have this funny feeling that the initial intention of the end of this storyline was, like, I don't think the plan was, you do Zadnor, you save the day, that cutscene happens, and then Noah died on the way back to his home planet. I have a funny feeling this was not the intentional plan for the... I mean, to be fair, is it because Mitsuno ended up no longer working for Square, and either he saw the writing on the wall and wrote this, or someone else came in and was just like, well, Mitsuno's gone now, so let's write this. How much of it is that, and how much of it was COVID means we can no longer work on this? We made the cutscenes, but now we can't work on it anymore because COVID. So fuck it, let's just write the ending here because we don't have anywhere else to put it. Because we don't have the ability to make new cutscenes or go back and adjust the cutscenes that we already made. Like... what's happening here makes sense for what we were set up. It's not like this is a complete 180 and this comes out of nowhere. What we saw, and what we know of, like, everything about the characters and the backstory and Gallian Empire and everything like that, this makes sense. It makes sense that the Legion falls. Lion gets punished for it. Lion's pissed about it because he lost all of his fucking people and he lost fucking Menenius and shit, and is just pissed at Noah and says, I'm gonna just fucking kill you, fuck you. And again, it makes sense that, like, Noah was trying to avoid the entire Civil War shit that the Empire was going through. But guess what, bitch? You're still a fascist. Fascism is still inherently self-cannibalizing. Noah doesn't die to, like, the resistance routing him and killing him. Noah dies to one of his subordinates killing him in an act of mutiny to reflect on the fact that, hey, Noah's new Golem mold wasn't going to be that different and was still going to be fascist and still collapse in on itself because that's what Golem mold's currently doing. It makes a lot of sense. It's not like this is coming out of nowhere and it's just like, what the fuck, how is this what it, like, it's more so the fact that the ending is in a field note. It's more so that the conclusion to this storyline is a field note that we're being given more than anything else. That's the part that tells me, I have a funny feeling. There's some stories going on behind the scenes about the developments of the end of Bozja. That would be very interesting to know how they transpired. That this was how the ending was delivered. Bereft of their charismatic leader, the once proud 4th Legion quickly crumbled, some 2/3 of its numbers surrendering unconditionally to the resistance, while the remaining third fought in vain before being unceremoniously decimated by their foe. So did the long and bitter struggle come to an end, and Dalmasca shook free from the Imperial yoke for the first time in over 3 decades. Dalmasca's free, by the way. Oh, by the way, Dalmasca's free. Yeah, Dalmasca's just no longer under Imperial rule. Dalmasca's free. The Bosnian resistance routed their enemies. That dealt a massive blow to the 4th because, you know, of how many people fucking died there. Then Bozja and the resistance and Eastern Alliance came together and marched onto Dalmasca and just fucking killed them. And they're all dead now because Noah also got killed by Dalmasca's free now. Dalmasca's now free. It's fine. Dalmasca is now no longer under Imperial reign. It's fine now. I mean, if the Bozja storyline, like, had a twist and being, like, if we had a surprise twist, by the way, 3rd zone is Dalmasca. Like, oh yeah, you do the first 2 in Bozja, you end up liberating Bozja, and it feels like that's the end. Surprise! 3rd zone, it's actually in Dalmasca. And then you liberate the entirety of the East as a result of that. That could have worked. I'm okay with, like, it saying being, like, surprise, final zone is Dalmasca. I would have been okay with that. But, by the way, Dalmasca is now free. You have now, been told that Dalmasca is free. Here is a note that tells you. The ending of the base Bozja game is good, just the end of the notes just leaves a very sour taste in my mouth. It's very obvious that some shit went down. That it's like, there was more story to be told here. We've already been in Dalmasca's capital city. I mean, the zone doesn't have to be in Dalmasca's capital city. Zadnor's not the capital of the Bozja. I mean, to be fair, you can't go to the capital city of Bozja. It's been razed to the fucking hells. And stuff like that. But you could have had, like, you could have had something. To be fair, you could have had, like, it be a zone outside of Rabanastre. And you could have had the raid just be, like, Rabanastre 2. You could have done that. Because you'll first go into Rabanastre, like, realistically, in the Evilist storyline, you going to Rabanastre is a means to an end. You're not going to Rabanastre to help liberate it. You literally go to Rabanastre and visit Dalmasca in the Evilist storyline because Lusalia is hiding underneath it. It's the only reason you go there. You don't go there to help liberate it at all. You go there just to show up so you can jump under it to find Evilist. So they absolutely could have had to be like, oh, it's like a thing that's outside of Rabanastre and you're fighting there. And the raid is going back into Rabanastre from a different angle to find Noah. It could have done that. We could have had the Easter sands or something. There are plenty of settlements outside Dalmasca in 12. Yeah. It's very much that it's like, they got to the end of Bozja, and they wrote that storyline, and there was going to be more to it that was going to focus on the rest of Dalmasca and everything like that, and then for some reason they couldn't, and now you get words that'll tell you that. It's very obvious that something has gone down, and it's just like, oh, wow, we're going to put words here. And yet still there are those who believe that Noah Van Gabrandt did not perish that day in Castle Romania. That the corpse, mutilated beyond identification, belongs to another. Meanwhile, Lyon and the other former officers of the Fourth, war criminals, all of them, remain at large, and the provisional government approved the repatriation of the vast majority of the Fourth's rank-and-file soldiers as free citizens, electing not to try them for their crimes on the battlefield. So it is that the people of Dalmasca still live in fear of the ghost of Gabrandt. Further details regarding which will be filed in a future report. Lies! No, they won't. Bullshit. They've also, like, really weaseled their way here of just being like, the identity of the corpse was confirmed. Noah Van Gabrandt is super fucking dead. Dalmasca is super fucking liberated. And all of these people are on the run, but maybe he's still alive. It's also a little weaselly, but they explicitly confirm that yes, he fucking is absolutely dead. And then later on in the same note, just be like, but some people believe he's a ghost, still terrorizing the lands, because his officers remain at large. And it's like, okay. Maybe we'll come back to the spotlight? We won't. No, we absolutely won't. Fucking no hell. No chance in hell we ever come back to this. I know there's not much left of the stream, but I really need to pee. So I'm gonna go and do that. I'm gonna go and pee, and we'll come back for like 10 to 15 minutes, because I can't wait however long the stream will take from this point onwards to wait to pee. So I'm gonna do that now, and then we'll come back for a tiny little treat. And we're back. It reeks of trying to emulate Mitsuno's vague endings, but his were vague with a purpose. Gabrandt is dead, but maybe he's not. And there's absolutely some level of shit that has occurred behind the scenes here that we are not quite privy to. But something has definitely gone down, and we're never returning to this storyline again because Mitsuno no longer works with Square Enix. I mean, it's one of the things that I've also praised about Bozja. Bozja has so many good things in it. There's a lot of good shit in here. But it's the one of the things that I've praised. And it's the one of the things that I think the game should be more willing to do. But they took 2 big steps with it in Shadowbringers, and people hated it, so they're never doing it again, which sucks. Of making certain content mandatory to do other content. Because this storyline is a story about Bozja, and it is about the liberation of Bozja. But it's also basically an Evilist sequel, in terms of like a sequel to the Evilist Alliance Raid series. It's not explicitly a sequel in terms of it literally follows on from the events and like follows the same storyline as that. But it ties a lot of like the Evilist story elements into the Bozja story elements, which again, it makes a lot of sense because a lot of the Evilist storyline is about like a place that is under imperial rule and needs to be liberated, and that is what this storyline is straight up about. And they're places that are relatively close to each other, because this is in Ilsabard, whereas Dalmasca is in Othard, so they're much closer to each other. And the whole Eastern Alliance comes in to help, so that would make sense that like Dalmasca and stuff would be included with that and everything like that. It's just, the moment they start making other stuff in the game mandatory for the story, you can immediately see them put that to use effectively instantly. Like, oh, 5.3 is required for MSQ. We can literally bring Rambros into the MSQ now. Instantly. And like obviously the whole Grahal thing was done before it was mandatory, but then they made Crystal Tower mandatory for 5.3. So immediately, oh, by the way, now Rambros is here. By the way, we can now, like, mention Emperor Zand in fucking this shit. And explicitly talk about Emperor Zand's, Emperor Zand's Allegan plans to open up a path to the World of Darkness, because that's, like, it now required by the time that we learn about the Diablo armament. So fuck it, we can bring that in. Making Evilus required for this means we can bring Makoto back. It means we can bring Fran and Wagi back. We can, like, use the aura sight that was used during all of that again to have, like, showing how the Fourth is experimenting with all of that stuff. It's just, the moment that certain content starts being required, they use it as much as they can, because that is what this game does. This game uses all those story pieces as much as it can. There is never a point where you can be certain that a piece of story won't become relevant in the future that you've learned in, like, because sometimes it's like, oh, if you've done a different bit of side content, you'll have more context for why this is happening. Like, if you do the side dungeons that involve learning more about Andapor and Maki, then the Wiping City stuff, like the Shadows of Mark, the Sky Pirates Alliance raid, you end up, like, that ends up making a lot more sense because you've learned about it, but it's not required, so they don't go deep into it and stuff like that. But you can never be certain that a piece of story that you've learned about in this game won't become relevant in the future. They do that all the fucking time. It happens constantly. It happens all the fucking time. And they do as much as they do with that, without a lot of that stuff being mandatory. And it's just like, imagine how much more shit that this game could do with its storytelling and the way that it uses its storytelling techniques if they knew that the entire player base who got up to that bit were guaranteed to have seen something else. And it's just really frustrating that we have a community who, again, really fucking hates playing the game that they play. So that when you tell people, hey, Crystal Tower is now required for the story, because we're going to do, like, a big awesome thing with Crystal Tower for the story, and Crystal Tower is, like, a single ARR Alliance raid from, like, fucking 6 years ago at the time that 5.3 came out, that people get fucking furious. How dare you ask us to play an old-ass Alliance raid once? How dare you? I don't play this game to play it. Fuck off. And it's so annoying that we have a... This is why when I say that, like, it's stuff like this where it's just like me complaining about how the community of this game doesn't want to play the game, and it is like pulling fucking teeth to try and get some people who play this game to try and play more of it. And that's not just me mocking people about just being like, why are you so unwilling to try new things in the game that you play? It's not just that. It, like, directly affects how they can make the game. It directly limits what they can and can't do with the game, and it sucks. I wholeheartedly agree with one notable exception. Oh, okay. Okay, so I assume at some point in the future there is required content for something. But yeah. Making people go back for old content is probably even worse. But then it's easier. But then there's also that. It's easier. Like, asking people to go back and do Evilus once so they can access Bozja is just like, but now you'll be in Shadowbringers gear. The eye level sync means that it's easier now to do than when it came out. It's like, it's easier for you to do it now. We added the fucking Echo to fucking Orbon, which does not need it. Come on. You gotta do that when you queue up into Orbon Monastery. Try and convince everyone in Orbon to click off their Echo buff. Try and do it. when you get in there, tell everyone to go up to their Echo buff and click on it and turn it off, so you can do Orbon without the Echo, because you don't need it. It's like, don't need the Echo buff for Orbon. I don't know why it's there. As someone who thinks that more content in this game should be eye level synced. Not to mid-eye level, because there should still be a point to gearing. But, like, as someone who believes that all content in this game should be more strictly eye level synced than what it is, why do we have an Echo buff? Hold on. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. But it's frustrating. Anyways, so with all of that reading done, we're not done yet. We're done with the reading, but we're not done with everything. So, the first thing I want to show you, I want to show you my Lost Finds cache. Do you want to see how sexy this is? Do you want to see how sexy this is? Holy shit, look at it. Look at how many colors I have. I have colors fucking everywhere. Holy shit, look at that. Look at how many colors I have everywhere. I've got like so much shit. It's all going along here. I got this from like the one Dariata thing I got to do. I got some Lost Excellence, which this one's kind of wild. You missed one singular green potion. So, I'll show you that. I got a Lost Excellence. This thing's kind of wild. I can't use it on tank. But, yeah. Instantly cures weakness and temporarily nullifies most attacks while increasing damage by 65%. And then after that wears off, you don't, you don't become nullified to attacks, but you decrease damage by 10%. This gives you a 65% damage increase for a minute after you get rezzed, because weakness is being rezzed. So you die and you come back to life, and for a minute of coming back to life, you get a 65% damage buff. So there might be like actual strats about dying and coming back to like do more damage. I don't know if people would ever do that, but there's something to do. You can do something with that, possibly. There is also Lost Blood Rage, which I feel like you need a very specific setup to make work. Increases damage dealt by 15% and reduces damage taken by 5%. Stack increases with each use of a dash attack while effect is active to a maximum of 4. So you have 18 seconds to do 4 dash attacks, which I don't know which other Lost action does that. There's got to be something. Because if you get to all 4 stacks, you get Blood Rush, which increases your damage dealt by 60%, which is just the equivalent of the 4 stacks, and shortens recast time of abilities by 75%, and gradually restores HP and MP. On Avant, well, it says dash attack, so I don't know if that counts. Because it's not an attack. But also, you get 3 stacks of that, and I honestly don't know if you get 3 stacks of that at level 80. And you have to do 4 of them in 18 seconds. So I've looked through my other abilities, and like, there's something that like, what is it? There's something that does, there's Lost Rend Armor, which is a jumping attack, so it's a gap closer. But that's a recast of 60 seconds, so it's not bad. There's Seraph Strike, which is also a jumping attack, but it's also again every 60 seconds. So I don't know how you get 4 in 18 seconds. I've looked through and maybe I'm missing something really obvious, but I can't see anything that would like do that. I didn't see anything that would do that. I don't know what the setup is to actually get 4 stacks in. I mean, it's obviously a massive buff. Like, you're getting fucking 60% for 30 seconds. That's a pretty big buff. But it seems very specific. And also, 60% for 30 seconds. This is also like a 30% for like 30 seconds. So it's like, you don't have to do dash attacks for that. Use also or magic. There's also that. So yeah, I got those 2. Like, the excellence I see, if you die, you come back stronger. You're like a Jedi. But if you don't die, then it's fine. Also, you can only use it as DPS, so it doesn't affect me as tank. But there's also this. So you will see here, I'm missing one thing. I am missing 1 potion. I am missing 1 pure essence. Do you want to see me get it? Do you want to see me get it? So here's the thing. That is the pure essence of the Gambler. I bought it on the market board, if you're wondering. This only drops from Delarum Savage. For whatever reason, this is the one forgotten fragment that only drops from Delarum Savage. We're cheating. It's Delaware Savage. Come on. I'm not doing Delaware Savage to get my final thing. This costs like 80 grand. I think it was like 80 grand when I bought it. I saw I had one left, so I looked up what it was, and then I saw that it only dropped some Delaware Savage, and I'm just like, I want to do that eventually. You will join a prog group and you will like it. I can't join a prog group. They don't exist. And if they do exist, they keep playing at times when I'm at work. I want to do Delaware Savage at some point, but fuck it, I'm gonna cheat to get the achievement for getting every lost action. Ow. Look, there's achievements for running Delaware Savage like 10 times for achievements anyways. And if I want to get like full haste gear, I'll have to do that anyways. So I'm cheating on this one. I can't cheat the haste gear. I can't cheat the other achievement for clearing Delaware Savage. But I can cheat on appraising this and getting Pure Essence of the Gambler and getting the achievement Never Forgotten for 10 points. I can cheat on that one. That one I'm allowed to cheat on. There we go. Pure Essence of the Gambler. What is it? I don't actually know what it does. Other than the fact that it's a Pure Essence, so it's a Delaware only thing. And it's that. I got burger. I want burger. I don't know. Thing is, there's a lot of places near me that do a lot of tasty food. Do anyone do? I can get a chicken burger, but I don't know if that's the same thing. I'm cheating. I don't care. I will spend 80k for an achievement. I will do it. When I've spent more to go on crafting achievements anyways. So it doesn't matter. But Pure Essence of the Gambler increases evasion by 11%, critical hit rate by 70%, and direct hit rate by 77%. Is that actually good? Is this actually good? Like, this is for DPS. Would using Duelist not be better? Like, you just do 60% extra damage. Or same with this, where it's 50% extra. Or 72 when it's on tank. You'd always get direct hit. What will... How much crit and direct hit do you need? Like, the stats that do that. How, like, 77%. Can you make it so you already have a 23% chance of critting? Because if it's guaranteed, then yeah, every hit will do more damage. This is the one that doesn't instantly nukes when you use Dynamis Dice. Oh. Oh, so it just means that this won't kill you? Because, yeah, because every deep, every pure essence. Every pure essence makes other things work differently. I know that. They don't tell you what it is in-game, you have to look it up. I know there's that, but okay, of course, it's the Gambler essence, so it means that, because Dynamis Dice has like a decent chance of just killing you. There is a decent chance that this shit just fucking kills you. Removes most of the negative effects and greatly increases the chance of getting healer LB3. Oh, okay. Because Delaware Savage, you can't do normal reses. I know that. So that's what it is. Okay. That's what it is. Yeah, Delaware Savage is like BA, where you don't have normal res. You can do sacrifice LB. So you can do sacrifice res. Like there's Lost Sacrifice where you kill yourself to bring up someone else, which also exists in Badassian Arsenal, which is also again in Badassian Arsenal outside of LB3. The only way to bring someone back, you just have to hope that you bounce. Which, to be fair, your bounce here is 80%. Resistant Spirit of the Remembered is only 70% for BA for Eureka, so you do have a 10% chance better of getting a re-raise if you use Lost Re-raise, or you can use this re-raiser, which gives you the 70% chance of bouncing. Yeah, for some reason, Lost Re-raise gives you a little more chance. I guess it's because you gotta like put it into a Lost Action slot, where this is just an item you can use. I believe good Dynamis Dice is like Palace Pomander stuff. Oh, okay. It might be useful to have one person on the team who has it, who uses our Gambler instead. Just so if shit goes to shit, you can try to Dynamis Dice it to get an LB3. Might be worth it. I don't know how DRS prog works. I don't know how DRS prog works or how well it goes. I would love to do it one day. I would love to do it one day, but it's also, if I'm doing it, I'm gonna do it on stream. If I raid in this game, I want to do it on stream. And it's not just a case of I want to document as much as I can about my experience in this game on stream. It's also a case of if I stream it, I'm less likely to get stressed and frustrated and not want to do it anymore if the prog goes poorly. Because I will have entertainment as a core feature of it as well. But yes, I now have every lost action. Ta-da! There's 99 of them. And as a tank, I can use maybe 30. And then as a tank, like 10 are useful. I like the loss. I love this system. I love the loss find system. It's so much better than the logos action system in Eureka, because you can just choose shit and just do it, and you can hold shitloads of them and swap them around, and you don't lose them when you go out of the zone outside of like the essences and stuff like that. As a tank, I don't have as much fun to do it as a DPS. I don't have as many interesting things. I mainly have like, I can support. Like I can be the person who gives everyone bravery. I can like be the person who gives people like shells and protects. There's like the Spellforge and Steel Sting, which I sometimes see people bother with, but most people don't. DPS, you mean White Mage? Yeah, the thing is, I don't have the Seraph Strike option as a tank. I don't have the equivalent of Seraph Strike. I don't have a Seraph Strike option. 1 million DPS Blood Lily. Yeah, as a tank, I also just have more support options. With like, I guess I can give myself like Font of Power and like Honored Sacrifice on Noble Lands. I can give myself one of those. That's kind of like my only DPS options. It's why I'm like fine for when I do duels of trying to go into the duels of like max Rays of Valor. Because I can't really use lost actions to break it if I like to break any of the duels if I play as a tank. Because like I don't have access to Flare Star. I can't use it. I can't use Seraph. Like there's a lot of things here that I, as a tank, I can't use the cheese strats for this. So I'm okay pushing the odds in my favor by getting Razor Valor. Because if I go Razor Valor and then go for, which one? Martialist? Yeah. If I go Razor Valor and Deep Martialist, and if I don't need my two lost action slots taken, I replace something with a Font of Power. I think that's fair. I'll still have to like, I'm not gonna kill any of the duels in like a minute. The way that you see people bully Sart of War specifically, more than anything else, by doing Lost Flare Star and murderizing people with like the fucking damage over time that you can buff this to the high hells with. So yeah. I can't use cheese strats as a tank, so I think I'm okay pushing the odds in my favor. But there is the most important thing that'll happen today. More important than saving Makoto, more important than liberating Bozja, more important than Misia dying, and more important than the field notes, and more important than getting all of our lost actions. There is one thing that is more important than all of that today. And it is the fact that I have 16. I have 16, but I only need 15. I have 16 raw emotions. This is part of the advantage of the fact that I was sick for the first half of Bozja. It means I don't need to wait until the 5.5 stream to turn this in. Hey! I'm not... FF12 playthrough announcement time. You are hoping very highly there. So no head. I can still give you headcrafts. I'm just not going to play FF12 while I'm doing. But I have my 15 raw emotions. So now I can do this instead of waiting for the 5.5 stream. I mean, I guess if I had thought about it and I was fine, I could have said, this episode won't end, I'll come back in a couple days so we can do that. Because I don't want to like take away from 5.5 to just be like, oh, but first we go to Bozja. We can just do 5.5 and just focus on 5.5. So we're going to go over to Zatan. We're going to go over here. Actually, do I go to Zatan? Who do I go to? Who do I hand in the quest to? Irresistible, I hand it into Zlatan. I just need to equip a different weapon. I need to equip a different weapon. So let's equip this one, because it will also look like that. Alright, here we go. I you have no idea how long I've been waiting for this one. I've talked about this weapon for so fucking long. I have admired this weapon on the back of a Robro for so fucking long. I have been excited about this weapon long before learning that this Relic series was about Bozja. I have been admiring it from afar, just being like, this is my favorite fucking weapon design in the entire ass fucking game. I love it so much. It's like an amazing Gunblade. It is fucking massive. It's all that shit. And watch it be really awkward when I hand this in and I don't actually get it. And it turns out there's another step and I'm embarrassing myself right now. This questline was your hole. It was made for you. That's like Shadowbringers as a whole, honestly. But especially, like, yeah. By the way, your favorite weapon design in the game for your favorite job in the game is the final Relic weapon for the Relic series, where, objectively speaking, your job and the weapon that you want are the most important one, because the storyline takes place liberating the homeland of that weapon. So, it's one of those things where it's just like, I'm kind of glad that it took so long to get this weapon. I'm kind of glad that it's like, it feels like I worked towards it. We had multiple streams for it. I've done a lot of grinding off stream to make sure I actually get it in time. It's one of the few relics where I'm going to... So I think it's the only one. I think it's the only time I'm going to finish a relic for an expansion while still in that expansion, because I didn't finish ARs until well and truly into Heavenswood. I don't know if I may have finished. I may have finished the Heavenswood one before we started Stormblood, because it's much easier, but I don't know. But you also only saw me finish the what's it called? The Stormblood one. I only finished the Eureka one, like, during post Shadowbringers as well. Because we had to do BA and shit like that, so, yeah. Like, I put, like, putting a lot more time into it. The fact that it's, like, such an important weapon, it feels appropriate, you know. That my main weapon, the weapon that Minefus is gonna carry through Endwalker and shit like that, is such a big deal in story, and it's, like, the big important one for the storyline and everything like that. I'm glad, it makes me glad that, like, the weapon that I'm taking into Endwalker is not just, I bought it off the market board, or I rolled on it on a dungeon and I got it. I'm really happy that it's just like, oh, this weapon that I just happen to naturally like as my favorite weapon design is also just like the result of a long effort to get it, and a very important weapon for the storyline that you get it in. It makes me very happy. It, like, makes it feel more personal, makes it feel more like, yeah, this is my fucking weapon, you know? I love it. Master Geralt has made ready the forge, and all the other requisite materials are all accounted for. May I see the crystals you have collected? Raw emotion. Pure emotional energy, seemingly crystallized for the sole purpose of making it easier to carry. Even so, keeping too many of these about one's person will lead to excessive emotional baggage. Had to get in one last joke. Here we fucking go. Excellent. And the weapon, if you please. If there's one more step, it'd be really funny. Epic joke that everyone has played on me. But it's also like, this is the step that requires you to do Dariata. It's the final one. Now let us take these to Master Geralt. I can scarcely wait to see what wonders he will work with his forge. Me too, Zazan. Me fucking too. Aye, there seems to be everything. Time to get to work. Why don't you go and tell the node what tickles your fancy while I start in on the weapon? Oh, do we also have stats here? Speaking of the elegant node, Regana, a sealant was required when last we made use of it. Will we not have need of more? Yes, the sealant made with the Ethereal Silstone is still required to complete the refining process. However, making adjustments to the node and testing the enhanced coating process, there was a surprising amount of sealant left unused. There should be enough for now, but if Minefus should be inclined to refine other weapons, we will need to acquire more. It's all for kind of you. Maybe I ain't such a skinflint after all. Well, it is in everyone's best interest to see these weapons perfected. And if the House of Splendors is to establish good relations with the Resistance, a constant cutthroat approach to business will get us nowhere. Of course, we have stats. It's Alexander Best and Slut after all. That is true. I don't sound the House of Splendors, I know. But if you're mind to throw the Resistance a bone, who am I to argue? Alright. Weapon receptacle ready for A-throw installation coding application. Please select desired attribute adjustment. Alright, adjust the attributes. Fancy screen. Fancy screen. I'm just gonna... Guess what? Is anyone surprised by what the options is here? There we go. And fuck it, some skill speed. There, it's crit and determination. You just do crit and determination. Like, is the, like outside of like possible skill speed, depending on what builds you're doing for like stuff like that, is there ever a reason to not just do crit and determination? Is there ever a reason to do anything other than crit and determination? By the way, look how fucking sexy the weapon looks. Spoilers, by the way. Look how good it is. I don't know if it's, like, is there any reason to use, like, freaking, like, tenacity? I never to judge, this is exactly what I did. Crit, direct hit, determination, in that order. Like, who, would you ever use tenacity? Aye, that'll do. And that Algon Note did a mighty fine job on the finishing touches. There it is! Look at it! Yeah, we get the music! Yeah! Ba 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 ba. Yay! The hopes and dreams of ancient Bozja made manifest. A weapon truly worthy of Gunhilda's blades. Blades resolve. Oh, it's finally mine! It's finally mine! I have admired this thing for probably over like a year or two. I don't remember how long ago it was that I first saw it on a Robro. There's that one, I haven't seen him for a while. He's probably taking a break from the game because there's no relics in the game currently. There's that one Robro that I keep seeing in a shiny metallic blue jacket out in Limsa, and every single time there was a new patch during Endwalker where there was a new relic step, he'd be wearing the new relic step, give it a couple weeks, and he'd go back to the Blades Resolve. I haven't seen him since like near the end of Dawn Trail, and I bet it's because there's no relic currently. I bet he'll come back in 7.25 when the relic gets re-added. But I have been seeing this weapon on him. I've also seen a bunch of other people running around. Look at the fucking thing. Anyone who likes Gunbreaker is going to want to use this as their weapon, especially because of how important Gunblade is to this storyline. It's obvious, like, I am not the only person who loves this thing. I've seen it around a lot, because fucking look at it. Holy shit. Yes, if you're wondering on, like, my Minifist main outfit, I will be using the matte replica. Because of course I will be. Of course I'll be using the matte replica. I'll keep the glowy version for the Bozja glam. But for like the main Gunbreaker glam, I'm using the matte replica. Of course I am. He's gonna come with the DT Relic and to be inspired to get that one too after seeing him. I don't know. The thing is, like, even if something else looks good, I don't know if anything can beat this. One, this does everything I want a Gunblade to do. I've mentioned it before. Something that I love in like if a sword's gonna be like a mechanical thing, if a sword's gonna be more than just you swing it, if a sword has mechanisms to it, what I love in the design is a straight sword or relatively straight sword, where one side is like the mechanism and the other side is the blade. This has that. One giant blade on that side and like the metallic structure to hold it in place from the giant fucking cylinder that is there. This thing is also fucking massive. And more than anything, it doesn't matter if anything else looks better than this, which I don't know if it will for my personal desires and taste for a Gunblade. Look at where we get this Gunblade from. I don't know if anything can beat this. Because look at the questline we do to get it. It's about Bozja. It's about Gunhilda's blades. Like, you can't beat that. You can't beat that. Blades resolve. Yeah! Fuck yeah! Yeah! Oh, Mosek's crying. But either like is your Stolen making you a sword? I don't think that would beat this. I still don't think that would beat this. Queen's inscription ain't never shined so bright as when I hammered them crystals into the resistance weapon. It's weird that the second die channel gets rid of the gold patterning of it. Can scarcely imagine what went into the making to save the Queen. Having come face to face with Her Majesty yourself, I suppose you'd know better than any of us how potent the power of memory and emotions can be, eh? And now, self-selling power is coursing through your resistance weapon. I reckon even Queen Gunhilda herself would be hard-pressed to draw any more power out of them inscriptions. The way you describe it, one might think this resistance weapon rivals the strength of Save the Queen. Aye, Zlatan, that she might. Wait, seriously? Wait, what? That straight up makes these the most powerful weapons out of any Relic series so far. Like, if we're talking about, like, theoretical power scaling shit, which is hard to do, especially in this game because of so many things. But like again, the last two relics, the strength of them only mattered insofar as like how much power they could contain of like the ethereal elements to specifically use it in Eureka because it's adapted to the climate, or making it strong enough to withstand the anima. And the other one was just like ancient relics of yore. This is just like, by the way, this weapon might be as powerful as Save the fucking Queen. You know, that sword that can summon an icon that is powerful enough to, like, save Bozja from the 4th Umbral Calamity. By the way, your new weapon might be that strong. What did you just call me? By the way, oh yeah, he called him Zlatan. I like how Zlatan's more taken aback by being called his name than, by the way, we just made something as powerful as Save the Coin. Surely I'm not the only one who heard that. My actual name. Okay, of course this is happening now. Of course this is happening now. How can Minafis get her ultimate weapon that is like the perfect weapon for her without something about fucking names being mentioned at the same time and people being called by their actual name and how happy it makes them? Of course we have to have a fucking moment where that happens when Minafis gets this weapon. Why the fuck wouldn't we? Oh, I pray this is not merely a fleeting moment of sobriety. Turns out Geralt just was fucking it up again and accidentally got it right. Which is probably what happened. So that's his name! I suppose it's only a matter of time before I got it right. There it is, he actually just didn't know. And he accidentally got it right. But anyway, let's not get carried away celebrating just yet. We still have to share the fruits of our labor with Basiljan and the others. Yes, of course, I'll go inform him at once. I was gonna say, it's gotta be like a finale thing of just like, we're doing this with everyone. And I will see our contract to its conclusion. What's up, Mouse? What's up? Whatever the fuck that is. Yo! Oh, look at the cutscene glazing it up. Oh, look how good it is. Gotta have the cutscene showing off how fucking awesome it is. A weapon beyond even the reach of Gunhilda's blades. Truly a marvel of craftsmanship. Though you are tasked with only recreating the weapons of Queen Gunhilda's illustrious guard, it is clear you have gone far above and beyond what anyone could have hoped for. There is no doubt in my mind that you have made this seemingly impossible dream reality. I'm so happy that, like, me getting my weapon that I've wanted for so long, like, a weapon that I can truly say, this is my weapon, is, like, a moment that is, like, this momentous. It makes me so happy. Imagine a girl so incredibly drunk he rolls back into sobriety. Might be what he do when he crafts, honestly. And I can think of no finer soldier than you to wield its blade, Usamletwin. In your hands, it shall serve as a reminder of our hard-earned freedom. I imagine that dialogue changes. Depending on whether, like, you've finished Zadnor or not. Like, because, like, a reminder of our hard-earned freedom can't really be a line if you, like, haven't done the Dalriada yet. Because you could technically finish this before that. Because you can get all the pieces, like, from Delabrum. Now that the weapon is forged, I wish to discuss the matter of payment for supplies and services rendered to the Resistance. Like integer of flippant drunkenness. In light of the considerable drain on the house's resources, I'm afraid the cost for manufacturing subsequent resistant weapons will henceforth be doubled. Oh, this is her plane. I wish it were not so, but Mistress Rowena insisted. Did I now? Yo, Rowena! Regana's just here trying to be like, oh, pay us double, and then she's gonna pocket it all. We found someone to like outshine Rowena in terms of how shitty she is about like trying to get money out of people. Mistress Rowena, to what do we owe the pleasure? Zlatan here called me, hoping to talk over terms of the wholesale contracts I supposedly offered the Resistance. And after speaking with Yudasana and the others, they said it was you who set up these deals. Clearly you're hoping to skim a not-so-small amount of the profits at the top, ain't that right? No, never! All that I do has ever been for the House of Splendors. And how exactly is trying to steal profits from your colleagues in the company's best interest? Using me good name to try and extort decent folks? If this is supposed to impress me, you're very much mistaken. Impress? Aye, for reasons I'll likely never understand, this one here took a real shine to me. Matter of fact, unlike most of the other girls, she joined the House of Splendors because she wanted to learn the trade. And from her very first day, she's run herself ragged trying to prove her worth. We stood to make so much from this deal. I hoped you might overlook me using your name to see it done. But I've betrayed the trust you place in me, and for that, I'm truly sorry. I'll never darken your door again, Mistress Rowena. If I might interject, Regana's work with the Resistance has been nothing short of exceptional. From her commissioning of the Alagon node to her assistance with our research, she has contributed much and more to our cause. Why, she's even helped keep Geralt focused, and more importantly sober, long enough to see the job through to its conclusion. You have to kill yourself by stabbing yourself with money. Like, after all of this, Zlatan's still just like, but she has been helpful. Now that we've caught around this shit, the underhandedness won't be a problem, right? We'll be fine. It is no exaggeration to say that without her, we would not be presenting Bazalshan with the fruits of our labor. If you could find it within your heart to forgive Regana and her transgressions, it would be my honor and privilege to continue business with the House of Splendors, with her as your representative. Provided our original agreement stands, it's not double the cost, and the cost of your services has not, in fact, doubled, I see no reason to object to a continued partnership. Seeing as we narrowly avoided any wrongdoing, I'm willing to agree to our client's wishes. We're going to remain here and oversee house business till the obligations of our contract have been fulfilled. Don't do it again. That sounds all well and good, but I thought our work, and more importantly me contract, was finished after I hammered out that weapon. Your jokes were never funny, Geralt. The original agreement was to forge weapons for all of Gunhilda's blades. Your work has only just begun. And Geralt, as always... Bladus and Blightwood's weapon was always meant to be only a prototype. Though experience tells me remembrance of fine details is not one of your strong suits. My experience tells me you lot should keep an eye on how much that daft salt's been drinking. I can tell you now I ain't paying for any of it, so be sure to charge him for every drop. Oh, sorry, Geralt. Back to the caverns of indentured servitude for you. But most importantly, I have my weapon. Thank you, Bazalshan. I swear you'll not regret this. There is yet a long road ahead for us, Bladus and Merlin, but I have faith in them, and you. For far too long, the people of Bozja have been without a symbol of hope. But now, thanks to you and the others, they will soon find one. Yay! I have my sword! I have my fucking sword! Now to commission someone to make an IRL one for me. Though probably not made as much metal because holy shit, this would be so fucking heavy. Blades Resolve! Let's go! Hell yeah! No extra bonuses for using it there. Hey, resistance weapons, the saga concludes. Fits for a queen, Blades Resolve. Sup, Val? Taking selfies. I've seen that selfies are apparently a new emote. I have been seeing people sharing their quote-unquote selfies in my FC chat. Blades Resolve. Blades Resolve. I wonder how many places Geralt in at once. Considering he's in 4 zones in Eureka as well. Are you ready for this shit? Actually, let's dye it first so I can put it on my back with the right color. I have the dyes on me. No, not the second one. Not the second one. I have the dyes on me. I have decided I'm going with metallic silver. I've decided I'm going for metallic silver. I was tossing up between metallic silver and gunmetal black. I've decided metallic silver. For the primary reason of the outfit that I always wear with Minor Fist is black as it is. It'll blend in too much. But metallic silver will stand out. I also have 2 because I'm going to put one on here and then I'm going to put one on the replica that I'm going to get. Ready? Right, we're going to zoom in a bit more. We're going to zoom in and really relish the moment. If I zoom in that much, I won't even be able to see the whole moment. Are you ready for this shit? Are you ready for this shit? So not ready for this shit. Oh, fucking Christ, it's so big. It's so big. Oh my god. It's so fucking massive. I'm never gonna get used to it. I'm never gonna get used. This weapon's the size of Val. It's just... No other Gunblade approaches this length. It's not... Like, come on, if it's still huge. No other Gunblade comes fucking close to matching this thing in size. It is ridiculous. It's just so fucking huge. It's like, look at it. My god. It's so absurd. I love it. I love it so much. Now let's get the one that doesn't look like a damn lightsaber. Well, I actually gotta save that. Okay, for context, look at this. This extends out past the frame of the portrait. Now if I equip the other one, that is for the Crown's Blade, the first stage, let's save this. It like almost reaches the edge. It almost reaches the edge, but then we do this, and it's like, it's gone off the edge on both the bottom and the side, and it's out there by a decent chance. It's so big. It's so fucking massive. I love it. I love it so much. And look out again. Like, this is so fucking big on our back. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Hell yeah. I love the little like red trigger that it has. Like when you see it behind the head, it's like there's a big gun handle with a red trigger. What does the stage 2 look like? I forgot. That's what I was using all day, but that's fair. All right, just have a look. Whatsu? That is. Oh, sorry. That is the wrong. That's on there. There it is. That's the replica's law order, which is much smaller. In comparison, this one is a lot smaller. This is stage 2. Yeah, there we go. That's stage 2. That's the law's order manager. mana trigger, which I do like. I like all three of these. Bozja weapons are pretty fucking consistent in terms of all three stages are pretty good. I do like this one. It is very tiny. It is very tiny. But there's the Matt's replica Blades Resolve. This is the one we're actually going to be using. The Matt's replica, because of course. And I'll have my glowing weapons. So let's dye this babe up. Let's dye that up. General purpose metallic silver dye. And now with our Bozja story complete, we can switch back over to our main glam. And now we can apply that weapon to here. Cast Glamour. Matte Replica Blades Resolve. And with this, this glam is finally complete. I finally have everything I want for my main Minifest glam. It is at long last completely finished. The boots, the top, the pants, the gloves, the various accessories, because she has earrings, neck, wrist, and 2 different rings on this, and they all mean something. This weapon is fucking massive. It's so big. It's so big. It's ridiculous. It's so huge. Like, what the fuck? Right, let's look at this one, right? Like, this is the, this is Mount Trigger of the Forgiven. This is a Mount Gold weapon, right? Like, let's look at, like, compare the pair. Like, this is a normal Gunblade. Looks like a piratey kind of sword, which is why it's on my pirate glam. That's a normal Gunblade. And then, where is it? This one, Near Kingdom. Right? Yeah, Near Kingdom. And then this is the Blades Resolve. It's so big. I'm now like seeing it in motion. I wish they kept making more Gunblades that look like flintlocks. I do really like that style as well, absolutely. But fucking Christ, look at how, oh my god. This is one thing I love about this weapon. It's just like it's absolutely massive, yes, but does this not look like a sleek, beautiful, clean, but like very proficient, like, weapon? Like, this looks like a motherfucking weapon as hell of, like, this is a well-made, well-designed, intricate bit of machinery designed to fucking end shit. It's just, for my taste in fantasy weapons, for my taste in, like, mechanical swords, this is everything I want it to be. Do keep in mind, most of my taste for mechanical weapon fancy swords in video games does, yes, absolutely come from Nero's fucking, Red Queen. Which, hey, guess what? Minifest is based very heavily on Nero as a character. That's why her hair is the way that it is as well. It's why she's a gunbreaker, you know, there's all of that. There is also all of that. So, you know, the fact that her ultimate Gunblade bears the similarities in terms of being a big, long, straight blade with mechanisms on one side and a big, sharp-ass blade on the other with a bunch of, like, machinery at the end to make the thing fucking explode is not a coincidence. My taste is much more fantastical, but I appreciate the dick swords. This thing is so fucking cute. It's so big. It's so big. It's so absurd. I love it. I guess Lincoln's mine is, once again, I look at the weapon, but not the name. Oh no, I've seen this one before. I've seen people rocking this. This is another really good one. Again, this has that sleek, like, proficient, like, well-designed, designs to kill look for it. This is also a very good one. This is another very good Gunblade. I do absolutely love this one. It's similar to another one that I really love is the level 90 weapon. The level 90 job gear. Level 90 job gear is called Hyperion. I really love that one. The Dawn Trail job gear is, like, not super my style. It's red and black, so that's shocking, I know. The Dawn Trail job weapon for Gunbreaker, it's not super my style of what I usually like, but I do have one particular glam that it gels perfectly with. So there is that. I have a Gunbreaker Glam that is, it's all of like the tactical clothing from the PvP shop. It's just a mixed combination of that. Kind of look like a cyberpunky kind of character. So I have that, but I've also got like the bracelets that have got all like the chains and everything. And it's got like black fingernail polish and everything. So the Dawn Trail job weapon, Chaspwile, I think it's called. It's a very different design to blade. It's like a curved scimitar more shape or anything like that. But it's like it's black and red and it's wrapped in chains. So there's that, which like again, it's not exactly my style. It's not what I would personally always like. I think it looks good, but it's not like my super. It's not super my style. But I do have a Gunbreaker Glam that'll be perfect for it. And the Hyperion, if I ever make my Hearthgar ult, she's going to use the Hyperion. Yes, I'm going to make an ult, and there's also going to be a Gunbreaker Make Shut Up. When it comes to Relic Weapon, I want the shiniest they got. I don't, like, again, for Minor Fist, the glows are also out of character for Minor Fist. Glows are out of character for Minor Fist because it means too much of the focus goes on the weapon and not her. So, for Minor Fist, glows are out of character as well. Oh, my shit bejeweled intricate, so most Gunblades just don't do it for me. Oh, no, that's the thing, is that, like, Gunblades in general in this game lean into the fashion sense of most characters in this game as well. Of, like, sleek but intricate. There are, like, there's that specificness. There's a very specific character design motive for a lot of characters that 14 goes for basically since Heavensward. Like, you think about what freaking Alphinaud and Y'shtola look like in Heavensward, and they've basically continued with that fashion sense ever since, and stuff like that. Most Gunblades are designed, like, look like that. They really do. My main job as summoner, I wield books as weapons, that all the glows and glitz, everything. I just wield looks lame. That's fair. You want the book that has dragon wings coming out of it. I used to be all about the big glows, but now I'm about no glow, highlight colors. This works. This works. There's a number of samurai weapons that do this kind of look to it. The Palaka books. I've got Palaka is the weapon I'm using for Viper, but I'm not familiar with either of the books of Palaka. But like, yeah, a lot of samurai swords end up doing this. Samurai has, again, most samurai weapons lean into a similar idea of Gunblade. They lean into like the sleek, elegant, but with a little bit of intricacy going on. That like 14 has as its general aesthetic for its characters. Samurai leans into it heavily the way the Gunblade does as well. But there is a number of samurai blades that have a bit of a glow or a bit of like a extra highlight to them that I think works really well. Most samurai blades do just look like katana, but the ones that do katana, but it's a bit spicy, pun intended, this one's red, also work really well. Meslos also have a gold with purple quilting and inlaid gemstones. Okay, that's pretty cool. Palaka, oh, there we go, Palaka Grimoire. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this one. Oh my god. Holy shit, yeah. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's fair. Mimesis, Lux is my go-to glamour. Yeah, it's the Lux, so it's the final Heavensward step. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. This is what makes me cream. No, it's good. I absolutely, I do dig this. This is good as a fantasy book weapon. Absolutely. It's just, you know, different fashion senses for different people. Which is something that I really love about 14. I love that 14 lets you, like, have an aesthetic for your character that you can, like, lean heavily into. I appreciate that. Like, I can lean into the piratey, seafaring, adventuring look on all of my jobs for, Minor Fist, and it works. She has a consistent aesthetic across all the different jobs that still like lean into the job identity a little bit, but still all very much look like Minor Fist's continued sense of aesthetic across all of that. And most people I know who play this game do the same thing. Most people I know who play this game have a aesthetic for their character that follows across consistently across different clans, across different jobs. And those aesthetics can be wildly different between people. It's something that I genuinely praise massively for this game. For a game that is so important about character creation and The game obviously wants you to have character lore and investing in all of that. So many people in this game have their headcanons for their character. It's not a coincidence. They want you to do that. Being able to express your character in the character design element stage of your visual appearance is important for that. Like, when you design your character with their clothes, you are basically designing like your protagonist to have an aesthetic based on what they wear, and you can follow that trend consistently across multiple jobs. It's a very good thing. The game has a lot of limitations in the way that it does its glam, but the sheer variety of what the glam is and how good a lot of it does look works really well. Gonna redo my Sam glam soon. So the thing is, like, I don't know if I'll ever get sick of my main glams that I have for jobs. Like, if I have a job where I've nailed the glam, I don't know if I ever want to change it. I might, like, I have slots where I can make additional glams, because I have like fucking 4 or 5 different Gunbreaker glams that I can change to at any point at any given time, because I have so many different bits of equipment hanging around in my inventory. Yoshi P, please give us fucking 100 glamour plate slots to match our 100 gear sets, for fuck's sakes. Though we need that desperately. But yeah, it's yeah. And just like seeing how different people do that, like characters. Like, I've done that in the FC a lot, where it's just like people who have invested a lot of time in the game can like show us the rotation of all their glams for all their jobs. And basically every single person I know who puts in the effort to make different glams for every jobs does the same shit that I do. Their character has a defined aesthetic that carries over between different jobs, even if they are different looks for each job that like still lean into what that job is about. People just naturally want to do that in this game when they design their character, because they care about their character. My character would wear this, so I want to make sure my character looks like they would be the type of person who would wear this across the different jobs. It's awesome, I love it. Am I casting shadows, man? Thought I saw shadows appear behind me, and I was like, am I casting shadows when I'm doing that? I just use the same line for every job since I can't be bothered. But it's so fun to make different ones. Hello. Now, if I'm gonna wear hats, I'd be invincible. The Codex. Oh, this is. Oh, okay. So the other one gets a silver and purple version. Okay. And then augmented Theodosius Index. What am I looking at? What the fuck? Okay. Giant orb that floats above it. Pages that are only visible from one side. Beautiful. I use this one a lot. I think I literally have one of the most basic... Oh. Being stabbed. I have one of the most basic looking fucking things for my summoner. It's like just a white book. It's about practicality. Hey, you got the boots I'm wearing. You got the boots I'm wearing. Like I can see a year piece. I mean, you mean something, and say, oh, that's Avril, that's Manifest, that's Artesia, that's Pella Peach. You can learn other world styles very easily. Again, it's yeah. It's what I praise about the game instantly. It's something that I praise about the game intensely, and I think it is a very like character creation stuff is literally the reason that this is my favorite game of all time. If it wasn't for how invested the game has made me care, I'll give. I'm done. Somehow couldn't work that out together. I'm done. I was fishing in Stardew. How much the game makes me care about Manifest as a character is literally the reason this is my favorite game of all time. Don't get me wrong, it'd be up there. If I didn't care about my player character in this game, to the extent that I do, someone from Endwalker, it's gear, I probably won't even recognize it. I've seen gear from so many expansions. At this point, I can't even be spoiled on it because gear changes so much per expansion that I can't even tell what the expansion's about. I thought Shadowbringers was going to have pirate shit because I saw people running around in the Cryptloaker and Crystarium shit. That was very far from true. Apparently, Dawn Trail becomes Mad Max at some point and then becomes Squid Games. I don't fucking know what any expansion is based on gear, so it's fine. But, there it is. There's the looks. But yeah, the reason that this game is my favorite is because of how much it makes me care about Manifest. If I didn't care about my player character in this game, it would still be high up there, because obviously it's like the story itself is still really good. It would just like parts of it would have less impact because I don't care as much about my character as a thing, but there's still a lot of very good stuff there. But what's up, Raharon? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff about this game that would still make it very high up there. But the fact that I care about my character so much is what makes me care about this game so much, and it's why it's my favorite game. And it's a very deliberate part of the game, and it's just like you make a character in this game and you design like a personality and like a backstory and an arc that they go through, and a big part of character design is their appearance. And yeah, as Crafts was saying, like people, when this game gives you the tools and gives you the encouragement to care about your character, that people naturally design aesthetics for their character. People naturally lean into an aesthetic that is consistent across their character for different jobs, for different appearances, for different looks, that like people can tell, oh, this would look good on another character because of what that character normally wears, because this game makes you care about your character to like give them their own sense of style. And it's, again, a big part of the reason why I love this game so much. And now I'll love it forever because I have the best fucking weapon in the fucking game. Holy shit. This thing is so big! It's so big! It's so massive! It's ridiculous! It's ridiculous. The names and Walker Relics are very spoilery. Okay. Oh, the Black Mage weapon? The fucking... Yeah, I saw that one. The lantern thing. Oh, how do I... There it is. Turn off virtual mouse mode. The Lantern Black Mage, that's Tome and Walker, right? Someone in the FC was talking about it. The one that's like the Ghost Lantern with the blue flame, that's Tome, right? For Endwalker? Yeah. Someone in the FC was talking about it, and they're just like, oh my god, I got this weapon, and it looks like, yeah, that one. Yeah. Yeah, someone in the FC was raving about this weapon, about how good it was, and how much they loved it as well. I'm pretty sure people have also done it on this stream. Anyways, it's nearly 9 PM, and I've been streaming for nearly 6 hours. Just today, and I've also, like, this is going to be added onto the other video. I'm tired. I'm going to be in the episode. Final Walker Times from Design Contest. Ah, that's why they look so different. Oh, I love that. Very Aerith coded. I'll be honest, I've not seen this for a White Mage stuff. That's really nice. Again, it leans into Aerith idea, like Aerith stuff. It looks very similar to that. I like the fact that it's like, it looks like a chic metal stuff, and then you look at it, it's like, oh no, that is actually wood. That is actually wood that goes up to like a crystal focus at the top. That's Cryptolocker? Oh wow. Did you read Bozja lore for 6 hours? I read Bozja lore for about 5 hours, and then I nutted over this weapon for about an hour. I've been staring at this weapon for about an hour while this ranting about how much I like the game. But it was about 5.5 hours of Bozja lore. Yeah. We read all 42 field notes that I have. Anyways, with that, I'm going to end the stream. This will all go up together as one big Bozja episode. Today's stream ended up being longer than the one I had on my day off. Curse being sick, but also being sick meant that I got this weapon as a part of today's stream. And walking like this, I can comfortably see it doesn't clip through my outfit. Let's fucking go. I can do walk, and it doesn't clip through my giant. It's not so long and pointed out in a way that it clips through the bottom of my jacket when I walk, so it doesn't distract me like that. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Well, I bet when I stand still it does though. No. Some of my Gunblades, when I stand still, clip through the telescope. Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay. When I'm in my idle... Oh, but it doesn't come through the other side. Ooh. Some Gunblades, when I stand still, might like clip through the telescope and it clips through the other side. This one, it clips, but it doesn't come out the other side, so it still looks fine. At this point, yes, 5.5 is the next stream. I said it during the Skybuilder finishing, that we had finished every questline that we had currently gotten up to, and that I could finish at that time. Which was kind of true. Now we're actually there, though. At this point in time, every major side chain story that we can get, aka quest chains that include blue quests, every single one of those that are currently in the game up until this point are finished. Every single one of them. Don't point out any that I'm missing. There might be some for like niche side content that's like that technically you can start now but doesn't come out until afterwards, or like very tiny little things that every major storyline at the very least. I've gone around to I went around to every map to check for yellows, and the only blues that I saw were the stuff that I knew we were going to do on stream at some point. So I'm pretty confident at this point that every single blue quest that I can do up until this point, even job quests and shit like that, and even the job quests that technically don't come out until Endwalker because of Blue Mage and Reaper and Sage, and the ones that don't even come out till Dawn Trail because of Picto and Viper. But every blue quest stream that we can do at this point is now done. Every single one of them, I believe. The next stream's the final stream of Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers comes to an end with the next stream. We go into 5.5. Missing the secret near quest that erases every trace of it from the world. Don't do that! Don't do that because my boots are near. This is the ultimate glam for Minifest. Minifest is finally finished. Her final perfect appearance has finally been finalized. Finally in the game. And she's wearing near boots. So I want to keep those. So, next stream, 5.5. The end of Shadowbringers. This is the expansion that I've been in for the longest, because there was 10 months of it that I couldn't stream for. But even outside of that, this is still possibly... I don't think it overall is more streams than Stormblood was, if we include post-game for Stormblood. I don't think it beats that. I think Stormblood was like technically 42 or 43, where this will be 40. But it's pretty fucking close. But obviously for me, Shadowbringers is the expansion I've been in the longest, because I had the post-game for Shadowbringers, that I couldn't do anything in for 10 months, so I was still like returning to the Crystarium every day and everything like that. There's all of that. And obviously, out of everything, Shadowbringers is by far the expansion that has had the biggest impact on me in this game. The other expansions had a big impact on me too, don't get me wrong. It's not, oh, I finally love the game now that I'm in Shadowbringers. It's finally gotten, I finally get it. It's like, no, I've gotten it since ARR. But, Shadowbringers has obviously had the biggest effect on me. Very, very obviously. You could just watch the videos for it and find that out. And specifically 5.3. Which, that's kind of the one thing that I'm like, I'm nervously anticipating Endwalker. I mean, one, is this being done with Shadowbringers is going to be a weird feeling. And two, once we beat 6.0 Endwalker, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I obviously still have more game to do, but like, everything in the game leads up to end of 6.0. I started playing the game when 6.0 came out, because I started playing before 6.1. So for me, it's like, I'm caught up to like what the game was when I started playing it with that. But also a big part of it is just like, Minifest has had her big character moment. Like, the singular biggest character moment that Minifest can have with what her character has been has happened. So, will Endwalker, like... From a character perspective, what's Endwalker gonna feel like? I mean, I feel like story writing wise in terms of like what the intention is for the game, but also what makes sense for my character, is kind of a like... I've mentioned it before, 5.3 is meant to be a big moment for the Warrior of Light, outside of my specific bullshit and my specific character. 5.3 is meant to be a big moment for your character. There's no way that the game calls out all that stuff that happens to line up with Minifest if it wasn't meant to be calling out the Warrior of Light in general. You literally go through a moment of reflecting on your entire history, and then, like, learn your Unsundered's name, and then have people call you, like, talk about your name, and then, like, literally have Elidibus ask, what are you? And everything like that, and then all of the characters afterwards looking at you just being like, are you okay? It looks like you've gone through something. Is everything fine? Like, it's obviously meant to be a big moment for the Warrior of Light. It makes sense if it's just like, if that's the big moment for the Warrior of Light, literally confronting, you know, the manifestation of their legend, because the primary fight is literally the fucking Warrior of Light. There's all of that, and then there's everything for Minifest. It's like, I feel like the intention of both what the game is going for the Warrior of Light, but also what makes sense for Minifest is just like, is Endwalker going to be a moment of like big character growth for the Warrior of Light? Or is Endwalker the final test? Because if you think about it from like the hero's journey thing that they do and everything like that, the big moment for the hero's journey of, like, seizing the power, as we could call it, which is what Minifus has done in 5.3, where she goes by her name again. The big moment of seizing the power is not the end of the story, in, like, the traditional hero's journey circle thing and everything like that. Seizing the power is, like, the thing that they do so they can confront the final trial, to be like, I have now seized the power, I have realized my strength, I've realized my identity, I've realized my goals, I've realized my everything like that. It is now time to put that to the proof, to overcome the final thing that I need to do. A thing that I can only overcome because of what my journey has put me through, because of what my journey has taught me about myself, because of my ultimate realization or ultimate growth in strength or whatever that my journey has helped me do. Time to do this thing that I can only do because of the journey that has led me here. And it's just like, if that's what Endwalker is for Minifest, I think it's fine. It may not have any of the big moments that, like, 5.3 is, or, like, end of 5.0 is. But I also don't know. Maybe there are dramatic reveals that happen during that kind of shake Minifest foundations to their core. Maybe there's extra moments of realization that go even further beyond what she already has. I don't think there'd be any of the drastic moments. Again, I don't think we can have anything in this game that'll rival 5.3 for her character, because that was a moment that has been built up to since before we started playing the game, because I already gave her a complex about her name before I started fucking playing the game. So there's all of that. And it's just like, I don't know. I'm going into Endwalker having so little idea of what, like, Fonny Daniel wants to do the final days is an idea that can go in so many different directions, where the sentence Fonny Daniel wants to do the final days still applies. Because that can mean so many different things, and it can go and start and happen in so many different directions. But I'm going into it just being like, okay, part of why I think it might be the final trial aspect of the hero's journey is because it's literally about a villain wanting to cause a thing called the final days. So that's why that would make sense, but it's, yeah. I'm not ready, is what I will say. But we are ready. So next time, the end of Shadowbringers. Like, the third of 3 actual ends of Shadow. It's funny how every expansion has, like, 3 endings. But this is the 3rd out of 3 endings for Shadowbringers next time. That'll be our next stream in less than a week, because I'm doing this in the middle of the week at the moment. Thank you all so much for watching, and until the next time, when we round out Shadowbringers, this is version 2, signing.